the second day of week 8 of CBLOL, and you heard it right. Week 8, it's a penultimate week before playoffs. I am Soshan, and this is Solari with me. How are you doing? We have some banger matches today.
We have some absolute banger matches stuff, and I'm so happy that we're casting the first games together because I was looking at the schedule and I was looking at the second match today, and oh boy, it's spicy. I mean, everything is spicy at CBLOL right now. You know, everything gets so hated when you suddenly start approaching the playoffs, and they always come so unexpectedly, right? Boom, and it's already the end of the regular season. And right now, you look at the standings, and we have 3 teams sitting together at the first place. And some of them are going to be playing in very hot matches today. Especially I'm looking at you, Loud, because, yeah, Loud being 10-5, very nice. But Pain Gaming and Red are at the same spot, and Vivo Kate Stars, it's 4 teams actually in the first place. I can't count! News alert!
It's insane. It's absolutely madness coming out for CBLOL, as we would expect, the most entertaining league in the world. And as you said, Solari, Loud may be 10-5, tied out with 3 more teams, but they are going to be facing Red Kennets today, also tied on the first place. So that could mean incredible changes in the top standing. So as you said, 4 teams there, Loud, Pain, Red, and Vivo K-Star started in first place, and then Kaboom and Liberty that really came in clutch in the second round of round robin, now tied in 5th place. And a highlight there, of course, for Liberty on now 7 wins in a row. And how's the bottom of the standings looking, Solari?
It's looking a little bit more depressing than the first half. I'm gonna be honest with you. We have Los Grandes, who I still keep predicting to win the games, but today I predicted them and I cried a little bit because when you see their matchup, you gotta understand why. Then there is Fluke Zone, the 8th place, who are 5-10, but then we move to the very bottom of the table, and that's where things get really, really depressing for Furia. They are 4-11 right now, with their chances of getting into the playoffs pretty much gone already, I believe. If not for them, for INTZ, 100%, this is game over. This is down 1-14, the longest loss streak I've seen in a very long time, and with no chance.
Yeah, so both Furia and INTZ confirmed here by production that they are absolutely out of playoffs because, as you mentioned, the loss streak on INTZ, so unfortunate for them. Furia, we know that they can perform well, but this split's really lacking in some of those lanes. But we have a first match to talk about today as well, right, Solari? The first one will be VKS versus Furia. So we just mentioned Furia not looking that hot on the standings, and considering VKS is tied for first place, this could be an easy win.
In theory, yes. But in practice, are there any easy wins right now in League? Because yes, they are in the first place, but if we just had a look at the scoreboard, right? And you can see how close everybody is together. But even if you look at the difference between the 4 teams who are sitting at the first place and the 2 who are sitting at the second place, the difference is literally 1 win.
Yeah.
1 victory is all it takes for Kaboom or Liberty to take this first place away from somebody who is sitting above them, and then it's going to be some of the biggest first place ties in history, and the last week, the next week of CBLOL, is going to go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, because there's a possibility as well, Solari, that we're going into playoffs with still 4 teams. I don't know how mathematics maths, you know, how that goes. I can't really do maths right now, but it's possible that many of them, at least 2 or 3, are still going to be tied going into playoffs. But I think, of course, we're talking about the first match, but gosh, Liberty really came in clutch to drop down Los Grandes, and it's something that we are going to be seeing later today as well. Liberty versus Los Grandes. So we're going to be leaving that for a little bit on in the day, and let's have a look at our predictions. What are the casters thinking for VKS versus Furia?
I have a feeling I know approximately what they're gonna say, and yeah, I mean, usually that's how we curse the team, right? If we all unanimously vote for one team, it is going to lose that match, unfortunately. But today, thanks to Hawk and Vert, who decided to abstain from the predictions, and honestly, I can understand why. Maybe there is a chance for VKS not to lose today, but as you said, yeah, in theory, that shouldn't really be too hard of a game for them, right? Because they have been really consistent so far. Furia have not really been finding much luck on their east whatsoever, but at the same time, if you think about it, so they just lost the game yesterday, and before that they lost a game a week ago on Sunday. So VKS are right now on a very small but still a loss streak. Do you think it's going to affect them in any way?
I think that's very possible. You're spot on, Solari, because it's the matter of they just came back to from 2 losses, but it wasn't 2 losses as well from the bottom of the standings. It was 2 losses versus Red Canids and Liberty. So coming from the top 6, it could be making them feel a little bit uncertain. How are they going to perform on this one? But I feel like there is a game select, a champion select on the screen as we're getting into draft. Although we have a substitution for Zai for Furia, so Uzent is going to be the support for Furia today alongside IU. They still banned the Pike on the side of VKS.
Just maybe an honorable ban, or maybe, just not really wanting to play against Pike whatsoever. And honestly, understandable. I cannot judge him whatsoever. Interestingly enough, so in the bans so far, we have Lucian, Pike, and Ash coming from VKS, who are in the blue side, and Furia have decided to ban Algna, Kalista, and Kama. All of these bans make sense, but I'm not seeing, for example, any bans for Azir, who still is dominating the middle lane, and VKS, who are on the blue side, decide not to go into that way. They blind themselves and Orianna for Lodeko, and for Furia, it is gonna be an obvious answer. There is the way for Truths most likely on the mid lane, plus they already lock in the Varus for the bot.
Okay, I really like that, and having the Orianna pick blind there for VKS, I think it's very smart. It's so safe of a mid laner. It's a mage that can do so much setup for team fights. So if you get somebody like a Maokai going in with the Twisted Vines, getting their Nature's Grasp, really successful on a 5v5, it can turn things around. Now I'm looking at the Aatrox. You and I, we talked about it. Aatrox for Giga turns him into Gigod. And it's not just that. They, from VKS, they came from a match where they played against an Aatrox. They let it slide on the champion select, and the enemy got Aatrox to play against them, and they had to pick Darius for Giga. They have the Aatrox. Now it's priority. They realize they can't give it away.
No, never give away the pick that you excel so much on and the enemy can use against you. However, there is always the issue with Aatrox these days, or any melee champion on the top lane these days, is that the enemy can always pick Twisted Fate AD top lane, and that is exactly what Furia decide to pick for themselves, which I like so far, because that gives them a lot of poke possibilities, it gives them a lot of freedom of movement on the map, plus they have quite some range in their team comp already for those team fights. But I am not seeing any frontline whatsoever. Their jungler and their support have to be really tanky, because otherwise, if you look at VKS, these guys want to be team fighting already. With the control from Maokai, with the control from Orianna, if there is no frontline to absorb this damage and this control, Furia's backline is going to shamble.
It really is. And one thing that we also need to point out is not just the substitution for Uzent, but also the fact that for a couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd one, where we are looking at a Furia without their Korean players, so no Destroy, no Mir. They have Zeno and Stinner, so they had some time to acclimatize, but this weekend they even have another player to be acclimatizing with.
Yeah.
And for the next bans, they decided to go for a center ban, taking out also the Nocturne. I think it's an interesting play here, maybe thinking that the Maokai could be going support instead of jungle. And for VKS, they go for the Xin Zhao and the Rel, very potent. But one thing I noticed in the champion stat is that actually Xin Zhao is very low on win rate.
Surprisingly enough. But, I mean, Xin Zhao is a very specific champion. Much like Lee Sin, actually, the Furia are locking in right now. This is a champ that has a lot of potential for the team, but he needs to be the early game playmaker, right? Because later on, if he's not ahead and if he has not set ahead the team for success, he's going to be limited to strictly utilitarian role in the team, and that is not exactly what you want to be seeing in your team comp. You need some damage, or you need some reliable frontline. You need a reliable something, and Xin Zhao falls down massively later in the game if he has not been ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, always filling out that similar early game power. Now, you mentioned frontline. Where is the frontline for Furia? I'm interested to see what's going to be the choice here for support. There's still Nautilus on the table, so that could make sense. Of course, the Lee Sin being on denies a potential Sejuani. What else could be having you fill out that spot?
Yes!
Nice! Great call, VKS. Just out of the top. You are not going to have a front line. We take it from you. And I think it makes quite a lot of sense with your type of engage. You really just want to go in, explode them, go in the back line, Killer Instinct, Shockwave, Aatrox, everybody.
Exactly. And honestly, with that pick from Vicky, yes, with them in the end deciding to keep Maokai in the jungle and picking Nautilus for Pro Delta, Furia were limited to so little options. They decided to go with Alistar in the end, which is a fairly reasonable choice, I would say, but maybe not the best one. But what else was left for them? With Rel especially bent out by Vicky, yes, it's either Leona or Rakan, but that's already going in a completely different direction. But either way, yet they have been denied the best tank possible for that team comp, and I don't like how it looks for Furia right now. They need to be playing around their range and around their flanking opportunities, because with Twisted Fate and Lee Sin, they surely have a lot of those. But if it comes to a straight-on 5v5 fight, face-to-face, everybody's facing each other at, I don't know, a Dragon Beat or something, VKS have such a strong advantage, because this team comp excels at team fighting, and for Furia, we can't really say the same.
Yeah, they're just looking a little disconnected, I would say. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it could be a sign that they're still trying to figure out how to play with their players at the moment, having the two different their top lane, jungle, the support. How are they going to adapt to it, especially against VKS that has been consistently good in the playoffs, now 10-5 compared to Furia. I agree with you, Solari. I don't think there were many other options for their support, because we think of potentially a Tom Kench works better with a Senna. You don't expect to see it differently than a Senna, or maybe a Kalista. The Braum, yeah, you're going to have defense, you're going to have frontline, but you don't have that much engage. It's more of a disengage, peel sort of champion. I don't know. I think VKS has really drafted this to a T, and things are going to look incredibly spicy if Furia can pick up the pace as we're going into Summoner's Rift for our first match of the Sunday.
Let's go, everybody. Let's see if maybe Furia have a chance in this fight, because I dislike their draft a lot, but you cannot really disregard the individual strength of some of these players. Especially, we were talking very briefly about Stinner, the new addition, the new jungler for Furia. A week ago or 2 weeks ago, I'm not even sure, to be honest. Calculating, counting stuff is not my cup of tea whatsoever. But do you remember that Baron steal from him? When he actually was the one playing Xin Zhao, and I believe it was one of his very first games as the new jungler for Furia. He just comes in casually, steals the Baron away from the enemy, and walks out like nothing happened.
Yeah, absolutely strolling. Don't even care. Gosh, Solari, I am interested, because from the draft, we think Furia is really on a deficit in regards to scaling. Strong early game, Lee Sin. You can have a kind of good like mid game with scaling on IU, having the first 2 items there on the Varus, but things could really decay in regards to how much the scaling goes on the side of VKS. But now it's a level 1 for everybody, and nobody really decided to go for anything super deep, aside from a couple of wards scouting out their jungle.
I mean, why would anybody go for anything deep right now? On the first levels, nobody apart from Varus maybe really want to be fighting too much. And okay, Guigo is an exception. He just wants to be fighting whatsoever. But in his lane, he's in a very hard situation. Every top laner is in a very hard situation ever since the AD Twisted Fate has returned to the top lane, to much disdain of many of us, I believe. But yeah, you suffer a lot pre-6, as pretty much any melee champion on the top lane against this Twisted Fate, especially with Zeno. As you can see, he went with a flash and with a ghost, which means there is quite a lot of kill pressure on his hands. With a golden card, you can close up with Guigo and kill him on the spot.
Yeah, and trying to get a pressure here on the bottom side because of the level 2 power spike. Bottom is now top lane with Gigo. Just, you know, you don't really care. They are ranged.
Yeah.
Nah, that doesn't mean anything, Solari, because the Aatrox on the hands of this player just really can create chaos. Now, looking at every side of the map, I would say top and bottom very much pushed for VKS, but this mid lane, it's Toots getting so much value out of the push that you have on the kit for Hui, and Leleko falling down on health, having to pop those potions and biscuits. So a lot on the feast table, and the banquet is served, but nothing so far really aggressive. We're looking at both junglers going to the same side of the map. They might meet each other here on the top side.
Quite possibly, and Zeno would like some help from his jungler right now, because he's going extremely low. Forget whatever I said about Twisted Fate. Guigo on Aatrox just does not care about my analysis. He says it is incorrect because I am Guigo and also Aatrox, and I also have some of my own range of my abilities, by the way. But speaking of range, Toots, the one who has the range, does not hesitate to use it.
Oh, that's super good. Nice read there by Toots getting the fear onto Nautilus. Now Delta has to back away, trying to get a roaming potential considering both junglers were going to meet each other on the same side of the map. Makes quite a lot of sense.
Absolutely so. And I love that so far we're having no kills whatsoever. I mean, I say it. I am usually the one who pleads for a bloodbath on the Summoners race, but I quite like it right now because, again, nobody really wants to be going for super aggressive early plays if you just look across the map. The exception, again, most likely is just Ayu, because Varus would love to get some kills in the early game, especially since I'm assuming this is going to be just a pure AD Varus, maybe on hit Varus, but not going into the lethality build, just judging by the keystone so far. So it's not exactly the Varus that scales really well. It's the Varus whose main power lies in the early game. And if he doesn't get much out of it, which honestly is hard when you're playing against Nautilus, you're going to suffer later on. And he's going to fall off compared to Kai'Sa.
Yeah, what they can do now for IU is pushing out the lane, having control over the sides, and maybe allow for Uzens to have some proactivity like Delta is having here in the mid lane. And speaking of, it's 3 players coming out for Furia here in the river, as there are 20 seconds for the first Drake to spawn in the game. Who's having so much control here in the mid lane, getting Leleko away could guarantee a first and very swift on-spawn takedown for Furia onto this Hextech Drake.
Just needs to be careful though, because if that Orianna gets to level 6 before him, which most likely is not going to happen, but if she were to, that could be a kill confirmed on him because he's really low on health, he's really low on mana at the same time as well. He's using a lot of his mana just to poke out Orianna, just to make sure that Leleko is having really hard time farming on this lane and staying alive on this lane. But it is a double-edged sword because with so little health as Hui, you are so susceptible to the enemy damage too.
Yeah, now after we saw that rotation coming out for the bottom side, it didn't really translate into a Drake Solari. They decided to just get some vision. Delta already going to the mid lane once again because Kai'Sa got a great push and a shove there on the bottom lane. Now they have good space to return, even clear out those wards and vision, wait for the Scuttle Crab vision to despawn, and then try to do something about it, because as soon as Desamis has that level 6, it's going to be a big power spike. And Stina falling down on levels and pressure. Now they're meeting each other. Could try to go for a fight here onto the Void Grubs. Gigo getting some of that control back on the wave, but pretty much so onto Xeno's side. First of the Void Grubs goes to Furia, and they go over the wall, not committing to anything. That's the golden card onto Gigo. Quite a lot of damage raining down on the Aatrox, but just enough to keep controlling. Now, Desamis is most likely going to take these 2 down.
What?
Which, I agree with you. Why are they giving this away?
Wait, that's not what I was asking. Do an Edu? Since when? Dearest of the production, we've given many different names to these ugly beasts, but not do an Edu. It doesn't even sound right.
It does. It's Ed, and Eddie. But in Portuguese. That's why I understand it. Yes.
Okay, today I learned something new. Thank you, Soph. Okay, this way I like it much more than before.
Oh my god, a flash over the wall and the Twisted Vines go into Xeno. Now there's the wall down that could be popped, going very low. Gigo has to flash away. Desamis making the front line, and now Stina trying to get some of those minions away from them. But now, oof, that was aggressive, but didn't really get Climate to anything.
Absolutely nothing. Just some flashes lost on the side of VKS. We got almost lost on the side of VKS as well. And they were pretty lucky that Stinner didn't have level 6, because he had the flash all this time. He still has it. He could have flashed in and played nasty with Guigo right there, just kicking him out of the turret and helping Xeno secure a kill. But nothing really happened as a result of that. So far, the top lane kind of still stays in this almost stalemate, because yes, is pushing in right now much more. He is getting the turret plates, but it's a little bit of a back and forth between the top laners.
Yeah, but well utilized, as you said, Xeno getting that pressure because of being ranged and how that gank didn't really did to anything. Getting those platings is going to be so good, because overall, although they have good pressure, Gigo is not falling down on CS that much. So it's on... Oh! Okay, Toots going out for a solo kill, and the first blood confirms it. It's Furia Toots getting the first one.
Absolutely disgusting champion is way, by the way. I hate him so much. He might be on par with Xante in terms of how much I hate this champion, but the ridiculous amount of range and the fact that their ultimate deals so much and it is a delayed damage with a slow on top of that. He had a flash in to get to Leleco after Leleco's own flash, I believe, but in the end, it is what matters the most. It is the first blood coming through for you and coming through who needs it the most. Look, Toots is full HP right now. He's pretty low on mana, but it doesn't stop him because he knows he has enough mana to go aggressive on Leleco. For Leleco, yes, even with the shockwave, look at the amount of damage he dealt to Toots compared to Leleco completely dying in this exchange. Nothing Orianna could have done in this exchange.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the only thing that could have been different was Leleco having that preemptive flash really connecting for them, but it didn't. The ability was already there for Hui, so the damage was going to take them down eventually. Because of all of that, they got the first Drake. Hextech goes to Furia alongside that first blood. So many of those platings on the top side for Xeno. They're getting a good lead in regards to gold. Now the Semis alongside Leleco and Giga trying to remain present in the enemy jungler. They can't really do much about this one. They lay in a ward, are going to blast going over the wall.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Not really a good spot to fight with Lee Sin. He hasn't really done much on the map whatsoever, let's be honest here, but he is still at this spot in the game where he is pretty strong, especially with Toots having so much pry on the lane, being able to move freely wherever he wants. There is no way for Dizymis, unfortunately, yet to pick up any fights in the jungle whatsoever. And Leleco is in a grave danger right now. Does he know?
Yeah, super dangerous. No, they have no idea about it. Now, finally, have a slight suspicion. No pings on the board, but the Semis have spotted them with a shockwave by Stina catching them out. That's going to be Leleco remaining safe for the remainder of this push. But we're still on a couple of... Actually, how many were the total of the Void Grubs? Are we still expecting for... Yes, we're still a little bit away from the next wave to come in. Now, Chains of Corruption is going to come in instead. What a engage onto Smiley. The Ignite is sticking, but the potion is enough. Oh my word. I don't think Footy expected them to survive that kill. I don't think I did.
Oh, Potion Master, thank you very much, says Swiley, because, yeah, it was a beautiful pickup right there from Musand, but didn't really result in anything. But here, it's gonna result in a death.
Yes, it will immediately. So with that ultimate coming out from Xeno with a ghost popped as well, goes in over the wall. Desumis having that twisted vine and the Aatrox to follow it up, but the potion is clutch again and Furia survives. That's another kill now taken out by Stina. Next one confirms a double, and now Furia's on 4-0 on the board.
I'm gonna go nuts if Furia win this one, honestly. So, well, we gotta be honest here. Let's hold our hoses for a second. This is just early game. This is 0-4. Those are some really nice pickups for Furia, but the scaling is still not on their hands. If VKS don't give away too much right now, they still have a chance, a very decent chance in this game. But this exchange did not go well whatsoever. It's the fact that they did not get the kill on Twisted Fate in the end. Look at look at the moves. Look at the speed with which he escapes the danger, and they cannot get anywhere closer to him after that whatsoever as well, because he just runs on the backline and Stinger is not giving the enemy any chance to get to that Twisted Fate.
Oh, that was so clutch for everybody. Surviving that one is immensely good because, as you said, yes, it's just early game, but it's 12 minutes on the block and 20,000 gold for Furia versus 18,000 for VKS. Look at the chart there on gold, really building out for Furia, and they need this early game pressure. They have the champions for it, and they are making good use.
They are, though. I love that they're pushing very aggressively right now, and I love that they're pushing on the bot lane because, again, Varus really needs the gold. He is ahead compared to Kai'Sa because of the gold plates, because of the minions, but he needs more, though. Right now, he might get more than he can chew, honestly, because Dizymis is looking for ways to make his bot lane's life a bit better.
Ooh. They have been spotted, and there's the depths coming in, the knock-up connect, and the Chains of Corruption are going to get them out of dodge for a little bit longer, but Isamis gets those grasp nature onto Ayu, but still, it's one kill taken out by VKS. To be fair, I thought it could be a fight coming out from Furia, but Stina didn't arrive in time.
Yeah, and he didn't hit the Sonic Wave, so unfortunately there was no continuation possible, even with them rotating Toots from the mid lane, which could have been really useful should the fight continue because of his range, because of his power that you already have seen from his solo kill on the mid lane. But it is this pickup for VKS that I find really important, because so far, if we look at the team composition for VKS, you can see very clearly that they are going to have one hyper carry for the team, or at least there is a champion who has to become a hyper carry, because Orianna is going to have a lot of damage, Aatrox, say, but they are not exactly the ones who are going to be most efficient in the later game team fights. It has to be Smiley. It has to be that Kai'Sa getting the kills, getting the money, getting the items in, already sitting on the Kraken Slayer, using a lot of its power here, getting this kill on Nuzant, but she will need more, and I love that she's the one getting this kill.
It's unfortunate though, because I thought VKS could have taken maybe 2 kills, but if you saw on the ulti there by Per Delta, they accidentally used it on Uzent instead of IU, so it could have connected to the ADC. Having a much closer Nature's Grasp by the Summers could have guaranteed those 2 kills, but it's fine. Yeah. We know that VKS picks up on late game, they have great control in the mid, and their composition is scaling territory. But we're looking at Furia, and they have all control over the enemy's jungle. So much vision that hasn't been denied yet. And now looking for a fight even. There's the Chains of Corruption going to Predelta, but it's a Nautilus. You're not going to do that much damage. Not yet, at least, when you don't have your first item completed, are you?
No, this is not even the farming Nautilus that we have seen in the last couple of weeks quite a lot of. It is a full-on support Nautilus. He's not getting to the items as quickly as he could have, but he doesn't care because he's naturally tanky. He just goes in and he absorbs a lot of damage from Frey. He absorbs a lot of control from them, and that allows Smiley to move freely around the fights like that, even the small, the clutch ones, which normally would be much deadlier for him because of the control from IU. So yeah, for VKS, for their bot lane, things are looking, I would say, much better than anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, you're right. Hui is doing so good that Toots mastering the Hui on 2-0 and 2. There's Stina as well on 2-0 and 1 on the Lee Sin, trying to get as much of that pressure in the early game that the Lee Sin wants to do. Xeno on the Twisted Fate also doing pretty well. Oh, wait, did we have all of the Void Grubs not taken? I think it might have been the case. Herald has spawned, there's a Blast Cone, and Vision coming out from Furia. And I'll let you explain that to me in a second, because I think VKS is going to take this one uncontested.
Yeah, there is the vision for Furia, so they know very well what is happening, but they don't feel in position to contest, especially with how many people VKS have rotated to the top lane to secure it. Considering, yeah, that the chances for the Void Grabs have been lost, it's a good move from them.
Oh, you could have, yeah, but not honestly. At the moment.
There was an angle there. There could have been the audacity, but the ladder was missing just a little bit there, maybe. So, yeah.
Well, the place is here, though. Going on to Leleco. There's the shockwave trying to get them away. A flash is not going to deny the shockwave. And the flash for a flash once again. Hui is going to deal the damage. Leleco is down. And then Stina would be next. But there's a Triumph getting them a little bit up on health once again. Giga in the back line is going to destroy Toots. Woo! And there's the Killer Instinct and the shutdown for Smiley.
Oh, that was a very nice Killer Instinct. And again, I love that it's Smiley who is getting the kill and who is getting the body in. Furia, though, are not wasting any time because IU is cutting through this turret.
Yeah, they are. They have the Blade of the Rune King, so the auto attacks are fast now, and they feel quite a lot of sustain when any of the minions come back. It's no problem. But walk me through this one, Solari.
That was a series of very weird and unfortunate flashes. What is... Yeah, because I think Leleco is trying to predict a Sonic Wave from Stinger right here, but Stinger in the end is the one flashing in to close up with Leleco, and in the end is getting the kill confirmed onto the enemy mid laner. But yeah, the highlight of this whole fight is going to be Smiley just casually Killer Instincting into the fight and picking up another kill. So good indeed. I love seeing it, and Vicky has surely loved seeing it too, because now there is still a gap between the teams. There is still this 2k difference between the teams, but it has gotten a little bit smaller than last time we checked, and it's a 3-5 situation in terms of the kills right now. What VKS need to do next is, apart from getting more kills, of course, which is always nice, getting in the dragons, because 2 dragons are already in the pockets of Furia. VKS need to catch up.
Yeah, it's just a little bit higher up than 1 minute on the clock for the next one to spawn, and it will be indeed a Cloud Soul for the match. That could actually be very good for either of the teams if you have that extra movement speed, if you have that extra haste. It could help. Now Smiley pushing out this lane here, considering that VKS doesn't have that tier 1 on either top and middle. They need to control how things are going. Now Giga did use that TP on that last fight, so they're not going to participating for the Drake one, I don't think. But Xeno, being a Twisted Fate, they still have their ultimate to go in. Speaking of them, going out for a golden card, and Giga's just kiting them forward. Aww. They have to use the whirlwind just to escape. There's a ghost as well, but those chains are going to deny the follow-up there from Xeno. Now going out for the Drake. 20 seconds to go. Everybody gathering around, and Xeno could even participate. It could be an outnumbered match for VKS.
That's why VKS cannot fight for the Drake, and yes, they need to use the Herald instead.
Look at that! Yeah, they do. Trying to get the Herald for distraction. Oh, what a shockwave! That is actually good enough for guarantee another shutdown for Smiley. They're trying to kite it forward. The Summer's taking so much damage. Oh, the flash is enough, and now there's the hook to guarantee a double kill for Smiley. But there were quite a lot of things that we couldn't even talk about on this fight, Solari.
Yes, it was a very fast-paced fight, and the thing is, there were so many things happening at the same time, including a Herald, for example, which was released right before the fight even started, because yes, VKS did realize that they were not in a position to fight for the Drake. They were in the numbers disadvantage and a very big positionist disadvantage. They didn't have any vision on the river. Right here, they don't even have vision on the Eye, on Toots. They don't see them coming right on them and collapsing on them with very good chains of corruption. But yes, it is going to be the shockwave that changes the things. That's why we see so many Orianas being blind picked for the mid lane, because you can change a fight in a second just pressing one button in a good spot in a good time, and it deals so much damage, and it's such a strong control against the enemy that suddenly we find VKS winning this fight, and now they are a 5-5 with a 4-0 Kai'Sa for Smiley.
Oh yeah, and it's as you said, Leleco performing incredibly well in the Orianna. There's such a dominant pick in the meta for CBLOL and even in the world. Getting that shockwave turned the tides around on a fight that actually started by Furia being in the fog of war. They have priority for the Drake, and because of that, Furia can concede it. Xeno, though, doesn't even care that that's happening. It's fine if they give that one away, because this tower, tier 2, is gonna go down in just one auto attack, and there we go.
Disgusting.
Oh, the chains. No way. Ayu is not letting anybody sleep on the job. The Summers, though, is going to go down. Final damage there by Toots is going to be enough. And bot lane, I believe... No, nothing happened really there. It was just a camera loop onto Leleco.
Did he get the turret down? I mean, he did get the turret down at some point, but I'm not sure if it happened just now or a bit earlier. We can assume that since the camera panned to this non-existent turret, and since Leleco was recalling, it could have suggested that the turret has been taken down. And it's good, because so far bot lane is the only place where VKS are maintaining control. Top lane has been completely lost to them thanks to Xeno's continuous efforts to take down everything that he sees there, including the enemy champions, should they come to try to stop him. On the mid lane, Furia have been maintaining a lot of control as well, plus they have always so much vision in the enemy jungle. Even right now, you can see we are right now at the point in the game when we're switching our attention to the top part of the map, and Furia have prepared flawlessly for that. Look at the amount of wards they have there, especially in the enemy's jungle. Very deep wards, seeing how exactly VKS are moving around the map. In that sense, in terms of how much vision they have on the map from the very early stages of the game, I cannot help but applaud to Furia, because that is excellent job from them.
I agree, Solari, and it's not just the control they have on vision, they're also making great control out of Fog of Wars. We saw at least 2 fights in the last 2 minutes happen just because of that lack of vision or just well-known positioning that Furia has had. Now bot lane, again, Xeno takes down their tier 1, getting even more pressure for Furia in regards to those towers and map control. Now VKS rotating fully for the top side. Smiley doesn't really get the full journey over the wall with the blast cone, but Leleco is focusing on taking this one down. Very important, as you said, to gain back control around the Baron. But looking at the gold chart, it's still all the way for Furia.
It is still a little bit more than 2k, right? So even you can see on the graph, there was the point when... Oh, wait for it.
What a prediction! Great shockwave! Xeno is still going to do damage. A flash away! Leleco survives! And Giga with Smiley is going to be enough to get at least one kill back. Smiley's still looking to be aggressive, but Stina has backup and they have to retreat. But Gigo is not really interested in anything else but pushing, being aggressive, going onto the backline, and it's working out pretty well for them at the moment. The biggest points has to be Smiley, 4-0-0. The Summers and Predelta alongside Smiley getting pressure here on the mid lane could take down this tier 1. It would be incredibly powerful, but they don't have the mini wave.
No, they don't have the wave, and they don't have... well, they're trying to protect Smile at all costs. They are, Dizamis, and Proteal, they're pretty much serving as a living shield for Smile at all times, and you can see exactly why, but they alone are not enough for him to get this turret down. Now, the wave clear from Furia is not going to be enough. For sure, they are finally getting this turret down, and that is much more breathing room already for VKS on the map, and we love it for them. And we love that we have the replay of what exactly happened on the top lane. A beautiful prediction, as you said, from the Leko with a teleport immediately starting from Guigo, and he just jumps into the fight, immediately propping in the ultimate, just the first thing he does when the teleport time is over. Zeno, don't go there!
Oh my god, another shockwave coming out from Fog of War. Just one Q and the W could be enough. Oh, the W doesn't connect. How is that? Skinner is still there, and they get the kill. There's the Twisted Vines, and the Nature's Grasp is going to be a 1-for-1. Now, both junglers could fight against each other, but Stinner would take the upper hand. They have the more damage. Now, they are disengaging. It's all coming from Fog of War in this game, isn't it?
It is the game of words. Who sees more on the map is going to have an upper hand when it comes to fights like that. And Leleco did have an upper hand. He had a lot of damage, but it's the fact that he didn't anticipate that the enemy could fight him with the same weapon that he is using to fight them. It is what brought the death upon him, and he didn't even secure the kill in the end. It was Dizamis who got the kill onto Zeno in the end. So yeah, poor Leleco is 0-4 right now, but it doesn't mean that he is in a bad spot whatsoever. Look at the items. I love this Crypto Bloom on Orianna so much, because now the fights will depend on whether or not there is going to be a first kill in the fight happening for VKS or not. The beautiful resets from this item are gonna mean so much for VKS.
Yeah, that's a great shout, Solari. Now looking for 10 seconds into the next Drake. Some damage trying to be dealt that back and forth. No! And there's the flash forward, and they missed the hook. Now Predelta's gonna get punished for it. Now Furia could try to get an upper hand. They're very close together. Now, is there any vision? I don't think there is for the side of Furia. So VKS is safe, and VKS themselves don't have any vision onto the Drake. Maybe they could have to concede this one. Nature's Grasp, no, they go in, but it's Stinner who gets the Drake. Now continuing the fight, Ayu and Toots trying to escape. They kite it forward. The Summers is down. Ayu is going to be taken down back. Gigo gets the kill. Now there's another hook coming out from Predelta. Stinner still dealing damage. That's what Elysian does. But then Gigo comes in through, and there's a double man knockup, and they shut down for... Oh my god, Leleco gets the shutdown, and Gigo was barely escaping with a dodge there onto Toots' ability. It's a 3-for-3. No, it's a 2-for-3 coming out for VKS.
Oh yes,
and they lost again. No way, Leleco, no way. Oh my god, Ayu is gonna destroy you. Can you really go in? And they miss. There's not going to be a connect on the Q, and none of them end up dying. Smiley still feeling spicy about going on to Toots, or at least just clearing out the wave.
He just feels spicy in general in this game, to be honest. And the whole team is supporting him in that. They're like, yes, he can be spicy, he can be whatever he wants, because we are going to protect him. I wanted to be looking at Smiley in this game. And I wanted to be looking at Lee Sin, because there is going to be the point right here when he connects a Sonic Wave and he's trying to go into Smiley. But the immediate reaction from Prodelt and everybody else in the team is to turn around and run to Smiley and protect him at all costs, because they know who is the powerhouse for this team right now. As long as Smiley lives, the chance for the team lives.
It does. It's the Kraken's Lance, the Navoris, all the build connecting for the Kai'Sa. Nature's Grasp very preemptively trying to get something onto Ayu. It connects with an ultimate coming out from Predelta. So much damage goes onto Ayu. They finally go down. Predelta gets the kill. Now following forward, Gigo could get another one, but they get knocked down in place. Zeno, excuse me, getting to kite around the fight with that Ghost. Leko dodges an ability by Toots. And VKS capitalizes on the enemy ADC. But are they going to try and keep on pushing forward? The Baron is on the block, and they have vision. Gigo still clearing out that vision, as we said. Toots getting damage onto them, and VKS starts out the Baron.
Zeno was yes, he has to ult right now. Maybe that's the only thing that VKS wanted to get out of the enemy, but so far they're not stopping. They're still trying to get this Baron down.
They could try and do it. 50% on the Baron. There's damage coming out onto Predelta by Zeno, but they end up disengaging. Furia gets the interrupt on the Baron. To be fair, I think it was very bold. Maybe VKS was just like baiting because I don't think they could have or they should have taken that Baron at that point.
If Furia, it was a little bit of the testing ground. If Furia would have allowed them, VKS would have taken the Baron and be like, thank you very much, it's a good meal, we're happy. But yeah, I think the idea was to get the ultimate out of Zeno, because Zeno is constantly on the silence, where obviously Twisted Fate, AD Twisted Fate should be. But if he has no ultimate, his possibility to move around the map is really limited, and he usually tries to stay away from the team on the other side of the map. Now he can't really afford to do that anymore, because should a fight be started by VKS, he will not be able to rotate there as quickly as he would like to. Remember, he's running with no teleport because he's Twisted Fate, and he assumes that for the majority of the times he doesn't need those. So for VKS, they got the ultimate out. It's going to be back relatively soon because it's already almost half of it back. But now VKS could, in theory, continue having a lot of pressure towards the top part of the map to make sure that they put the vision around the Baron, to make sure that they constantly threaten Furia with the possibility of them trying to go with the same move again.
Yeah, and that's VKS clearing out the vision outside of the Baron pit onto Furia's jungle. And again, we're looking at a team that is on 3 Drakes. This could push out VKS for something, and it's going to go happening right now. There's the hook, and an immediate shutdown for Smiley onto Zeno. Now the Nation's Wrath still connects, and Toots is going to go down. There's no place. Predelta connects another one, and a flash forward for the stun. Oh, Ayu, you are doomed, or are you though? Oh my god! And there's the flash to escape, but there's another flash forward, and Smiley capitalizes on it. They are unstoppable. VKS takes down 3 and the tier 2.
It's every time like that. The moment you think that Ayu is doomed, that Ayu is going down for sure 100% right now, he is not going down. And he even gets a kill out of that in the process. He's 2-3-2. He went down in the end, yes, but it doesn't matter because it was beautiful death. And Guigo right now also wants to go to Valhalla with a death like that.
Ooh, okay, there's at least a sphere coming out from Leleco that could help out. Gigo is really just zoning them because this is going to be a clean VKS take onto the Baron. Now with all tier 1s taken down, tier 2 in the mid lane, this could be a huge push for VKS, but it's 9 seconds for that soul point for Furia.
And Furia already moving there. Stinger is already there at the Drake, and they have a much better position right now. Zero vision is available for VKS. They're going into the Fog of War again, going blind. Only this blast code is going to help them out a little bit. But do they want to go for it? Because now with the Baron buff, they are stronger than Furia, and Furia have to recognize it, and they have to pay respect to them.
Yeah, it's a moment where you need to, well, give it away. You have still 2 Drakes ahead in your counting. You can afford to make this happen, but unfortunately, this just gets things going for VKS even better. This late game, 31 minutes. Gosh, there's been so much action that I didn't even see this much time coming by. Now a 4-man rotation going, actually a 5-man rotation going for the bottom side. Gigo hiding the front line. Predelta getting some vision. They might as well take this tier 2. Now Leleco transitioning for the mid lane. If they can push out the wave, that would be huge. And a reminder, of course, the next match will be Red Canids versus Loud. But this one is not over yet, Solari. There's the Hextech flash over the wall for Predelta trying to get something going, but it's not going to be at this very second. They're still going to try and get much more from this Baron buff power play, but Furia is standing their ground.
The thing is, Furia has so much wave clear right now with AD Twisted Fate, with Toots, and with Ayo. They are cutting through this minions so quickly, and it's really hard for VKS to push, even with the Baron buff. They need at least 1 inhibitor open. If only they could get at least 1 inhib open with the current Baron buff, it would change things drastically for them. It would make their life so much easier when it comes to sieging the enemy base, because now Furia are not letting them do so. They still have all the base turrets standing.
They do. That is such a big difference and such a high ground to be standing on for VKS. So almost a minute left on this Baron buff. Are they going to try and do something about it? I think this could be a case to just try and get a pick off. There's the fog of war into Fordia. And VKS's Disarmis is going to take quite a lot of damage. There's next the ability from Toots connecting Nature's Grasp. And it's not even needed for Smiley to take down Xeno. Now trying to follow around onto this tier 2. They decide, well, tier 1 is closer, easier, and allows us for an inhibitor on that matter.
Yeah, honestly, between this and that, the choice is pretty obvious for Vicky. Oh, this Disarmis, I love it. Oh, maybe not that much.
Oh, very deep in the backline, Solari, as you said, super aggressive. And there's a flash away with the Sonic Wave connect. Stina is going to get the kill now. Actually, Toots does with that tower aggro to connect onto the Samis. They don't have a jungler, but it's all fine. No objectives actually on the board to be worried about. But that is an inhibitor taken. Tier 3 plus Tier 2 on the top side for VKS, and they're still choosing to stay.
Oh, you better put a word in there and turn away immediately!
Good God, how much can you burn through the unbreakable Alistar? And that's the answer. Basically actually down to 30% Solari. VKS have all the damage necessary, even Gigo. Do they have any idea? No, I don't think they do. Stin is going to go for the Gromp. That is very obvious. There's vision. Are they going to try and fight for this? They have backup. There's Xeno coming through. All right, there's the Shockwave. Not the Shockwave, the Sonic Wave, excuse me. Gigo still dealing damage back, but going very low. And the final hit goes to Xeno. A shutdown for Furia.
As much as Guigo is in a very strong position right now, he's no fight against these two together. And you can even see the difference between the top leaders. Pretty much all the goal difference for Furia all the time when they were leading compared to VKS in that sense, it was all coming from their top lane, the vast majority of it. Xeno has always been around 2k ahead of Guigo, and you can see just how much it shows. He is much stronger when it comes to the items. He's much stronger when it comes to the duels like that, when Guigo is trying to dance between the two enemies, or rather trying even to get away from them, and Xeno just excels at those fights so damn much. He is the powerhouse for Furia right now. The problem is they can't really use him that much, right? They need to rely more on Toots compared to Xeno, because Twisted Fate wants to be on the side lanes, and he is not being allowed to be there all the time because Furia need him, and it is such a weird way. It's like, two different forces, two opposite forces pulling him in their directions, or rather, an angel and a devil sitting on his shoulders, and one is whispering to him, you have to go to the side lanes. That's what you were made for. But the other one is his team, and it's screaming at him, we need you in the fights. Please help us.
Please help, and it's another shot for help. The Samis goes in, and the Nature's Grasp only connects to the support. Alistar takes damage, and that was a flash forced out by Stinner. There's the killer instinct in the backline. Smiley takes one, could might as well take two. There's not enough yet. Stinner is now going to be taken down, and it's a 3 kills for VKS. They could push in for end. This could be it. Solari, Xeno trying to clear out the swift as fast as they can, but there's the damage coming out from Smiley, from Gigo. One tower is down. The wave is even there to help them up, and this could be the end.
This most likely is the end of 18 to 12 unless something changes right now. Look how quickly they're destroying those turrets on the enemy base, and finally, it's going to be the victory for them with a 10-0 actually. Smiley in the end of this game. He didn't die once. He was the absolute unit for the team with the very beautiful killer instincts. The audacity of this guy, but also the fact that the whole team was dancing around him so much, protecting him all the time at all costs, knowing what where their strength lies, and their strength was lying in this game in their AD carry.
Yeah, I totally agree, Solari. You said that spot on. It's all the protection. The Sam is on the Maokai. You had Nautilus for Predelta. What? And how could you do to get to Smiley? You couldn't. Smiley got to you, though. Every single fight, the killer instinct was there. And we gotta give props as well to how Giga was playing, although they were so far behind compared to Twisted Fate. Pushing out the lane incredibly well. Gigo came through because he knows their potential in the backline, going out on team fights. And Solari, they couldn't really manage on the side of Furia to place Xeno. How can you deal with such an aggressive composition if you're trying to go for split push? Like, how?
I mean, by the time that the scaling finally hit VKS and the realization finally hit their enemies, and Furia realized that, hey, there is not really much we can do in the fights anymore. We're simply not winning the fights anymore. It kind of seems like an obvious decision to send Twisted Fate to the Silence. Again, this is where he excels at being the split pusher for the team. But he didn't really, apart from the top lane where, yes, he got all those 2 turrets and there was a lot of pressure onto the enemy, after that, he couldn't really get anything on the map whatsoever, despite constantly being away from the team and on those side lanes and split pushing. There always was a decent answer from VKS, should it be them rotating Leleker to those same side lanes or Guigo. Not necessarily winning the fights, but stopping the split push effectively enough for Twisted Fate to feel almost useless.
Yeah, it's all that happened that Furia tried to do, or at least something that would be drafted in the books, as you said, send Twisted Fate for the split push. The wave control was immaculate. Leleko having Gigo going to the side lanes, as you said, Solari, really just making Xena almost discardable in those team fights. And what was making a huge difference was Toots in the early game. They were doing so well with Stinner on the Lee Sin. Gosh, they were making the early game look good for Furia. Yeah. But then you outscale and VKS just really takes over, becomes this huge monster, and shows us why they are maintaining themselves as the consistent top 4 of the league.
Yeah, honestly, after this second fight that went really well for Furia in the top part of the enemy jungle, nothing really was working out for them anymore. They were still getting the dragons, but after that, every single fight they would try to start, even to start it on the better terms for themselves, it would turn out in a complete disaster for them.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate for Furia. We had high hopes after that early game, but VKS brought it to the table. Now we're going into a short break to get things ready for our next match, which is going to be Red versus Loud, potentially. And I agree that myself and Solari are going to say the most anticipated match of the day. So you're not going to want to miss that. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second match of the second day of week 8 of CBLOL. Again, I'm Soshan with Solari for his most likely the best match of the weekend.
We had this okay, it wasn't an argument. I'm just being dramatic right now, but I started to solve today before going live. Maybe. But that's what I said. I said that this match is quite possibly, at least to me, is the match of the week. And I am not accepting any arguments whatsoever. Okay, I know we have some really interesting matches throughout yesterday, throughout today, but this one is especially interesting to me because if you look at the current state of events, yes, we have this weird 4-way tie for the first place right now, which might change quite a lot after today. Not for VKS though. VKS are still fine. They're still good after the last game, so good for them. But for Loud and for Red, nothing is done yet. Yes, they are locked for the playoffs. This is nice. This is fine. This is no time to relax though, because whoever gets the first places can decide who they're going to play against, and most likely they're also going to have more time before they actually jump into their matches in the playoffs. So it's still important to be on the top. And I think for your dignity, it also does a thing, right? So for Loud and for Red, this match is going to be about drive, power, dignity, their position, and all the other good things, including some really good matchups I'm looking forward to.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing that we mentioned is how these matchups in particular for top and ADC is going to be incredible. But let's have a look at those rosters. Let's jump into Loud first, as we know that they are currently on 3 win streaks. And Loud, consisting of Hoboy in the top lane, Croc in the jungle, Tinons in the mid lane, Root as ADC, and Redbird as support. So if anybody is coming in new to the league, Loud is 3 times consecutive champion of CBLOL, and this is pretty much the same roster from last split, just changing out their support that used to be South, now is Redbird. And, well, the standings don't lie. They are 10-5, just like the 3 other top 4 teams. So would you like to get me through the Red Canids roster, Solari?
Oh, I would love to, actually, because those are quite interesting people there as well, with FNB on the top lane, Aegis in the jungle, Greptha returning to the mid lane for Red in this split, and Bronzy with Jojo on the bot lane. And we sing a lot of praises to the team, because they also are 10-5 right now, but actually their win streak is a little bit higher than Loud's, because they are on the 5 consecutive wins so far compared to 3 from Loud, but they are such a consistent team. I believe some of our guys in the podcast have been raising their concerns about Greptha on the mid lane some time ago, but I gotta say that everywhere else they are looking wrong, especially on the bot lane, where I'm looking forward to see what Bronzy is going to pick today.
Oh yeah, me too, because they are so effective on early game pressure, like their Kalista that they decide to take out of the table themselves. So Red already rushing through this one with a Senna, a Kalista, and a Varus, while Loud takes out the Lucian plus Karma and Maokai.
So is it going to be Orianna first pick? Do we expect Orianna first pick again for the blue side in this game? Don't know. Don't see it.
Nothing has been picked. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Aatrox, actually.
Maybe. But nothing has been picked. I don't know. We're having a delay in the pick, so we can just theorize a little bit. But I would be especially curious about the picks for the bot lane, because this is Bronzy versus Rout on the bot lane, plus the support, of course. But I'm just looking at the AD carries right now, and this is such a curious matchup to me, because both of these AD carries have been on the highs lately. They have been excelling at their role, and they have been going super aggressive, and at the same time delivering in their roles as being the hyper carries for the team. So I really am curious about how the bot lane is going to go for them, especially since so many bans have already been dedicated to them.
For sure. And I think one thing that would make sense for the Red Canids squad, Branty on the Zeri. Zeri was not in CBLOL up until 13.4. Now that we're on this patch, Red Canids have played Zeri 3 times, and of course they are on a 5-win streak. It matches out. It was 3 wins out of 3 for the Zeri for Bronzy. I love that. It's good scaling that you bring to the table compared to the likes of the Kalista. Sometimes that own hit build you mentioned from last game for the Varus, all of those 2 out of the game. There was an option for Smolder, but it's falling very low on win rate, so I don't think that is the case. And you were talking about first pick. I agree with you, Orianna. I was thinking maybe a Maokai. What are your thoughts?
Wasn't it banned? I think it was banned on the red side. It was like the second one. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
So It would have made sense, but that's exactly why it has been banned on the red side. So I don't think there are many reliable first pick options available. I actually agree with that you voiced Aatrox as the potential out there, but then it can be so easily countered by Twisted Fate. And we already saw even in the previous game, yes, Furia lost, but that Twisted Fate was not letting poor Aatrox leave for the top lane. That wasn't just any Aatrox, it was Guigo on Aatrox, so a guy who really knows how to pilot that champion. So it is always a little bit risky when you decide to pick Aatrox, but you know that you're going to have a payoff later in the game. I still think though Orianna is just so safe. You know, you can't really go wrong with her. Yes, she's going to be countered by Hui, and Hui is going to feel stronger because of his range and because it's a very silly champion, but still, Orianna does so much in the team fights for you. It's again about the payoff later, right?
Oh yeah, Solari, and it's also, as you said, about safety. You're going for the blue side first pick. B1 has to be the safest. You're going to be immediately countered by everything in the world available, and I think that you voiced as well the counters there for Aatrox as the Twisted Fate. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, for example, the Aatrox for FNB that Loud would bring out the Na for Hobor. It also makes quite a lot of sense. Some of these picks maybe could even indicate a confirm on a support, trying to not give much away because the meta at the moment is so focused on tank supports anyway. We saw quite a lot of Renata in the beginning of the split, but she's falling out at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nautilus. What was it banned? Am I missing that out? I don't think it was.
Nautilus, no. I don't think it was banned. I think it slipped through the bans because there are other bans you want to dedicate to other champions. Obviously, so he's not usually highest priority. But things like Nautilus and Rel, for example, would both make really good picks, especially in the first half of the draft, and very good bans for the second rotation as well.
Definitely. And we mentioned specific matchups, right? You talked about Brancy, you talked about Root together, so experienced players.
Yes.
So I wanted to go back to the top side. We were talking about the Aatrox. I highlighted the Na for Hobor as well. There you go. Mwah, the safest, the most intelligent genus of picks is the Orianna. You are totally right, Solari. There's just nothing that you lose by taking the Orianna. Yeah, you can be counted, but that's okay because the Orianna is just such a great payout.
Yeah, she's such a good team fighter for you later in the game. And Lara are going to answer with pretty much the same logic. Yes, the Nautilus that you mentioned earlier when we were discussing the potential drafts is going to go there for Redbird. And honestly, Redbird, I love him on some champions. I hate him on others. But Nautilus is just a champion where it's really hard to go wrong with, right? And Redbird can have a lot of value out of this champ as well. And I like that it's not on the same team with Orianna, because otherwise for Loud, it would be really hard to deal with so much control. You saw it even in the previous game, the knockout from Nautilus Ultimate hitting so many people at the same time, if placed correctly, is devastating to deal with. And now it's going to be Wei picked for T-Nones. My makeup today, by the way, suggested I was hoping for somebody to pick LeBlanc today, and I was kind of, it's not really in the meta that much, but maybe, and T-Nones was one of the people that could have done it, but I can see why it's Wei for him. He really has pivoted into those slightly more utilitarian champions lately, right?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Solari, Hui can have so much of that good pressure on range and damage in the early game that it helps immensely. Now looking at Red with this Nocturne pick, this is really feeling like mid-game, like at least level 6, big pressure for early Drakes, Void Grubs, because you need that paranoia to make the Nocturne really super powerful. You can have some trades here and there with the enemy jungler, but you don't really know what they are looking for. Red actually gets the smolder for Brancy that we saw doing incredibly well, if I'm not mistaken. It was Brancy and who was it? Mikau, who were doing well on the smolder. Aside from that, the win rate was kind of low, so we'll see how this is going to fare, as we don't know yet what's going to be the support going out with this ADC.
Yeah, honestly, I trust Mikau with smolder and sort of pretty much nobody else. But I like this pick for Brancy, and I like this pick in general because it is so much scaling for Red. Smolder is a hyper scaling, he's a hyper ridiculous champion too, but he's also a hyper scaler. And I love it for him because you get the scaling so easily. You don't really need to do much. You're just farming up, you're hitting the champions with your abilities, and you are scaling up. In the late game, you are going to be a menace, but you need to survive until this late game.
Yeah, and well, we saw Killer Instincts really being instinctively powerful in the previous game. Now, Root, we know they can execute Jakai so well. And to be fair, I think if I'm not mistaken, the win rate for Kaisa is also very low, which I think it's interesting. Now, coming out to our second game of the day, we have two Kaisas in a row. That could mean a switcheroo on the win rates, considering the first win for VKS.
Yeah.
Now, second round of bans, Rakan already out for Smolder. Makes a lot of sense. You can protect, you can engage, you can peel. Such a versatile support. Now, Red taking out the Sejuani. Oh, that's good, because Croc is such a successful player, especially in regards to controlling objectives. If you give them a champion that control fights like Sejuani does, they can really be powerful. Now, Loud taking out the top lane. FNB is not going to play the Twisted Fate AD. If I'm not mistaken, FNB was one of the first players that got the Twisted Fate AD into CBLOL once the patch updated. And Solari, given these bans, are you thinking that things are going in a certain direction?
I think things are going in a certain direction for Loud, especially because I think with this last pick, last ban, sorry, of Twisted Fate, they read what Red were trying to go for. Gosh, that's hard to pronounce. Because they already have Nocturne. They already have the lights off for Loud. And Loud are going to be pretty spread around in the team fights because everybody wants to be in different positions so far in their draft. Nautilus wants to be in the front line. Hui wants to be as far away from the action as possible. Kaisa wants to be dancing around, most likely flying into the enemy's backline with her killer instinct if all things go well for her. With the lights off and with the ultimate from Twisted Fate, if it were together on Red side, fighting would be impossible for Loud anymore because they don't see what's happening around and the enemies see them and they see every move of theirs. That is not a situation where you want to be. So I love for Loud that they decide to completely remove Twisted Fate out of the equation. And they also picked the Croc, but not for Croc, but for Robo, which is a good move just in general. Like, Robo, Croc, what could go wrong here?
It's true. Double Croc, love to see it. And then you got a cow as well. We got all the animals coming through. Is a dragon. I mean, dragons are an animal. We are animals. We are like human animals, but it's fine. I think it's interesting the Alistar pick here because so many of the bans were targeted to the bottom side. It makes sense that you narrow it down to the fewest of tank supports like the Nautilus for Loud. You go for the Alistar on Red. Now, that's the fun part. You're looking at a Gragas most likely, definitely going for FNB in the top lane. And how is this going to be played? Because Gragas can do damage, can tank, can engage and disengage. It's a very good champion, but I think Robo could have good control of the top side, especially with the help of this Poppy. What are your thoughts?
Poppy Renekton combination is deadly for Gragas. Gragas alone can stand against Renekton. It's just, about surviving his power spikes on his certain levels, especially on level 3 when he gets all his abilities in and he really wants to be going aggressive onto you. It's about surviving those. And usually Gragas is well equipped with his base kit to not let the crocodile overextend onto him. But with Poppy, who will not let him disengage effectively from this fight and who is going to lock him down and is exceptionally tanky herself as well, if Loud want to focus on the top lane, they are going to win this lane because Aegis is not going to be there for the first levels. He needs to do a little speed run all the way to his level 6. And after that, we're talking for Red. But before that, if Loud want to dominate top lane, they absolutely will.
I think both sides have such consistent drafts. You said so much protection, range, damage, relocation. These ADCs that can have repositioning. The Kaisa with killer instinct, movement speed. Bronzy as well in the Smolder potentially going over the walls, having the ultimate being so powerful compared to what the other ADCs have. You don't have that much control on area of effect damage. Misfortune, 07s for her, not in the meta at the moment, and we don't see any ADCs bringing that to the table side from the Smolder. So if you can connect for the side of Red, given the amount of engages with Shockwave, having the unstoppable force, unbreakable force for Jojo and Lights Out Paranoia for Aegis, you could line things out immensely well. But Solari, you said Loud can have early game control on the top side, really get FNB out of the board. Wei is going to do so good. Tino's on their own against the Orianna. Oh, what are your ideas? Because we didn't have time to talk about predictions, but what was your prediction for this one?
Bold of you to assume I remember what was my prediction. So. Production, can we very quickly have a glance at the predictions before anything happens? Thank you very much.
Hey,
Wait, I did not predict anything. That's a lie.
That's probably
I
why
did
you
predict
don't remember.
something.
Oh, thank you so much, production, for letting us know. Even though there's not much information on Solari, it says that I put loud. If I'm not mistaken, I tried to change earlier this morning for red, but it feels like I was late enough. It was too late, but it's fine. Getting into the second game of this Sunday, red Kennets on the blue side, loud on the red. Both teams tied in first place, both on 10 wins, 5 losses. Is that a bug and award? That's funny.
A what?
A bug. It seemed like it was a ward, but there was not a ward there. That's why the...
Yeah, there was a bug in the predictions there. Oh, that looks more like it. I did predict red Kennets. We did not all decide to go for loud this time, so yeah, it worked with VKS, so I'm kind of a little bit more hopeful right now. So not really many people believe in loud today, right? It's 4x4, RMC, Camcom, and that's it. Everybody else thinks that red Kennets have the upper hand.
I think... Oh, maybe I'm gonna have to leave that for a little bit. No, we're fine. Okay. So I think Solari, the difference is what we have been seeing from Loud. They played yesterday against Fluxu, bottom of the standings, right? And they didn't like dominate as they should have. The game took like 40 plus minutes, and that's not how Loud should be playing. Now, Loud, well, doing what they should be, which is controlling incredibly well this wave here on the bot lane. Roots freezing as much as they can. Redbird as the Nautilus, just saying, I'm a Nautilus, I'm going to hook you as the moment arrives. When we get level 2, oh, they miss it, actually. That was funny. Oh, the
yeah. I love it. It's so... I don't know. There is something about it, right? But that's what Loud's bot lane wants to be doing. Yeah, exactly that, Redbird. Hooking.
Finally, hitting and getting that one on the hook, but it's just going to be to control and get that dominance, that pressure on the bot side, as you would expect. Tinones actually getting so much damage taken onto them. Grefta performing this Orianna super well.
Even though it's not usually very easy, because yes, Orianna can deal a lot of damage, and Hui is a very squishy champion, as you can imagine. He looks squishy, he feels squishy, he is actually very squishy, but he also deals a lot of damage, and it is still hard for any Orianna to stand against him, to answer his offense with their own. You can see how much mana Grefter is using right now. Yes, he is all healed up, still has a cookie in his inventory, but cannot really do much with Tinones, because anything is going to cost him way too much mana compared to what he has right now. And that gives Tinones a lot of room to maneuver on this mid lane. He has a comet, so overall his damage output is pretty strong on this Orianna. So yeah, it's not an easy lane. So kudos to Greftar for maintaining his control over it so far. We saw in the previous game, it is very hard for Orianna to stand solo against Hui.
I like the dance that both junglers were having now. We saw Croc having a push into the enemy jungle, getting a ward, trying to steal some of those raptors, but they were not there. But it was after a super quick full jungle clear for Croc that they got themselves to doing so. But Aegis read that really well, going directly after clearing out the red buff side of the jungle, went directly for the Scuttle Crab, having that vision to help out. As you said, FNB can be punished on the Gragas with the Renekton Poppy combo.
He's not really feeling too well on the top lane right now. He's sitting under the tree. Not anymore, sorry.
Jojo, what are you doing? Where'd you come from, guy?
He wants a little bit of action. I believe he has been spotted in this ward, though, so Aegis is going to have a little talk with him.
Oh, the flash forward and the pulverize connects for another flash forward. But no way. The Q is not there, and the ignite is not going to take them down. Now Aegis gets a deep ward into the enemy jungle, but that was quite a lot of resources. Finally enough, because Solari, we know that Smolder needs so much attention. They always need him, Mom.
It's a neat little drag. I mean, he has his mama's attention whenever he wants to call for her, but it's after level 6 right now. She's not really listening to any. He's whining.
No, that's not as much.
Damn.
Okay. I was not expecting that much damage. I will be, I'll be honest. So going in immediately, Redbird seeing their enemy ADC alone, goes for hook, ignite, and you force out a base. That's so good control for Loud.
And it's such a bad base for Smolder as well, because look at the state of the lane. Route can do whatever he wants, and right now he wanted to freeze a little bit, and then rotate immediately towards the Drake to help out Croc with getting the first Drake off to give the Cloud one. So yes, no Cloud Soul this time. I don't like it. There are much better souls, but for now it's a pretty okay first Drake, and it's still an objective they're getting out of this play. So yeah, poor Smolder is getting to the lane just right now, and look at the lane. It is not where he wants it to be. It is so dangerous for Bronzy to play on this lane right now. So much kill pressure, even without the ignite on Route plus Redbird. If they hook Little Dragon again, they can make him recall again, and that's gonna be so devastating. He's already under farming. He needs to stay on this lane.
Oh, okay. Aegis actually having some presence to force out the bot lane to go on to Croc. And I agree with you, Solari. That was a terrible place for Bronzy's wave. And Loud made sure that it was going to be what happens to them when Jojo rotates and it comes out to nothing. And hell, they rotated to the top side, Solari. That was huge commitment of resources.
Yeah, and they got nothing out of Robo. There was Aegis, and I believe he should have had a talk with Jojo after that play, because what was that? If you rotate, you get something, or you don't rotate and help your AD carry, because it's just a little baby dragon. You know, he needs help. Yes, he's just a baby. He needs a little bit of help. Yes, it's just an early game. You know, he hasn't really mastered his dragonness. When he does, though, in the late game, that's gonna be a completely different story. You're gonna hate him so much, but he is not there yet.
Yeah, definitely not. Neither is Jojo taking so much damage. And of course, the trade goes to Loud. While on the side of the Void Grubs, 2 were confirmed by Red, and the final one confirmed by Croc on the Loud side. It's a good rotation. Overall, I think Loud is performing much better on how they're controlling the map overall.
You can see there is a tiny goal difference for them, but it's a natural tiny goal difference. It's coming mostly from Route, as you can see right now, because he is controlling the bot lane. Honestly, all of the lanes for Loud are so lane controlling. It is really hard to punish anybody. Tino is just suffering a little bit, and he's not like, suffering. He's pretty fine in terms of the gold, as you can see on the graph right now. He's pretty fine in terms of the minions. It's just he's not solo killing Grefthar for sure in the current state, and that's what I mean when I say that he's suffering. Robo is not suffering now. No, he's fine. He's fine. On top lane, there is nobody dominating. It is a really good pickup for FNB in the end. Gragas just neutralizes this desire of Robo to be the lane bully, this desire for Nectin to completely annihilate the enemy on the lane. He simply cannot do that to Gragas anymore. And on the bot lane, again, so much kill pressure for Loud. That's nothing Red can do in their current state. Everywhere on the lanes, it is so stable for Loud, which allows Croc to do whatever he wants. Just, dancing around the jungle, getting the minions, and not really even showing on the side lanes because they don't need him.
Yeah, it's true. They're doing really well in the side lane, Solari, by themselves. But there's also because how well they responded to those rotations from Red gets Loud in that position. You said that. And one thing that I find interesting, although there is just hold that thought. There's a pulverize going on to Red, but Bronzy trying to get something done. Both ADCs are on level 6, so beware of that if they try to trade once again. Aegis takes out a ward, is going to try and take this other one as well, but they're going to get collapsed on Red, but is going on with Croc, and there has to be a flash over the wall. Solari, you're right. There's the hook with Ignite. Wow! And they shut them down. There's no escape. First blood goes to Hui. Now Tino's trying to get another one onto Grefta. Redbird is looking for another hook. They don't lend it. It could have been. These emotes are really just cracking me. And finally, we got the first blood in almost 10 minutes of games, Solari.
Very nicely from Grefthar, just hugging the wall, making sure there is no angle for Redbird ever when the cooldown finally comes out for the Q. But yes, this was supposed to be a flash from Aegis, and a flash that could have happened much earlier. This Q was very unnecessary from him.
Look at the chains as you see. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. It is the chain, right? That you're never getting out of the moment you catch the first thing. You're not getting out because the Q from Nautilus, the ultimate from Nautilus, Poppy is not letting you do anything whatsoever. If you see them and you're in a spot like that, you either accept your death, which is what Aegis did, or you try to run, which he was never allowed to.
Never really. And having a look at the CS counts on all sides, as you said, very even. Only place that really stands out is Root. The Kai'Sa dominating the lane with how much Redbird can assert that pressure, and Brunsey falling behind. That's what you want to do against the small dragon we've been mentioning all around the match. But it's funny, we're getting to the moment where finally action can happen, and there's both ultimates popped by both top laners. Now FNB is getting so much onto Robo. There's the lights out, and wait, that was very funny actually. They're just waiting for it. Tower aggro is going to switch, but he just goes down a 1-for-1 in a very intriguing play.
Yeah, not a clean way whatsoever. Not even remotely, frankly speaking. FNB used everything. Robo still has a TP, so he's going to return back to an acceptable state on the top lane, more or less. And Aegis died in the process. Also flashing, by the way, to get to Robo. So Red lost so much there on the top side of the map. At least Loud are getting this Drake right now, so it's also something happening on the wait, no, that's Loud. I'm getting it mixed. I'm so sorry. I was just so upset for Red in this moment. I thought, hey, at least they're getting something, and then I realized I'm looking at the red color, not the blue one, and I was like, damn, that is not good whatsoever. Griftar, you need to get out because that is not looking good.
Oh, it's a 3v3 Solari. Shockwave goes into Croc, trying to get a stun. There's the knock-up from Croc, and the flash away to avoid FNB's Q. And a couple of these trades looking messy. They're not clean.
It's again the case where I really want to see something going well for Red anywhere else on the map. But this time I don't even have Loud doing anything. Yeah, this replay is not good. There is very nice healing on Robo. The moment he procs the Dominus, and the moment right here when he swirls around himself, he heals up very nice. And that allows him to stay alive for really long. But this dive was not necessary. They got the flash out of him, which is nice. But in the end, they traded theirs. They traded Aegis for that as well. I don't like this exchange for Red whatsoever, Self.
Yeah, me neither. It looked bad as well. It looked so, like, confused. Do I stay? Do I tank? Keep that aggro for me. But now 3 players, Loud, going on to FNB. There's the stun coming out, the slice and dice. Robo. FNB has no idea. There's the flash forward and the hook coming out from Redbird. And the casket to get them away. But there's the depth charge as well. Wait, where was it? I think I saw a shockwave, but it wasn't really there. Aegis could take one down. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Trying to still keep up this fight. Aegis is definitely going to die. And Robo takes a double kill. Now with the backup of 2 players on Loud side, they could even take some of those plating should they want to do so. Now Brunsey looking at Root, 2 levels behind. I repeat, Solari, 7 on Brunsey and 9 for Root.
Yeah, Mama's not gonna help this dragon out, I'm afraid. He is kind of beyond salvation at this point. He will need a lot of time to get this dragon practice in, to get those stacks in. Will not tell you how many he has, and not because I hate any of you, but because I just don't see how many stacks he has. My poor eyes are deceiving me, but Riot is definitely feeling so much better right now on this bot lane with the static already completed. He's taking so much, just like Tino's on the mid lane. So everywhere it is still looking good for Riot. Not for Riot, sorry, but rather for everybody on Loud, and it's still looking very messy for Red because that fight on the top lane. So again, they try to have some things going. Very nice casket from FNB, but then they get punished for not having flash on him, and then they collectively get punished for trying to keep the fight going.
It's all that's been happening around the map, Solari. One thing trying to be traded for another, not really well executed. And it's something that I kind of feared. Oh, there's Mama clearing out the wave. Mama! And if I'm not mistaken, we're now on 100 stacks for Brunsey on the Smolder. What is this fight at the moment? FNB having the side on the left, well, Loud repositions to the tri-bush, and Red gets pressure on the river. What's going to be the decision now? And it's instant paranoia, trying to get something onto Tinos, but it's immediately denied, and the Hui survives. Now FNB and Jojo have to escape because it's Loud getting the dominance on the Herald Pit.
The moment this paranoia is not available for Aegis anymore, and we're just at 14th minute in the game, so that is not that paranoia, you know, the late game one that doesn't really have any cooldown whatsoever. The moment right now it's gotten off of him, Loud know that they can push onto those objectives because it is a very big pressure tool from Red taken away from them. And because of that, Loud are getting the Herald. That was a really weird, again, messy situation from Red when they have the paranoia off for Aegis, but they don't know whether they should go in, whether they want to fight. They stop grouping up, everybody goes their own way, and they just give away this Herald for free.
it's not looking good for Red in regards to control of objectives. Most of the pressure was done by Loud, 2 Drakes, 1 Herald. At least 3 of those Void Grubs were denied by Red, so that's something. And now bot lane, finally Bronzy getting into a stage with their first item completed. They could push out the wave, try to find some more leeway. 40 seconds for the Drake to spawn, and it's going to be a Hextech Soul. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Correct.
Yes.
Sometimes
you can see the little gates.
Yeah, for sure. I was checking the gates because sometimes the symbol is bugged, so I was checking the gates instead of the symbol just to make sure.
So it's usually the Chemtech Drake, the Chemtech Soul bugs almost always. Hextech sometimes bugs it, but I think it's usually on the individual dragons rather than Soul for the Hex Dragon. But yeah, they both do be a little bit funny in that sense, but we can see the gates very clearly. So yeah, it's one of my favorite souls in the game, and Red really want to get the first taste of this soul because they are on 0 Drakes right now, and they really want to take at least 1.
Yeah, and looking at taking at least 1, Redbird gets the wide hook. And I don't know, what was that? Trying to predict a flash, maybe? I don't know, maybe just trying to make fun. Jojo gets the knockback onto Robo. That's the slice and dice, doing damage onto Alistair. But it's the front line for Red. They can still heal up a little bit. Now going for the paranoia deep into an instant. Zonya and Mama calls, and they rain down on damage. Now Red trying to find some back. Robo is on the front line and getting so much done for the Loud squad. They are absolutely enraged. 4-1, and Loud takes another one on Jojo. It's a 2-0 and potentially a very uncontested 3rd Drake and soul point for Loud.
Oh yes, a very nice soul point for them indeed. They should be very happy with how this fight went so, but I gotta say, you talked about Robo, and Robo was really flashy in this fight. I want to give my kudos to T-Nones in this fight, because first of all, the beautiful, no, it's not even stopwatch anymore, but I'm gonna call it stopwatch because you get what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's an uncompleted zone, yes. The fact that he goes golden in that fight and stops Paranoia from being useful anymore, like F&B is not gonna be useful anymore right now if he dies. Redbird!
Yeah, Redbird's like one eye on the cheese, one eye on the knife. I don't know what's the expression in English, but anyway.
What?
it's something like that in Portuguese. Please bear with me.
Why cheese and knife of all things?
Because you cut the cheese with the knife. You know?
Oh.
I said that yesterday to my boyfriend, and he was like, "There's nothing like that in English. I'm sorry."
No, I thought it was like in Skyrim, you can eat a lot of cheese to heal up very quickly. Like you literally eat the barrels of cheese in no time. So I thought it was something of the same way. I don't know, but look at T-Nones. Aegis flies in, and Tino's like, "I don't care, boy, I'm going golden." And Aegis immediately disengages because there is nothing he can do there if he stays apart from dying, and that gives a beautiful angle for Loud to turn around. And then this ultimate. The fact that this ultimate not only slows down and deals damage, it works in an area, and it means everybody needs to ungroup immediately from the enemy team, and that just completely removes the whole idea for Red to stay grouped up, right? I'm talking nonsense right now, but I hope you understand. They cannot stay grouped anymore the moment this ultimate lands from T-Nones, and that means the only way for them after that is just to try to disengage and try to save as many lives as possible.
Yeah, and don't mind anything in regards to nonsense after that. Direct translation from Portuguese on my expression.
Okay.
I think you're good to go, Solari. No worries. Oh my god, if there's any Brazilians in chat, you're going to understand me. Anyways, all right, going out to 20 minutes soon of game, and Loud on a very nice lead of 3,000 gold, 3,000 gold. 1 tower, so not that big, but mostly going to those 3 Drakes that's making the biggest differentials. Hobo on 4, 1, and 0 is making all the difference in the team fights.
How do you call him again correctly?
Hobo?
Hobo.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like robot, but in Portuguese, that's what his name is.
And how do you say robot in Portuguese?
Hobo.
Damn, okay. I like it. Thank you very much for educating us today.
Worries.
So, the only proper Brazilian we have in the Brazilian league in English right now. Thank you. I'm really so blessed to have you.
It's a pleasure. So happy to be casting with you against Solari. And, well, that's a paranoia. All right. He gets the Observer to the other side of the map. Grefta could even go down if Robo gets enough damage. Slice and dice onto Aegis, but it's a shutdown for Grefta. Huge 400 gold for Red Canids.
Baby, that's a good shutdown indeed. Grifter really wants some items right now. He's only sitting on the Luden's companion so far. And that was a good shutdown indeed, especially since Robo healed a lot in that fight. And there could have been an angle where he could have won against two enemies at the same time, considering he's on two items, completed brutes, building up a little bit more. He is a very strong crocodile on the top lane, but there are some limits to any crocodile in the nature.
Yo, speaking of
outnumbered,
it's Croc going out with Tinos. What a great cast to get Tinos away. But FNB still staying around because they need to get the push on the wave, get the minions. They were rather behind in CS because of that pressure Robo asserted. Now they're getting back on track. And Gragas can do quite a lot in the mid game. We can see that happening soon when we have fights. Well, Solari, 1.5 minutes for a actual soul. So that's very quick. Red has to deny this one.
And they have the chance to do so, honestly, because if you look at Grifthar, we were speaking about that beautiful shutdown for him from Robo, and now he's sitting on Rabadons as the second item, decided to rush it as quickly as possible, and that's a really good timing to have this item completed for him. He has the ultimate available for him, of course, doesn't have the flash, that's the only issue there, but so far he is ready to go and have the fight for this Drake, and Red know that they must fight for this Drake. FNB is recalling from the top lane right now, just having removed the turret there, again a very important thing to happen on the other side of the map for Red, but because of that I don't see anybody from them anywhere around this Drake pit, and Loud are taking it to the fullest advantage right now. They are at the river, they are putting in their vision, there is only the fog of war available for Red to look forward to.
They have to clear out this, as you said, Solari. Jojo is the main spot of taking out vision, so how is this going to be executed? Nothing that can be seen for Red on the river. Now Croc trying to get a flank, an angle onto FNB, but nobody really connecting any fight at the moment. 5 seconds for the Drake. It is spawning. They are going to take down some of those wards for the side of Red and try to conquer back their space in the river. Now Robo, look at them in the back line. Aegis could be exposed. There's the paranoia, but followed up by a hook. There's Bronzy, and they have the ultimate coming through. Quite a lot of damage dealt on Red, but then they go down. Red is on 2 for 0. A killer instinct for Root in the back line to try and equalize the match. But now it's 1 for 2. 1 versus 2. Croc trying to get something blast going away, but meets directly onto FNB on the Gragas. It's a total of 3 for 1 for Red, and they're going to get this Drake and some sort of hope into the late game.
The hopes and the dreams, and both of them are still alive for them, because frankly, yes, if you look at the damage, FNB dealt some unholy amount of damage to the enemies, because, well, he's on the Rod of Ages, he deals damage. Not stacked yet, I believe. Again, I can't really see the numbers, but it's still a lot of AP power that Gragas brings to the table. But we kind of forgot about Bronzy, right? But even before we move to Bronzy, first of all, this paranoia here comes in the worst time possible for Robo, because he doesn't want to be fighting with FNB in the first place. His whole idea of this flank maneuver is to get to the actual backline of the enemy, but paranoia comes down, he sees nothing, and he has to fight the only person he sees at that very moment. And then back to Bronzy for a second, because this little dragon, we kind of forgot about him for quite a while, right? We kind of forgot that he existed. He was just sitting there on the bot lane farming up. And the thing about this dragon is that he keeps stacks coming in. He's at around 220 right now, 220 stacks. And he needs 5 more to be a fully trained dragon. And after he gets his full stacks, he's going to deal so much damage. The true damage and the execute from his abilities is going to be insane onto Loud. And look at the cooldown of the ultimate. He already has it back. The mama is back to help the baby, if it's...
It's true. And with just a replay on the screen, they get themselves to the 225 stacks. They have their ulti, and Bronzy, as you would expect from a Smolder, you don't see them much in the early game. They're either getting shut down, neutralized, or just stalled. They didn't die, which is the most important part of keeping out on CS. 0, 0, and 3, 2 completed items. And as you said, the execute is going to make the hugest of differences. They almost took everybody down in the previous fight. If the execute were there, that would have been a certified ace for Red. Now, both teams scouting now for the Baron, as bottom side FNB is attempting to take down Tier 1. And open up some space for Red in this side of the map, considering they are always going to be fighting to deny their soul point.
Speaking of FNB, by the way, look at the build. This guy, first of all, deals damage because Robo right now cannot really get to this turret whatsoever. But second of all, a Cosmic Drive as the second item after Road of Ages. This guy is gonna deal tons of damage from me. We're gonna see it right now.
Yeah, maybe we will. Aegis is in the backline to help double TP to try and save them. There's another wide hook coming out from Redbutt, and Robo in the front line has to force away that flash on Aegis, and it doesn't really get to anything. A W from Kai'Sa for Jojo, but they're not going to fight at the moment. Still 2.5 minutes somewhat for the next Drake to spawn. So this area is not the biggest priority, I would say, but still forced out many
Aegis,
of those resources. Aegis, you don't have any vision. You're going to find a Poppy into the wall, and Croc takes them down. That's still enough time for Aegis to come back for this Drake fight, but you don't want to be giving any resources to Loud.
Especially now that the Baron is alive. If Red give away too much, Loud, we know Loud. They have the audacity to just go towards this Baron like there is no tomorrow. And they are already in this part of the map, but the TP is coming in from FNB, and that is a big unit to help out Red.
Oh yeah, he is, and FNB on the Gragas is doing work. Now Loud starting out the Baron, there's no vision. Trying to get the hook, goes onto the wall. Red, but gets pulverized by Jojo. And Mama Skull is going to be there to cancel out this Baron push. There's one kill coming out for Bronze, and they could get some more. But now Loud has disengaged and now not going to go for the Baron. It's enough for Aegis to come back, and they can't clear out the river and even start the Drake themselves. If they get a pick on Croc, that would be optimal.
That would be optimal, but I don't think that's the plan for them right now because they have the damage on Bronze and they want to rotate Loud to the top part of the map, especially to stop Robo because he keeps pushing on the middle and he just keeps staying there and being a menace to Red. And now Red are actually the ones who have to choose. And the choice is not easy for them whatsoever. We again are looking at this turret on the bot lane. Maybe it just fell down for the second game in a row. We don't know what's happening with this turret on the bot lane, but the Drake is gonna come right very soon on the map, and Loud want it because it's going to be a really powerful soul for them, but can they get it?
Can they? 3v1. There's the cast coming through. Robo taking so much damage. There is the shockwave just to try and finish it off for certain. And no top laner for Loud for the next 30 seconds, I would say. 44 seconds, actually. And there's 20 seconds for the Drake. The math is not mathing for Loud. But if they can stall enough, maybe Robo could be there. Jojo, that's the Fogel 4 and a 4v1 onto the cow. FNB is there to try and disengage it. Jojo has to flash away. There's the ulti coming out onto the Gragas and FNB. That is your way back home. Loud has priority for this Drake right now, but both teams don't have their top lane, the Solari Aegis, trying to find an angle to stop them. Croc is still doing damage on the Drake. Jojo so low on health. Bronzy is trying to find a place to come through. There is Paranoia available for Aegis if they want to go for it, but they're getting kited out by Root. Those W's on the Kai'Sa are burning at the moment, and they can't really get to the Drake pit. There's the Paranoia, lights go out, and immediately into the Kai'Sa they go. The Mama hits, and that's going to be the final blow onto the Kai'Sa. They take the Drake, steal it away. Robo is back. The slice and dice could be there, but the flash away, getting away from the knockback from Croc. And Red survives with just one fatality.
It took them a little bit longer than it could have been, but it's the fact that Red realized what was happening in that exchange at the Drake, because what was happening is, I want you to look at route, and you're going to understand everything when you see the build of the Kai'Sa. You can't see it anymore, but I'm going to break it down to you. It is an AP Kai'Sa, which means those W's hit like a truck, and that's what they've been doing. Bronzy, Smolder is very low range. Nobody on Red pretty much has any range to work around whatsoever, which means in a stalemate like that, Loud are going to outpoke them. And when they're poking, they're still getting the Drake, and they have enough time for Robo to come back to the fight. So Red realized that they need to break this stalemate. They need to go very aggressively onto Loud. That's where the lights come off, with Aegis going on to Route immediately, removing him from the fight. And after that happens, for Red, this is the fight won.
And Solaria, I love what you mentioned there about the fight. And the fact that Brenzy survived with that quick finger on the flash to get away from Croc was essential because you don't want to give anything away, especially not have your main damage dealer be out of the fight for the next couple of almost a minute or 50 seconds potentially. Oh, they're actually level 14, so not that much of a timer. So around 35, I would say. Now, looking at Loud, having full control in the river, but there's still a Scuttle Crab, and they have vision on the side of Red, trying to clear it out as we speak. Jojo has been the biggest of front lines, just going in blind. Fog of War, don't care. There's still a tier 1 in the mid lane for Loud that Red needs to remove. Now has a Hextech Flash over the wall for Red, but Jojo gets a Pulverize onto Robo. But they're not really following up on damage at the moment. There's FNB and Bronzy on the right side, and a Cask to try and do something. I don't really know what's going on at the moment.
It's another stalemate, but Jojo is tired of those.
Yeah, they are. And Robo has to go away. There's an Ignite. And it's not really connecting. There's a W coming out from Root, but the damage is well away on the side of Red, and they're not going to take those, especially if it enables a Killer Instinct. There's a wave. Oh, the TP in the back line. It's coming. It's Robo. The lights are out, and they go immediately onto Robo, trying to get as much damage, but pop out of the fight. And it's a 2v4. Should they want to do something? FNB, are you really sure you want to come back? Jojo trying to get a front line. There's a fear going on to FNB. And again, nothing comes out of it.
It's the ultimate after ultimate after an ultimate, and nothing happens afterwards because one ultimate pretty much neutralizes the other, right? And there is no continuation whatsoever. But that means that the Baron still lives, and that means that Loud are actually doing a pretty smart thing right now. They are stalling the game. They keep waiting because it's less than 2 minutes now before the Drake is going to come up. For Red, it's going to be a really nice Drake because it's going to be a soul point for them, and they're stacking the Hex Drakes on top of each other, and each of them gives you very nice bonuses, especially to your ability haste. Super important for Bronzy and Griff there, and Aegis as well, to be fair. But for Loud, this Drake is going to be super crucial. They must get it. They must get it away out of Red's reach. If they get this soul for Loud, the fights are suddenly going to look so much easier than before.
And I'm looking at Bronzy on T0 and 3. Doesn't even feel like that they're strong. Well, have a look at the items. They have completed 3. The Leandros was the last one. Halfway into Azonius as well. This is an incredibly powerful Smolder. And how they have been playing it is so good, Solari. Setup is working for Red, but Loud knows it. They're reading, trying to get the right moment for the objectives that are actually important on those team fights. Less than a minute for the final one for Loud. Maybe a denial for Red. And if they can get it, oh god, Red is just stacking the Hextech souls. It's huge. You said it. Oh, the damage, the haste, it's amazing.
Yes, it is amazing. And it is very deadly for Red. That's why Loud are establishing control around the Drake. You can see Robo was on the bot side of the map. He's the one who doesn't have any TP whatsoever. But fortunately not for Loud, this is the Hex Soul, which means Hex Gates, which means Robo is back in business and back in position. The ground have been prepared by Loud. Look at the deep vision in the enemy jungle from them. Not right behind the pit, but deep enough to see if Red are going to be up to any nasty business there.
And if they want to try to do some, there's a possibility of a trade as well. Maybe Loud give away the Drake. I don't know if that's a good idea. They do it. Are they going to go for a Baron? No, they're contesting, going directly for this river. There's still vision from a Scuttle Crab on the Loud side. There's Robo in the backline. They can get something. The ultimate is popped. And speaking of popped, it's the Poppy ulti getting 2 players away from the Red squad. A TB in the backline, but there's no kills yet. Aegis still standing. That what was that? I think I saw a shockwave, but I don't think it was the case. Going out Brancy. Finally, the damage has arrived for Red, and they're going to finish it off, actually stealing out the Drake. It's a Drake for a Drake. They know how to fight each other. Straight into Azonius, and a shutdown once again for Brands. Now looking for the Red, but it's trying to take them down, but it's still a tanky Nautilus. Backline, Robo takes down Grafta. Oriana is not going to help. It's a shutdown. Now again, Bronzy trying to kite it away. It's the setup for an execute, and they managed to do it. Poppy is down. 2v2 Solari. Tinos is still there. They could try to poke it down, but Robo pushing out for a split. What a crazy fight.
I I'm going crazy for this bronzy self. I'm going crazy for this smolder play because it was absolutely illegal. And he just recalled. He just went back to the base unpunished, staying for so long on that little health in the enemy jungle. But let's look at this fight because the lights are going out really nicely here. Again, it is the immediate answer from Aegis too. Whenever Robo decides to engage, he's just, oh, I see Robo, I see him ulting. My own ulti goes in, and that's a good thing to do. But it's the fact that Bronzy right here, with his items, with his damage on his Q especially, because he's building up quite a lot of AP into his kit, this damage allows him to call Mama right on time to get the Drake for Loud. They are on this for Red, sorry. They are on the soul point right now, and Bronzy is gonna survive for so damn long. How many enemies are dancing around him? Three of them, and he only has Jojo and his own strength to help him out, and he even gets a kill out of this and get himself alive out of this fight. It's not supposed to happen. He has to be punished for it, but he's not.
Oh yeah. And speaking of not being punished, the perfect KDA for Bronzy on the Smolder, perfect KDA there for Tino's on the Huey as well. But how are things connecting? The map still looks very much in favor of Loud, but it's decreasing. It's starting to tip the balance for Red. Both sides have 3 Drakes. They're trying to get a fight there. There's the Hextech flash over the wall. Red but has to try to escape. Lights are out. Robo in the backline again, so they want to shut them down. There's not enough damage to follow it up at the moment. The W doesn't connect for Root. Now gets a knock up in a cask immediately, and a shutdown there onto Red, but Bronzy is unstoppable, dealing damage, goes golden F&B, but is going to escape pretty easily. But they're still cornered if Loud can connect some of these abilities. Croc is a front line, but how much can they tank? Bronzy super aggressive going forward onto Root, gets the damage, almost close to getting the execute. Probably just one more auto would have been enough. And that's just how much Red knows they have control in the mid game. Or actually in the late game.
Yeah, it is very much a late game already. 37 minutes in the game, 3 Drakes for each of the teams. We might not see an Elder Drake in this game, honestly, because next Drake is going to be the soul for whoever gets it, and it quite possibly is going to determine how the game is going to look like. Surprisingly enough, 37 minutes in the game, no Barons have been taken so far, but you can kind of see why. This whole game has been a lot of back and forth, a very big stalemate between the teams, with Loud constantly being in some sort of the gold lead, but this gold lead is never too big. Right now it's around 2k-ish, maybe more now that Aegis is probably going to die.
Well, no vision, as you said. Fog of War is the name of the day, and they stole it. Okay, Robo steals it. F&B is trying to get a backline, but there's the dash over the wall for Robo. They are pretty much safe. And to be fair, Solari, the fights are so long and they're so complicated that it's back onto 1 minute and a half, even less, 1 and 15 for the Drake to spawn. And you said it, it's a soul.
It's a soul for both of the, well, for one of these teams, honestly. But it is so important at the same time to keep your vision on the Baron, right? Because whoever snatches the Baron can just disregard the Drake, which is probably going to be a bad decision, but still they can push in. And imagine this in the hands of Robo, for example, or in the hands of F&B right now. Each of the teams they have to fight. They honestly just have to fight. They cannot really commit to either of the objectives before they have a good fight with each other.
Yeah, and Jojo trying to maintain that this space is Red's, getting those pulverizers away. TP is going to come through from FNB. Now Red trying to get a aggressive stance while Loud is still waiting, seeing what's going to be the next call. Croc blocks out the gap closure there. And Robo, what happened to your HP, my guy? You're just on 50%. Bronzy is hitting like a truck. And that's a big differential from what we saw in regards to Root's damage. Doing well in the early game, but not scaling as much as the Smolder, as we all know. 9 seconds for the Drake. Solari, this is decisive business.
Red are going to be the first ones there, but Robo is again. Look at that. He's on the flank. He has the ulti available, but Aegis has an ulti available too. If he only waits for Robo, that's going to be really devastating for Red.
Oh, and hacks that gate over the wall. There's an engage starting out, going Zonya's FNB, but then Robo goes out over the pit, trying to get damage, but Red is the one falling at the moment. Croc is in a good position. First shutdown is Brancy. There's no damage for Red. Now FNB tries to escape, and I think Loud confirms this one. Croc is going to get the final blow, and another kill there guaranteed for Root onto Jojo. It's a soul for Loud, and a 3-for-1 could guarantee them the Baron.
Yes, they should go towards the Baron right now, honestly. Even though Rout is AP, they should have enough damage on their hands, especially with Tino and already rotating towards them. They should be able to get this Baron down quickly enough. And again, it's Robo who is cutting through the storage so damn quickly, should make a good use out of it.
Yeah, looking to destroy it, and Loud takes the Baron. Now it's Soul and Baron. This could be end of the game, and we were thinking how things were close. But Solari, talk me through this fight.
So look at Robo. Yet again, it's going to be the same situation. He's on a very nice flanking maneuver right there, going on to Red, props the ultimate. But the moment he jumps in, it is the Parano. Not much he can see, but the problem this time for Red is the only thing he can see, the first thing he can see is going to be Brunsey. And he jumps on him, and even a completed Zonias is not going to save the baby dragon anymore in this fight. The moment he goes down, as you said, it is the damage removed from Red's composition immediately, and not really much they can do anymore. Yes, FNB deals damage still, but it's not nearly enough to close this fight without their AD carry.
But now after the replay, Solari, we are looking at Loud not as aggressively pushing with the Baron buff as I would have expected, to be fair, but they know what they're doing. They're cautious. They know they can't give any sort of opening, because pushing potential is huge for Red. If there is an ace, it could be game over, and they could give out this huge lead that they have at the moment. How are they going to fight this is the biggest of questions. How are they going to rotate this? At the moment, Robo is pushing out the bottom lane, and I thought we wouldn't be seeing an Elder, but how Loud is playing this slowly, we could even.
Yeah. Obviously we could, but Loud cannot play it any faster right now, unfortunately for them. They would like to spread across all the map and push all three lanes at the same time, but they can't, because there is still great pick potential from Red. You can see how much they can do with Aegis and Brunsey together, for example, or Aegis with anybody with the lights off. So Loud have to opt into grouping up and pushing all together. And the wave clear from Red side, especially when Mama is available for Brunsey, is not really helping Loud achieve their goals.
Yeah, it really isn't. The clear wave is huge. There's another wave, and the cooldown for that push is much quicker than your ultimate on Smolder. Loud have a big potential to take down this tier 3, already on half HP, but the cannon minion is still standing. Robo, though, gets that rotation, is going to take down tier 3. FNB can't do anything about it. Now Red trying to decide what's going to be the next step. Can't really make a decision fast enough. Two tier 3s are taken. Inhibit is going to be next bot lane. Mid lane just following down. And probably Loud takes this as, yes, we did a successful push with the Baron, but we need to retreat.
We know that we have to retreat. Exactly, is going to be the thinking for them. To snatch away again yet another red buff from the enemies and retreat, because fighting straight on with red is not going to be working to their advantage anymore. They've pushed in, they've opened 2 lanes, which is massive considering, yes, it's 43rd minute in the game, but that was just the first Baron. Oh no, Robo, what? Okay, that looked dangerous.
It did. A 3v1, it always does. When you're outnumbered, you got to be careful. But there's backup. Calling out the ambulance. Backline is going to be there. At least 4 members. Who's missing? Wait, nobody's missing. They're all here.
Nobody's missing.
So 5 members for Loud, trying to get some pressure here on the top side. The Baron buff is already over. But of course, the soul is eternal, and that's going to be huge help for all of them, especially for Hui, especially for Kai'Sa. Tinos and Root can make such destruction out of these team fights when Robo is in the front line with Croc. But now, can Red defend this? I don't think they need to give away this tier 2 and try to find an angle to defend the rest of the base. Robo, he loves the backline, and that's what they're going to be doing. W comes in from Root, trying to get some damage, but Smolder's mom doesn't really clear out the wave as tier 2 goes down. Now immediately onto Paranoia. That's going to be Robo focused, and the shutdown comes in. Execute is just enough to get that final blow. Loud have to recall, Well, look at the base, Solari. Look at it.
Yeah. The base is kind of going down for Red. It's falling down. Look at the state of these turrets at the Nexus. One of them is almost done. This is not looking good for Red still. They can win a fight, a positional fight, like they just had with Robo, but their base is still in shambles, which means they cannot really do anything on the map. They cannot leave their base anymore, especially with the Hex gates available. Robo, for example, Route, Tinones can get to the lanes very quickly to their base, even to just push through it. Unless a Robo could just go solo, just silly, goofy, remove the enemy base whatsoever when there is a big fight happening around an objective. And speaking of, 46 seconds before the Elder is gonna be up, we're gonna see the Elders off.
It's no idea how this came to be. 45 minutes in the game, and it looks like it's still gonna last at least 5 more. There is one reason why we thought that this was going to be match of the week, and it's why it's on the screen. Red Kenneth versus Loud, top of the standings, both of them sitting on 10 wins and 5 losses, tied up in first place. They can switch the tides of our top 4 if this goes either way, and it's been either way all the time with Souls, with Barons, now with Elder. How can they wrap this around? Root is just dealing so much on these pokes. Now Grafthar taking damage, can't even find the range to go in. Croc, Red, but goes in, gets the pulverize, so Jojo survives, trying to escape some more, doesn't get a dodge onto Huey's ability. Tinoz is doing so much damage. They can't really allow for Red to connect a team fight. Now trying to get something onto Robo, but it's so close. They can't even reach it. There's the Mama coming through. The damage is actually raining onto Red instead. That's the execute, and Bronzy takes one. Who is going to be next? There's a counter going on to Croc. Elder is spawned, but the wave is pushing. That is going to be Nexus turret down, if I'm not mistaken. It is immediately Solari.
Robo has a teleport. Robo could just teleport to their base if you really wanted to. He's teleported, but not to the base. He wants to continue the fight for the Elder.
Yeah, they are trying to get a poke on the front, on the back line. Aegis taking so much damage. Smolder is down. Loud is paving the way to victory. That's the next one. Third one, double kill, goes to Root. And then maybe F&B would be there, but Aegis is down. There's no shot of stealing. This is end game. F&B with a last hope doesn't get the ultimate on steal, and it's gonna go down instead. Loud with a 47-minute game almost gets an ace and is going to take the game.
It's not there yet, but honestly, with the Elder and with them marching towards the enemy's base, what can one Jojo do? He is just one little cow in this big and cruel world of the enemies, and the enemies are Loud, and they're here to loudly proclaim their victory. They are going 11-5. They are securing the first place, and Red are in the second place after this fight.
Yeah, and we have tied up for today, as you said, Solari, 11-5 for both Loud and VKS that we saw winning just before this. What a Sunday for CBLOL. And this match was unbelievably long, so controlled on every end.
Yes, and you can see why I said that it is going to be, in my opinion, the match of the weekend. Honestly, I am not disappointed, and I stand by what I said. That was, for me, the match of the week. Beautifully executed by Loud. Not the cleanest game for them, but much cleaner compared to what the game looked like for Red. They had some really good fights, and Bronzy was really dealing so much damage to the enemies in the late game when finally all the stacks were in and Mama was available and he was executing the enemies. But the problem is, Loud were finding ways around him, and if Red were not careful enough, if they were not dedicating all their resources to protecting their little baby dragon, the little baby dragon was a little baby kebab or something. He was dead, and with him gone, no damage.
Yeah, no, nothing that they could do, because we saw Grafthar doing great shockwaves, but the damage wasn't coming from the Orianna, it was coming from Bronzy on the Smolder. And the next match, Solari, we know that the scales have tipped because of these past 2 matches. Loud VKS matched in 1. Then we have Red now in 2. We're going to see what's going to be the results there for Pain. That's also tied on 10-5. So thank you so much here for our standings. And Next match being Liberty and Loss. As much as it's incredibly fun to watch these two teams come into a matchup once again, unfortunately, even if Loss wins, they can't take the spot out of Liberty in the top 6. It's How do you think that's going to change their performance?
Technically, it's no, they can't. Can they? It is pretty much all done for Los Grandes. I still predicted them to win today. It's like, my mind is telling me that Liberty are going to win because Liberty have been on fire recently. They just somehow managed to up their performance so nicely. But my heart is still with Los Grandes. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you much more about what I think about this match. But I think right now we need a little break because that was a hella long game and a hella interesting one. But right now, let's breathe in, breathe out, and come back for the next game. Liberty versus Los Grandes are gonna be on your screens very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to our third game of the Sunday. Remember, it's week 8. I am Sofjan. This is Solari. Next matchup, Solari, we have Liberty and Lost. We have some strong thoughts about them, don't we?
Yeah, honestly, I just have a lot of strong thoughts today. Apparently, honestly, in the previous game, I was face palming so much that you can see that my LeBlanc makeup is completely gone. So thank you to Red and Loud for doing that to me. Yeah, now I'm military. I'm ready to fight everybody right now. I am ready to fight anybody who is going to argue me on my predictions, because in my predictions, again, my mind was telling me Liberty are on such a great win streak right now. Not even just a strictly numerical win streak, but just a morality boost for the team is so high, and you can literally see that in their gameplay. They have improved massively from the beginning of the split. But my heart is still with Los Grandes. I still believe in my guys. You know, it's just that simple.
It's true. It's true. To be fair, you have Cabby. You've been rooting for them for a while.
Yeah.
You have Super Kleber. Super Kleber has been so good. We saw them playing that Darius yesterday. So many of these things. Oh, look at the prediction.
Oh, no.
We have time to put that fully on screen. How
Trajan.
Thank you. All right, Trajan, you guys are cooking.
Nah, we know something you don't know, guys, and we know about the power of believing in things and believing in magic and unicorns and dragons and Lost winning against Liberty today.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, but we'll see. We'll see. Because we can have a look. So starting with you, Solari, bring me through the roster for Lost.
Super Clever, Seas, Envy, Salo, and Kabi. What hasn't been already said about these guys? Super Clever, not officially yet, but in my heart for sure already is the rookie of the split, because he has been incredible. His plays have, okay, maybe, you know what, maybe not. He is tied with somebody else. We might talk about it later, but he has been absolutely incredible, especially with those Rumble plays, especially with that Panda he has already scored in this season. He is great, and he is one of the powerhouses for the team. Another one, honestly, is Envy on the mid lane. I really wonder what is going to be his pick for today, but he's just so consistent there.
They really are, and I agree with you. Super Cabba feeling so good for the Rookie of the Year, but Liberty going through that really quick. And we got Makes, the guy that made the Darius pick, something on CBLOL. Then we have Drake Hero in the jungle, Pallet in the mid lane, Mikau as ADC, and Cavallo as support. And we talked about Lost. We can briefly talk about not Super Cat. We can talk about Liberty.
Yeah.
We can talk about Liberty while the draft is going through. So they are on currently, if I'm not mistaken, a 7-win streak. Yeah, 7-win streak. That is huge.
Damn.
So makes sense why you say they are on such a good ego boost. And going out into draft, Lost in the blue side, Liberty in the red, went away directly with a B1 Callista for Cello.
Because why not? Apparently, Malachi is available, Varys is available, so, you know, the usual blind first picks on the blue side, but they decide to take Callista. If it's not banned out, finally, they have the opportunity to take her. And I love that the first ban from Los Grandes is the Darius, because I talked about Super Clever being tied as the first place of the rookie of the split in my heart. He is actually tied up with me. These two guys are so incredible. Both of them have pentacles in their hands so far, and both of them are really good and intriguing top laners. I think this is going to be the matchup for me personally to look out the most to in this game.
Me too. Things are going to be spicy on that top lane, because we saw Makes creating that established Darius pick being played by Super Clever yesterday, guaranteeing them a win. So things are looking good, and a reminder of that. Wait, is it not here? Is it not updated? Am I raised? No, wait. Where's the Darius pick? Am I confusing?
What?
I think I might be. No, it's fine. I was looking at the stats. I'm sorry. So it was Super Club playing Darius against 48 yesterday, guaranteeing a win. Yes. Sorry, got confused on the statistics. But we can go back onto the draft. And we had seen quite a lot of blind Orianna picks. Now Lost on the blue side took up that Callista with a Vi and a Hui. So a lot of setup. Because that was the case, Liberty takes out of the table the Orianna. Nautilus is also out. Volibear is also coming through as a strong choice. in the top lane. So we'll see how this is going to be executed next. Liberty takes the Smolder.
Yes! For
Mikau.
Mikau! Yes! I am
He's
so
the expert.
damn happy. Yes, he's the expert. We just had the game of Smolder where he was a really strong baby dragon, but in the end, it wasn't about baby dragon dealing damage. It was about baby dragon trying not to die and failing at that miserably. But this time, in Mikau's hands, I trust Mikau with Smolder. He is the best Smolder player in CBLOL so far. So let's see if today he's going to prove it to us yet again. But let's see what the picks are looking like so far for Los Grandes, because it's going to be Rel for Kabi, together with Kalista on the bot lane. That's a lot of kill pressure and a lot of protection for Kalista even later in the game. I also love that they're taking Vi for them already, because otherwise, yeah, it would have been a pick for Liberty, honestly. But so far, this is such a strong team comp that wants to be picking the enemies apart, but also doesn't hesitate to go into a full-blown fight.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to be the last pick for Liberty, considering it would be
Please!
jungle. Okay, so what's this? You see, it seems like you've had some experience with this. Or
So, I mean, most likely it's not going to happen, but Zyra is a fun champion. I love Zyra. There are two champions I love the most. Swain is my absolute love, but Zyra is my second favorite pick. I love her, and she has been buffed up quite a lot, especially the Zyra jungle. Right now, I believe she has the fastest clear of anybody in the jungle.
Okay.
But we don't have Zyra here. In the end, Liberty decided to go with Veigar for jungle. I am ever so slightly disappointed with that decision. I don't think Veigar has been finding a lot of success in this season in general in League of Legends throughout many different regions. And that's because he feels very limiting, pretty much like when you see Lee Sin, right? You think, yes, this is the early game powerhouse, this is the early game duelist, this is the guy who wants to be looking for resets in the fights and delivering those to the team as well. But other than that, especially if the game goes late in the timer, and Liberty want to track this game to as late as possible because of Smolder and the stacks for this dragon, then Viego really does fall off because he cannot really frontline. He is not the main damage dealer for the team whatsoever, and what is his role is really unclear right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it could have been something on the likes. Oh, okay. I was thinking of a Sejuani was banned in the first ban phase. The Vi you mentioned as well was also picked by Los. So really limiting yeah, Maokai was still open. Yeah, you're right. But to be fair, I think they would be lacking damage if they didn't have somebody that goes in more like the Viego. So we'll see how this is going to be performed, what's going to be the focus here, because, of course, we have two opposites on the bottom lane, for example. The Kalista and the Rel want to go in immediately. Level 2, even level 1, they just want to go attack, get a priority. Now the Smolder. Having the Nautilus guarantees quite a lot of defense and even some pressure in regards to controlling the wave, but the Smolder needs to grow. The Smolder needs so much time, and maybe that's going to be the place where both junglers could find a breach on both sides. Getting into the Rift, Solari for our third match of the day. Loss on the blue side, Liberty on the red. Cabby and Valor looking at each other in the bush. They're just I don't know, making a picnic.
A horsey! Kamala is like, hello, it's a horsey. I like your horsey. And Kabi's just showing off the horse, apparently. I love it so much.
It's adorable.
Yes, it is absolutely adorable. Thank you very much to both of the supports for having this little display of friendship to us. But this word, unfortunately, is not going to be spared whatsoever. So let's predict what we expect from this game, because I predict that Los Grandes want to be super aggressive around their bot lane, because Kalista needs kills early on. Kalista is stronger than pretty much anybody on the early levels on the lane. Definitely much stronger than the little Smolder. Smolder doesn't really have many escape goals. He can flap his little wings a little bit and fly away from the enemies, but he doesn't really fly all too well because he's just a little baby. He doesn't know any better. So I think Los want to press their advantage on the bot lane. We have a pause so I can continue with my thoughts. Beautiful.
Hey, no,
because I think the same is going to, at least is supposed to happen on the mid lane. Envy can, as a player, be very aggressive, and he's playing again for the third time in a row already. Today we have the matchup of Orianna versus Hui, and we saw already that Hui can go for solo kills. Hui may not go for solo kills, but Hui feels incredibly strong against Orianna, especially if the player playing Orianna is not a god on Orianna like it was in the previous game. So Hui also can be aggressive and he can dominate lanes. So we already have 2 lanes, pretty much one for the red side. On the top lane, I don't think it's going to be the case there, but everywhere else, yes, pressing for dominance, trying to establish more things, getting as much control as possible. What do you agree with me, Sof? Do you think this is going to be the case, or do you think it's going to go the other way around?
No, I agree with you. And I think because of that, we could see straightforward, as you said, just looking to control the bot lane and guarantee more pressure for Kalista. I think that's the best way to go about it. But what makes the difference to me is how Liberty is going to respond to that. How are they going to look at the rotations on the enemy jungler and see, well, we are going to decide on straight counters. We're going to decide on inverted jungle rotation. We're going to decide on trading objectives, so not meeting each other that much. It's possible. We'll see what's going to be the course of action, because many of these responses would come and could come from Liberty. To me, Loss, as you said, it's much more of a, this is the plan, we execute, we make it work, and we get an advantage in early game. One thing that really weighs on my mind, though, is, yes, as much as Kalista has been powerful and strong in the meta at the moment, she has very, very low win rate for the amount of times that she has been played. So for CBLOL, this split, she's had 89.5% pick ban participation. Absolutely huge. And then you look at the win rate, 39%.
Yeah, that's not really much.
Yeah, and when you look at the counterpart of a ADC that wants to be aggressive and is powerful in the early game like Lucian, the Lucian is sitting on 68% win rate.
Nice.
So it makes me think, what's the thought process, because instead of having the Lucian, having the Kalista, right? What is the priority that CBLOL is giving so much for Kalista that is not really giving?
You know what? I think Kalista is a very strong champion. It's just a question of not really many people understanding how Kalista is supposed to be played, because she has 2 opening windows for her to win, and she doesn't want to be playing around the second one. The second one is in the late game when she gets the items in, when she has a lot of attack speed, the Ginsu is available, more items stacked on top of that. That's fine, but that's not exactly the perfect condition for Kalista. She wants to dominate the lane. She wants to be the lane bully from the early levels, because again, she's stronger than anybody. Look at that, getting the flash out of Mikau just like that, just because there is this level 2 for Los Grandes bot lane. And that's how Kalista wants to be played. If Kalista is dominating the lane and getting a lot of kills early on, there is almost no way to shut her down, and there is actually no good shutdown on the side of Liberty against her.
Yeah, you're right. It would take so long for Smolder to have those executes because of 225 stacks. How you line up your shockwaves with Pilot. Drake Hero having good gank pressure, but now, as you said, Lost taking advantage of this Kalista. Absolute incredible early game that the champion provides. They forced out a flash out of Miko, and 10 CS ahead already. It's like an entire wave and a half that they're denying for Miko.
Well, again, Smolder doesn't really have too much of the range, and the abilities are in a pretty high cooldown early in the game, so he's struggling a lot, and he's going to keep struggling a lot with the farm. To be fair, Kalista doesn't really outrange him much when it comes to pure auto-attacking, but it is about her support that's helping her out. It's about her damage. Look at the damage. Cavallo goes in, and he goes out immediately because there is nothing he can do.
Yeah, it's impressive. You go in because you can find a way for a hook, but then you take damage yourself. Now C's, they have an idea that
Cavallo!
They just give away their life to... Oh, wait, is that a flash from Cellar? No, it looks like it was. I'm sure that it was. It wasn't.
No.
But it's what you have to do, and they're doing it well. Lowe's guaranteeing the first blood. Cavallo sacrificing themselves so Mikau can still stay in the lane. That's what Liberty could do, but if Lost takes advantage of it up until 10 minutes, and they are very much ahead, how can you deal with it? Oh, coming from the fog of war, Pallet has no idea that Caesar is here. Flashes away already, so no engage comes out of it, but still, 2 summoner spells that both carries don't have on the side of Liberty.
Very nicely done by C's. Very good rotation so far. You don't usually expect Vi to be very aggressive pre-level 6, but C's is really looking for the ways to accelerate his winning lanes. And we talked about it, right? The bot lane and the mid lane are the strongest lanes for loss in the early game. They are just outperforming compared to what the enemies have drafted in the early game. And C's is using a lot of it to his own advantage. And I love seeing it. I would like to see more of it like that from Lost Grandis, because so far it's 1-0. The kill could have gone into Sellers' hands, of course, but it's at least an assist to Kalista compared to nothing on Mikhail so far.
Yeah, and that makes a huge difference. Everything counts in the early game. Now Cavallo goes in, flash forward. There's the dredge line connecting, but Cavallo, oh, you didn't expect for all of Lost to be there. And that is a 1-0 that Lost counters back perfectly.
Cavallo dies for the second time. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the team. But honestly, Liberty had it coming for them. They were going in so aggressively with no vision whatsoever, while Lost had a much better understanding of how Liberty are moving around the map, what they want to be doing, and that they just know that they're stronger, right? And they can afford to go into the enemies like that. Kabi found a really good engage there. Still has a flash, by the way, so didn't even need to use that. Just pure engage from the champion kid. And he's still there to support Shadow on the bot lane, farming up. And Season's here. Yeah, what is going on? Is it really the loss I remember? Because they're playing so much better than ever before.
Yeah, this is amazing. I think something clicked for them. They're playing against Liberty and they wanted to get everything on board. Drake Hero. Whoa, what a dodge. Oh, that was beautiful.
Jeez.
Here to get them out of the engage on Cavallo. They saw that Drake Hero was around, so they know they can't really commit to the dive, but it still guarantees them the first Drake of the game. But unfortunately for both of us, Solari, it's not going to be a Hextech.
I'm okay with the Hextech Drake as the first Drake for Los Grandes. Again, I predicted them, so I'm going to be rooting for them a little bit. Kabi going in aggressively again. Cavallo!
Yeah. Oh, Cavallo, this is not your game, buddy. This is looking incredibly, sad. Because Cavallo is not going to be doing anything against Kabi on the actual Cavallo on the game. And Cello is now on 1-0-1 getting that kill. But most importantly, Kabi on 3 assists out of 3 kills.
Yes, it is the most important thing to remember and to keep track of, indeed, the supports and their participation in the kills. I love that you're paying some attention to it. Thank you very much, Soph. But yes, 0-0-3 so far for Kabe, and he is not planning to stop anywhere soon whatsoever. Look at what Lost are doing on the map right now, on the bot side of the map. Seas is completely taking control over this bot part of the map. It does not belong to Liberty anymore. Baby Dragon, you better... Oh, Cavallo, you... Oh my God.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Oh, come
on, they really capitalize on 1? Where's the tower? Oh, wait, is that a level 6 for Cello already? And it is. Who's getting the aggro? They actually dodged the aggro on this one. Pilot coming out with Drake Hero. Could take this one. The dredge line doesn't connect. And Cello is going to try for an execute. I think it's going to be, all right, a kill and 2 assists going out for Liberty. Oh, but still, it feels so bad for Cavallo. 0-3.
And almost 0-4, but this time, hey, it didn't turn into 0-4, right? And his team got something out of it, and very nice something, because it wasn't an official shutdown on Cello, but it was still a very important one, because look at Liberty's bot lane now. They have much more breathing room. They finally regained some control over the bot lane and the bot part of the jungle. And honestly, Lost had it coming for them, because I was praising them a little bit earlier, but they overstayed their welcome far too long in the enemy jungle, and it just opened up their possibility for Liberty to rotate from the mid lane for Drake here on Pilot, and I love that they saw this opportunity, and they took it.
And it worked out really well. Now they pushed out the wave here. That was some control that Kabi got. So at least 3 minions were lost there by Cello, so not that much. But now Season Assist goes in the mid lane and Pilot. You might have Flash, but it doesn't matter if we land the CC chain. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're so dead afterwards. And here, look, Cello is going very aggressively. They are on Cavallo right now, realizing they're not killing him quickly enough and he's running away. And Cello switches his attention towards Mikao after that with a very nice ultimate onto Kabi that actually brings Kabi to safety, but Celo staying so far away in the enemy territory, realizing a little bit too soon that maybe it's time to go and execute himself. But no, it's not an execute, it's a kill for Drake here. So again, at least something going on for Liberty. And again, Liberty are the ones playing the slow game here, right? They don't need to get the advantage in the early game. It is Lost who need to control it, to seize it, and to push it all the way to the victory as early in the game as possible. Liberty are like, fine, we wait. It's okay, guys. We scale.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that we didn't talk about thus far is how nobody took any void grabs. We're getting to 10 minutes of game, and these void grabs are going to be fully denied if Drake Hero doesn't take them as we speak. But I agree with you, Solari. Loss have to execute everything as early game as possible, get that advantage. And Liberty trying to find some of those breaches. If it is by capitalizing on at least one kill in a dive, so be it. That's what they can have and what they can afford at the moment. They still got quite a lot that can be done with combos with Pilot, Drake Hero, makes together, especially Cavallo, because yeah, your support is giving away some kills, but at some point it starts stacking that much gold. And when you go into a team fight, Nautilus is always going to be valuable just because of the kill.
Yes, and it is important, Kid, because I mentioned earlier that there is no lockdown on the seller from Liberty side. There actually is, and I kind of forgot for a second there about the existence of Nautilus. His ultimate is going to be the bane of existence for Salo. He has a cleanse, but it's not really going to help him that much. If he's knocked up, he can't really clear that anymore, and that's something Liberty can capitalize upon.
Definitely. It could be the one moment to get Liberty on top of a team fight if that cleanse doesn't really connect well for Seller, as you said, Solari. 30 seconds for our next Drake to spawn is going to be a mountain. And with that, most of Liberty taking a reset to try and return in time. But meanwhile, Lost guaranteed so much vision, including Scuttle Crab. So if they want to take it, they could take it on spawn, but still, Seas was also resetting, and they're still going to take a little bit of time to arrive there. But Liberty, if they can clear out the vision, this could be a moment for a 3v3 or even a 4v4.
I love the offensiveness of vision from Loss, provided, of course, by their offensiveness in the enemy territory in general on this part of the map. But with such deep wards, it is more than enough for them to see when Liberty are going to try to approach the Drake, and they're not even trying it that much. Cavallo's here, Drake here is here. Maybe now there's going to be something, but I don't think it's a fight they're ready to take. Honestly, Liberty will take much more time to be ready to fight Loss in a 3v3, in 4v4, not yet, and they give away another Drake, so the Mountain Drake goes into the hands of Loss, and it's the Ocean Soul, which makes the whole map glitch in a weird way, by the way. It's been like that for quite some time already, and I hate it with all my might, but it's a good soul regardless.
Yeah, at least it stopped bugging there. I don't know what that was. It feels weird. It gives me heebie-jeebies. That's what it does.
What?
But heebie-jeebies.
Okay.
That is an actual English expression. Please confirm, anyone that's watching. I know that for a fact, at least. But Solari, one thing that we saw as well is there was a decision from Drake Hero to not commit to the Drake. It would be just the second one taken by Lost, so they can't afford to do it. But it's mainly because Mikau needs to pick back on CS, try to find some space for team fights when they have items. But at the moment, they only have one. So I think it was a good call for Liberty. What are your thoughts?
I think it is, but we still need to see how it's going to play out because Mikau is not in a good spot whatsoever. Again, I trust Mikau with Smolder quite a lot. He's a really good Smolder pilot, if I can say so, about Liberty. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. But oh my God, look at Loss. Look at the trap that never worked out. Oh, so unfortunate.
Try to do it. Not really getting there as a Q. Charging out. Cavallo takes so much damage. Again, not really tanking as you would expect from a Nautilus. Immediately going into ulti. Cabby gets pushed down to the other side. Cavallo's going to be the first taken down. Solari, how can they get something out of this when Loss is all over them? Cello could even kite makes out of the fight. And with that, they get a 1-0.
Frankly, the healing on Volibear was disgusting, and Mikhail wasn't in the fight whatsoever. He didn't join the fight at wait. I thought he was there for sure, but doesn't matter. You know what? Doesn't matter. It is a 5-1 for Los Grandes. It is Salo who tried to go for the kill, by the way, in this fight, but Cease was the one, again, seizing all the kills for himself. It is a good fight for Lost, and I think it was a great example of just how much stronger Lost Grandes are in this stage of the game still compared to Liberty, because Liberty threw everything at them, including a very early, very nicely timed TP from Mix from the top lane, including a shockwave from Pilot, but none of these things were enough because nobody in Liberty is dealing damage. Even with the first items already completed for almost everybody in their team, these are not the items that are supposed to start dealing damage straight after that being built compared to the first items on the side of Los Grandes. So for quite some time from now, still, Lost are going to be in control. But when the second items start hitting the inventories of Liberty, I think that's when we will see the game turning around.
And one thing to point out as well, Solari, is how they showed just briefly that the gold that both teams accumulated for platings, and it was around like 300 for Lost, 100 for Liberty, so not much of a difference between all of them. Neither of the teams were super pushed into Siege. All of them were, not all of them, Lost was trying to go for those kills. Oh, it makes almost 1v1 there, but still survives, has to go through to the back bush to get their reset. And the TP actually coming out from Pilot to defend and guarantee those minions. Not going to miss a single one, which is great for them, but they're just continuing. What I was mentioning is, although there is a big pressure that Lost built, 300 gold ahead, 2 Drakes, the map all around is not that big of a difference.
Yes. Overall, everybody on the map stays pretty much in the middle of it, which is not a good sign for Los Grandes. At least in the very beginning of the game, they had the control over the enemy's bot side of the map. Now they don't have it anymore. They've effectively lost it. They will need to regain it somewhere right here, right now, because there is less than a minute before the next Drake is going to spawn. Cavallo, are you sure about that?
Okay, Salo pops immediately with a cleanse, but that's going to be a TP, and says this is going super well for Liberty. There's nothing that a tower can do with a ulted Volibear, and they survive. They get a kill. Now Super Clever has joined the fray. Drake Hero trying to go, no, not actually going over the wall, just getting a blast cone to the bush. Topside Pilot. Oh, they were baited. What they baited? We'll see if that's going to be the case. Season assist goes in, and there's so much damage raining from Envy. And the flash away, Solari. Pilot stands.
Pilot is the master of escapes like that from the enemies, because it was supposed to, the clutch escapes, exactly. It was supposed to be a certain death, but Envy even had the flash available, but decided not to follow up with the Pilot, and Pilot barely escapes, and there was no exchange in the end. Just lost their seller on the bot lane, and that's it. They didn't gain much in return, couldn't cut through the turret on the top lane, and are now losing the Drake because the control of the bot lane, of the bot side of the map even, is completely gone from their hands.
Yeah, Solari, things are looking to change in the near future if Liberty has the space to get back, and that's how they start doing it. Drake Hero guarantees the first Drake for the team. Now looking for a fight, Makes is taking so much damage, almost takes down Cabby, but Cabby survives, trying to get away. One over the wall, second over the wall, but it's 2 kills taken by Lost, and although Liberty survived in taking out the Drake, 2 kills still stack in items, in gold, and Lost can take advantage of it. Envy is still looking very aggressive in their positioning. Seller pushing out the mid lane, almost able to take the tier 1 down. Super Clever, though, most definitely takes the tier 1 bot.
Most likely in the nearest future is going to be all 3 tier 1s removed from Liberty's side by Los Grandes, because on the top lane the turret barely stands on the mid lane. They had a Herald released right when they pivoted towards the Dragon fight, and this turret is looking very dire as well. That was a good fight for Los Grandes. They got some more kills on the Cello and Mercy's for him as well. Everybody dealt a lot of damage, but yet again, I am expecting this state of the game to change somewhere soon, because the second items will be pouring soon for Liberty, and for Lost right now is the very important moment of the game. They need to press on the advantage. They need to make sure that the goal difference between the teams is somehow gonna get even bigger than it is now. Maybe like that.
Yeah, maybe like that, Solari. Makes is so low, has to ulti away, trying to get that shield. Is enough. It's huge. It's huge. Do we have any cut healing? Not really.
That is a disgrace, honestly. Why? Who
Rookie
in
mistake,
their right mind? Who who in their right mind thinks that they are going to stop Makes if they cannot stop him from healing? If this bear continues healing, he continues dealing damage, because look at his items. Unending Despair, for hell's sake, as the first item on the Woolly Bear. It's a disgusting item, by the way. I was building it on Swain one time, and it was working so damn good. And it works even better on Ponzipion if he's not dead. Given.
Well, there's a difference between Makes with an... Okay.
Oh my god.
Finally, it goes down, but I was going to say there's a difference between Makes with ulti and Makes with no ulti. So
yeah,
maybe
big
Loss
bear
is
or
just
small
batting
little
up.
cud.
Yeah, exactly. A small little plushie. That's what he is now.
Aw.
And back to base he goes. But Solari, it makes such a difference, right? Loss is just getting the confidence in, yeah, we burn it down, have they waste the ulti, and then we can take it. So if Envy can connect the damage, Cello as well, then that's good enough.
Yes, and I like that the peak potential is still there for Los Grandes, and I like that they're using it quite a lot. They've also split along across the map quite nicely, because yeah, this turret is finally going to go down, I think, unless Pilot has a say in it now. It has been released from its unfortunate life, same as this turret on the mid lane, sorry, because bot lane has already been chunked quite a lot by Los Grandes. We're talking about them losing control over the map, so I think they have just regained all of it back into their hands, and they're looking really strong and prepared. They don't even need to be prepared for the next Drake, to be honest. They can completely give away the next Dragon to Liberty if it means that they could get a Baron out of it, because they still need to accelerate the game from now on, and the Baron would be so helpful in that.
Oh, definitely. And it's one thing that you can do in the beginning of a late game, right, Solari? 20 minutes, you get an on-spawn Baron, you start getting all the control into the enemy jungle and into the enemy base, translated into siege, and that's what wins games, people. It's not the kills, it's taking out the Nexus. You all know that, right? Don't make that mistake on your solo kills. I'm watching.
Yeah, please. It's not about the kills. Whatever you might think, it's not about the kills or the personal participation or jungle difference. It's about the Nexus. And Barons help quite a lot in getting the enemy Nexus go down. And Los Grandes have the same idea in their heads. They are, trogging through this Baron, whatever was the word I was looking for. But they have Kalista on 2 items, and she goes so damn quickly through the big objectives. It's pretty much the second smite on your team.
Yeah, but there's the full team of Liberty just at the back end. Makes gets the front line. Can they rip it away? Drake Hero trying to find an entrance. They can't really get there. Now there's the shockwave, deals damage, but Envy is dealing the damage back. Knockup goes onto Drake Hero. No, excuse me, not onto Drake Hero, onto Super Klebe. Makes is in the back line. Cavallo goes down again, as unfortunately has been the story of this game for Liberty. And taking a Baron plus 1 kill, they're feeling incredibly strong.
Oh, yes. They also got a flash out of Mikao, by the way, and of Drake Hero, so that was overall good performance from Los Grandes. Very successful raid onto the Baron. The raid boss went down, all the little minions around it went down, and apparently for Los Grandes right now, Liberty are the little minions, because did you see that damage from Cello just from 1 Q onto Mikao? The poor baby dragon is almost dead after 1 single ability from that Kalista, and that is how Los Grandes are going to win this game, if they still want to win this game, with a Baron, with a 3rd dragon in their pockets that sees is securing right now for the team, with a lot of split pushing, especially thanks to Super Clever, one of the 2 rookies of the split that I have in my heart so far.
Oh yeah, they are really performing incredibly well. There is so much pressure that comes with getting into the Tier 1 league, and they are delivering. Solari Loss is showing us that you and Trajan know what you're talking about. To be fair, I thought this game was going to be very competitive, but Loss is outshining all of my expectations.
Hey, again, let's not get too hyped just yet, even though I'm the first person to get hyped when I see Los Grandes taking the game in their control. It is still not over for Liberty, because yes, it's 9-2. Yes, there is pretty big goal difference between the teams, which I'm sorry, I'm not going to calculate because I have too little brain cells to do that. But Liberty still have this scaling on their hands. Mikao is trying to farm up as much as it is possible for the little bullied baby dragon. He is getting the stacks in. Not at 200 just yet, but he's getting surely closer to those. At 225, that is going to be a completely different story for Liberty, if they are allowed to get there, that is said. Because Lost, again, they cannot do one thing right now, and that is lost their momentum. If they stop pushing into the enemy, it can be game over for them.
It could be 1 minute left. There's Tier 2 taken down by Super Klebe, looking for a big rotation on the top side. Cabby trying to get an engage, while Envy from the other side of the map, what is the range of this champion? Really just poking all of Liberty down. They're not finding ways to connect the Drake hero on the Viego. Mikau hasn't had time to really go. Pilot not finding the shockwaves we would want from them. And it's mostly everyone on loss on almost perfect KDA. Oh, 9-2. Cabby going in forward. There's the tier 2 taken down. If they can commit, they would. But the Baron is running out as we speak, and they decide to retreat.
Yes, it's a little bit risky to go too far onto Liberty because Lost have already done it once and they have been punished for that. But now they're not just recalling, they are recalling with a lot of vision left in the enemy jungle. So that's nice. I like it. They're going to see a lot of their movements around this part of the map and they don't need to be too cautious about the Drake just yet. First of all, because it's a little bit less than 3 minutes before it's going to appear. And second of all, Lost are still in such a winning position that they can afford to lose or give away the next Drake. They wouldn't like to because they are just one Drake away from the soul, but they don't necessarily have to fight for it. It's not going to be a hit or miss for them. It's fine. It's acceptable. What is not acceptable though, so do you see any anti-healing? Because I see a little bit on Super Clever, but that's it, and that's not who I want to see the anti-healing on. I want to see an orb on Envy, and I know that he's gonna sacrifice some damage if he does so, but he's the one who's getting damage onto Makes consistently, and Makes is very annoying. He's getting onto the enemy backline. He's trying constantly to get onto Envy and onto Celo. If he succeeds in that in the next big team fight, and if nobody's there to cut his healing and stop him and shut him down, it might just be a fight lost for Los Grandes, because each fight after fight, it is getting harder and harder for them to deal with this Ponzibion.
Yeah, 25 minutes, Solari. 7,500 gold ahead for Lost.
Oof.
And the crucial moment, as you said, to confirm that soul point for the team. Liberty is sitting on only one of those Drakes. Really have to commit to try and steal it. But we saw the team fights, they're not connecting much. Cavallo is really just getting obliterated on every single opportunity. Makes as well. Both of them started to melt when 3v3s, 4v4s, and 5v5s came to be. We'll see what's going to be the course of action for Liberty, as at the moment we're waiting for two big objectives. Just about the same time, 1 minute and 5 seconds for Baron, 1 minute and 10 seconds for Drake. Both of them that could be crucial for both sides. Is this a trade situation, Solari?
It's either of the two, so it can be a trade. Los Grandes can give away the Drake for Liberty in exchange of the Baron that they take, and again, they can take it really quickly because of Celo. Or, if they secure enough ground for themselves, they can send Celo to one objective and be on the other one, should they choose to do so. Because again, secondary smite pretty much on that Kalista on Celo. Again, just Los Grandes are in such a winning position right now. They can dictate how this exchange is going to look like and how much Liberty are going to get out of it, if anything at all. For now, for Liberty, no vision whatsoever around the map. It is black, pitch black for them.
Yeah, no paranoia, no Nocturne, but they can't see a thing, Solari. Lost have all control here in the river. Liberty trying to take that presence back, at least 2 wards being put down, clearing out some of the vision and getting some space. Makes could find an angle, but that's going to be lost immediately going in. Cabby has the knock-up. Makes is tanking, but Cavallo, supposed to be tanky, is not tanky enough. Super Clever could be down, but then it's Smolder that gets taken down instead. There was not enough time for the execute, Solari, and it's 3 or 0 for loss.
Oh, it's so clean for loss, and it's gonna be the Baron for them because nobody died. They still have all the smites, and look at that. They decided to keep Super Clever on the Drake. They are getting both of the objectives, both of the both worlds, best rather of the both worlds, or however it goes. I don't know. I can't mount, I can't speak today, but I can believe in Los Grandes, and so far my beliefs seem to be coming to life so far. That was a good fight from Los Grandes, especially Super Clever, actually. Even though he almost went down in the fight, even though he wasn't able to tank as much as it was needed for Los Grandes to have it a little bit cleaner, look at him. he's on the flank maneuver and he has gotten into this bush, not noticed by anybody. He props the ultimate, waits for the moment, and then goes directly onto Mikau. Very nice knock-up from Cavallo, buying a little bit more time for the team. Good Mama called, but Mama is not there to deal damage. Mama is there to delay the inevitable, the death of her baby, and she's there to watch her little baby die on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's not going to look really good for the family photo as Liberty is on 44,000 gold, 10,000 behind the 54,000 the Loas has, plus having taken the first Baron and now first Baron, 2 Barons as we speak actually, and the soul for Hex. Wait, Hex? No, that's
Ocean.
Oh yeah, okay. I was looking at the other way around. Yeah, the ocean.
I know
there you
it
go.
happens, yeah.
My bad. All right, so the ocean, as you said, Solari, they're looking to have a 4-man rotation here on the bot side, plus a super clever in the mid lane, doing so much on the Aatrox in this game. They could finish out in the next 5 minutes. Can Liberty deliver a defense, or is Lost just superior at this point?
I think Lost are trying to lure them into another fight, because look at their positioning. They're not even pushing in, even though they could push in really heavily. They're not using their abilities and their advantage. They want to have a fight with Liberty outside of the safety of their base, outside of their turrets, and to stack up, of course, huge 2 waves on the bot lane. God damn it. If no fight, then we bring the hell onto your base with 2 cannon mini. Oh, they're
that was very funny. If you didn't notice, myself and Solari are laughing because while she was saying that 2 cannon minions could break it down on this tier 3, they just immediately died when Mikau attacked them. So
he just sneezed on them, honestly.
It was very funny, very funny. And all right, as we push in, Lost, Super Clever is very clear to take down this tier 3 mid lane. Could go directly into the inhibitor. Cavallo was trying to find an angle with a Hextech Flash over the wall, but they're not really feeling confident to leave their base, and they shouldn't be feeling confident to leave their base. Anything that happens has to be in a defensive position, and, well, that defensive position wasn't really on the minions, so you're not going to clear out that wave really fast. But though, if you clear out the enemies, that could be enough. There's 1 kill going directly onto Cabby. Now next, you can't do anything when the Cello Callista is just wrecking down your enemies. Woo! That's almost an ace. Just Pilot surviving. And, well, Solari, it feels like you and Trajan have the upper hand on predictions.
Oh yes, we knew something. And so maybe we didn't know anything. You know what? I'm telling you, still, my mind was telling me Liberty are the ones to take this game. But it looks like their beautiful win streak of, what was it, 7 victories? Doesn't matter anymore because it's gone. Liberty have been destroyed by Los Grandes. Do Los Grandes still have any chances in the scoreboard? No. Did they take everything out of Absolutely, yes. That was such a dominant game from them.
Look at him. Hey, look at our rookie.
Happy. Yes, Envy. You're happy, and you should be.
Oh my god, I always get Envy and Super Clever confused. I don't know why.
Yeah, they look like brothers.
They look so similar. I'm going to tell you a fun fact. So if any of you guys watched our socials and saw the little vlog that I made when I was there in the studio, Solari edited it. Thank you so much. I was literally looking at Lost, and a friend of mine really likes Super Clever. And I was like, oh, Super Clever, I would like an autograph. But I was looking at Envy. It wasn't him. I still got the autograph at the end. No, not the autograph. We got like a little video where he was like, hi, I'm sending you a hug. So I sent that to my friend and she really liked it. Look at them. And gosh, this is huge for Lost. And you're so right, Solari. This is the moment where they were playing for pride. They had to take down the team that was doing so well. 7 wins in a row. This streak was taken down by a team that can't even get into playoffs. It feels bad.
It does. You don't have to tell me that, Soph. It feels very bad right now. I was rooting for Los Grandes, and I will not stop rooting for Los Grandes up until the end of the regular split, which is not really that far away from us, unfortunately. But this game really solidified to me that they have also grown so much as a team, because this whole team composition was dependent on one very clear win con, and they seized it and secured it. And I think actually, speaking of seizing things, Seize was incredible in this game. His map rotations, his aggressiveness on that Vi, he was pretty much the reason why the whole team started snowballing so quickly.
I agree. Gosh, we saw how much they were literally camping. If it was any of us IRL in that bottom lane, we would be so tilted because Envy was there every single respawn. Every single time, Envy there on the backline bush. Every single time. Getting rotations coming from mid lane too. It was so good and it was well executed. There was just one of those dives that didn't go well where Cavallo survived. But gosh, at that moment, Cavallo was already 0-3.
Yeah. You
got a Nautilus to be squishy. It felt like the Nautilus was squishy.
Yeah, it's like, there is a little baby dragon and a huge, a suit from deep under the water, and the suit was squishier than the baby dragon. Which is not how it's supposed to work, but, well, that's how Los Grandes made it look.
Yeah, for sure. So, Solari, after such a banger of a match, I need to tell everybody what's going to be the next matchup. It's going to be Pain versus Fluxu. So, the two remainder matches of the day are going to be top standings Pain versus bottom standing Fluxu. And then to finish out the day, top standings Kaboom versus last placed INTZ. Feels bad for them on such a long losing streak. So stay tuned. There's still quite a lot of great League of Legends to be played. Solari, thank you so much for being here with me today, because I know we're going to be swapping up with Axeman next when we come back. So do you have anything else just to say to everyone before we go?
Keep believing. If you pick one team or a player or a team, keep believing, because sooner or later, even if it's a little bit too late, they are going to deliver that victory for you that is going to change everything. Thank you, Los Grandes.
All right, with that, stay tuned. We're going to be right back after a quick break. back, everybody. It's still Surfchan, but this is a new addition with us. It's Axman. How are you doing for our first match together today? Pain versus Luke.
I'm doing just fine. Thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate it. It's going to be a good one today, and yeah, thanks for going the whole day with us today. I know 4x4's been pulling a lot of those shifts, but he was super sick yesterday, so it was. We're glad to have you here. Hopefully, he's recovering. I know a lot of people in the scene are sick right now. I believe Zai is also down with fever as well. So hoping everybody gets well. I was sick just a couple weeks ago, so it's just the season or something, I guess.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you're watching at home and you're sick, we're glad you're here. Thanks for being here. We got a heck of a matchup coming up here for us. It's Pain Gaming versus Fluxu, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and we, unfortunately for you and I, the matches that really could make a difference in the standings happens in the first half. For us, we have the top standings versus the bottom of the standings. I know you are a big Liberty believer, so it must have felt really bad to see Lost really coming out on top in a great way. To be fair, kudos to them. They did super well. I was also rooting for Liberty. Extending a win streak to 8 games would have been insane. But getting into the match that we have right now, Pain consistently in the finals for all splits of CBLOL. Is this a match that doesn't have much to talk about? They're just going to do well and win?
Well, I tell you what, the point here, I think, for me, Soph, isn't as much for Fluxu. Fluxu's just locked out, but it's wins for Pain, and I think that's important. We always mention that some of these bottom-tier teams could have the opportunity to play spoiler and take games off of these top teams and maybe mess up their playoffs contention, mess up their seeding, and that's what Pain Gaming's really playing for here today. Fluxu, of course, playing for bragging rights. But yeah, Pain Gaming, they're sitting at 10-5 right now. Others of the top teams are at 10-6. I know Red earlier got the loss to Loud earlier. So win for Pain puts them back up in that first position slot over Red, along with Loud and VKS, over Kaboom and over Liberty. But a loss here today knocks them back down under several of those teams, and even with Red. So you take too many losses like that, and you find yourself in a bad seeding position, or could potentially get knocked out here. I think Pain Gaming's pretty much locked in, but it is still technically possible for them to get knocked out.
It's true. And speaking of, let's have a look at the Pain roster while we go a little bit deeper into the situation for standings, because we look at Pain, and you said it yourself, it's not just about being top 6, it's about being really good in the seeding for playoffs, so you can be advanced into the double elimination. You can choose which matchup you're going to have. That's just how the format is for playoffs on CBLOL at the moment. So Pain Gaming with Weiser in the top lane, Carioca in the jungle, Jinkedra in the mid, Tita as ADC, and Foodie as support. And on the side of Fluxu, who do we have, Akman?
No, I will tell you exactly who we have. We got Kiari, Sting, Fu in the mid lane, Kojima down bot with Scamber. And the story's all about Fu for this one. Star mid laner. This team's taking games off of some very competent mid laners indeed. Fluxu has some of the best head-to-heads in the league right now. They got a winning head-to-head against Liberty, I believe. As of now, they play Liberty on the final day of the CBLOL. They're in that last week. Could potentially go 2-0 into a playoffs team. And that'll be on the back of Fu. He's just a really solid mid laner. A lot of good picks that we don't see from other mid laners too. We'll have to see what he plays today. He played Karma yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, and I can check that for you as well. But going on the top of how they have been doing against the big contender teams, most of the games they didn't win were against bottom of the standings. They lost 2-0 to Furia. Only played one of the matches against INTZ, but lost it. Having 1-on-1 with Kaboom, 1-1 against Liberty, as you said, but against Loss, won twice. Against Loud, I will repeat. Loud lost twice to Fluxu. They have a win over Pain, a 1-1 against Red, and 2 wins against VKS. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. Really weird record.
But Well, actually, am I looking at this wrong? Am I confused? Yes, I am confused. Sorry, I was looking the other way around. You know the graph that goes like this and it goes like that? That's totally my fault. I apologize. They unfortunately didn't win that much against the big top contenders. That was wrong analysis from me. Let's skip this, pretend it never happened.
Yeah, but they do have some interesting head-to-heads nonetheless, and yeah, it's a solid little roster. Honestly, I think we put this one above Liberty going into this split, and I think they still have a lot of room to grow. Could potentially develop into something next split, but unfortunately for them, it's just kind of bragging rights they're playing for at this point.
Yeah, because 5 wins against 10 losses. It's only 33% of win rate, not looking super fine. But you said, in regards to those head-to-heads in the mid lane, specifically for Fu, things get much more competitive against the likes of Grefstar. We saw them doing, like, close against Dinones as well. And even against Pain, if I'm not mistaken. So, against Dinkedo, they have such incredibly good mid laners for these top contenders that when you look at Fu performing well I remember the first week they played Akali and they were just huge on it, really bringing diversity to the table that we don't really expect. But it's nice considering that they are bottom of the standings. They have a little bit more of a opportunity, a little more breathing room to say, well, yeah, this is bragging rights, this is pride matches, and we just want to get good gameplay on the board. Heading into the draft, X-Men, some of the things that we always see already out the table.
Oh yeah, Maokai banned away, Karaoke not getting that champion. We'll see a couple more bans come out before that first pick blue side. It's definitely not going to be Weiser's Kale, I don't think. Something we see locked in here first.
So one in a lifetime.
Yep, and we won't see that one again. The Hui for Dunkato makes a lot of sense. Fu potentially answering back here with the Azir. We'll see the Hover and a Fury. That won't get locked in. See a different champion here come through. Probably the bot lane, I would imagine, would be the start out for Fluxu. Yeah, maybe Smolder, and then something like the Nautilus.
I think you're totally right in, like, thinking about the Smolder with a Nautilus. But I'm still thinking, why are we insisting so much on the Smolder? Because the win rate, I know it's good, yes, but the win rate is not really translating on CBLOL. I think I mentioned the Solari, it's down to like 33%. And it lost this previous game as well. There was no room for it to grow. So going even more down in win rate, not confirming that the champion is really super performing at the moment. Thalia, though, is much higher in the standings. Really does super well against the Hui. We usually have that pairing, right? The Orianna, then a Hui goes into counter. And then you have a Hui, and then the Thalia goes to counter. So it's very stable, and considering Orianna was out the table and Hui was already picked, that was going to be always what you go for. The Xayah is confirmed. Is this going to be a Xayah Rakan situation? Do they leave it open? Is this going to be... Yes, okay.
I would think so, yeah. Corey picking up the Rakan there. Just the engage potential alone is so good from Rakan. And also, it brings you a lot of dive out of the gates, which is nice when we talk about Smolder, right? And Smolder's been locked in the last 2 games so far in the league. And I think it's something that they need to start looking at. And that is the answer to Smolder. It's just the dive. You get Rakan and Vi that we've already seen so far going into that champion, and he just doesn't make it through the late game, which is where he's the most powerful. Seeing a lot of different hovers here from Fluxu.
And decide to go for the Kai'Sa. Okay, makes sense. Considering the picks you have so far with the Rel plus Thalia, it's a team that really wants to go forward and guarantee that the engage starts with them. So the killer instinct that allows Kai'Sa to do so makes a lot of sense with this composition. So far, none of the supports have been... You have a Maokai that could be flexing, but none of the usual supports, Senna as well, usually actually going for a fasting Senna or like AD carry Senna. They are not there, but a Nautilus is. What else could we have with the Kai'Sa?
Could just
what
be the
even
Rel.
is stronger than maybe a Karma? It
Yeah.
could be the Karma. It could be the Rel. Yeah, you're right.
Do like the Karma. I'm not sure Talia jungle is like the best thing going here. I think Talia probably is in the mid lane there. Karma
Me too,
could
yeah.
be good. Karma could be really good. But we'll have to see. Sejuani gonna get banned out here. That's some dive taken away. And Poppy banned out as well. No Poppy for Wiser. No Poppy for Karaoke.
Mm-hmm. I like it. It makes a lot of sense. You mentioned X-Men, how Pain wants to get those dives going, especially if they can have that priority in the early game. The Poppy allows that so well. You just pop somebody out, the jungler comes in. No, you don't. Especially when you're already into level 6 territory. Now Fluxu locks in a Lee Sin. All right, what do you think of that?
Lee Sin for staying means Rel is going bot with the Kai'Sa and locks Talia into that mid lane. They're going to last pick a top laner for Kiari, which means Pain Gaming are going to have to blind something for Wiser. Getting lots of hovers, all kinds of hovers here, so...
yeah, then we just pay no mind.
Yeah, it's not going to be Twitch Draven. Vi will come through eventually for Karaoke, and then they'll have to blind pick something for Wiser. Honestly, I like Jax here, but, I mean...
Yes.
I don't even know if Wiser go for that. Yeah, it'll probably just be Aatrox, right?
Yeah, I like the Aatrox. I like the Jax you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's going to be Aatrox locked in. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Gnar coming through. Has it been banned? No. So I don't think it would be super surprising to see a Gnar coming through to counter out the Aatrox. The Twisted Fate AD is already out, so it wouldn't be a counter. So that was a preemptive great play there by Pain Gaming, taking it on a ban. I have some thoughts on the Gwen. It is locked in, but the Gwen... So, it's spicy, but I'm always just so interested in champion stats. Let me have a look here. Gwen is one of the... Do you want to know the win rate? Out of 3 games it was played, lost 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, it gives me bad feeling.
Yeah, no, it should. I mean, it's not a good pick. It is a counter pick. It is a counter pick. It's not a counter pick for Aatrox, though. You pick Gwen into hyper tanks because she shreds them with her passive.
Like on.
Yeah, and with her abilities. But tanks are meta right now, and people are only picking them really for like a skill matchup, some kind of a weird skill matchup. Into Wiser, I don't think this is a good pick for Kiari. I think Kiari can maybe get away with picking this into, like, Lonely.
Yeah. Maybe Ty.
Yeah, that'd be about it. That'd be about it, I think. Just those two is really where you want to go for a skill matchup for Kiari. Other than that, I mean, Make, Super Clever, Wiser, FMB, no, there's no way. And he's done it again here. If he wins this one, huge feather in his cap, and once again, Fluxu are playing for bragging rights, right? So I guess this makes sense and is in line with what they should be trying to accomplish. But in terms of like winning games, you could really tell by this isn't just like a Kiari thing. This entire draft from Fluxu is bragging rights. I mean, if Sting pulls off a game on Karaoke on Lee Sin, that's going to be nuts. If Kojima can finally make Kai'Sa work when we've seen IU and Brunsey not be able to make it work, that would be nuts. Fuz Talia is going to be super good if he can make this one work. But yeah, this is not a good draft from Fluxu. This is not a game-winning draft. If they do win this one, it's because they literally played better than Pain at every single stage.
Yeah. Yeah, just out of their minds, because I agree with you on every stage. Like, it's a very uncohesive draft. Nothing really... Okay, so you have some things that could be working out, going for heavy access to backlines, Lee Sin, Fu, Kojima, etc. But against the team that they're playing, you mentioned the matchups, Wiser, on the Aatrox, like, I'm not the biggest fan either, but... It's kind of similar to what we had with Liberty and Loss. Not in regards to draft, because both drops were very consistent on both sides. More in regards to, well, if Loss won, it wouldn't change the position for Liberty. It didn't. Like, out of the playoffs, out of top 6, it didn't change. This case is the similar. So maybe this could be the final, you know, spark for Fluxu to get those bragging rights you said, to get the ego boost, and, I don't know, try to... understand how they're going to approach things in the next split.
For sure. And, yeah, it's, things are real tight now for Fluxu. I think each win still matters quite a bit for them, where it's just not necessarily as much about playoffs anymore here. Looking for these early game trades, Scamber's got to make some magic happen, or Curry's going to get to a point very quickly where he's unkillable and unpickable by the Rel.
Yeah, but they go in, both of them on level 1, just trying to get that trade. Yeah, but solid trade going down to 60% there on the HP buff for Goody.
Yeah, I would expect Fluxu to have the better level 2 here. So you'll see Titan and Curry back off a little bit here early on, maybe re-engage level 3. Meanwhile, Kiari, same thing, bigger level 2. But once again, Aatrox comes back with a vengeance at level 3, level 4, once you have 2 points in the queue.
Nothing really out of the ordinary at the moment, especially in regards to rotations on junglers, both of them on opposite sides of the map. And as a Hui should do, quite a lot of damage from the get-go. The base stats on this champion are very strong at the moment. One thing that's a little different is, yes, you mentioned that the potential on level 3 for the Aatrox, but I think Carry is actually playing this quite well. There's some pressure coming from Sting as they push in the wave. This is, well, we'll see how this is going to go. I don't think this is going to be a dive. It would be too aggressive, way too aggressive, X-Men. So they just decide to settle for the Grump instead.
I like it. I like the aggression. I like the Assassinate Wiser gameplay style. Sting's out. Did Karaoke see him? Yes, Karaoke definitely saw him. Okay, yeah, he's looking for him now. Sting's going to get out of there. Just a little bit of a positioning difference here. Sting wins this 1v1 if he can get it. We'll see.
Oh, and there's that engage in the bot side. Going sideways, actually, almost half HP on both sides. Oh, they do. And Karaoke is going to be going very low on health. First blood. First blood goes to Sting, as you said, X-Men. And there's the second one that's actually traded 1-for-1 for both sides. But there's Fluxu taking Wiser down as well on a 2-for-1. What a confident boost.
So if this happens every year, as soon as teams are locked out of playoffs, some of them just rise to the occasion. They level up. Once you're not playing without that pressure, right, to perform, suddenly your gameplay gets that much better. Scamber takes a bunch of damage. Curry and Titan now here at level 3 are in control of the lane. Here's a replay for you. Sting has this 1v1, but Kiari on top of him. It is just not close. Karaoke uses only escape to engage on the Sting, and that spells doom for him. Fu steps up. He's going to lock up Wiser with the CC. Ducato's able to trade back a kill, but it's one for Kiari and one for Sting.
And Fu positioned them much faster as well, X-Men, and guaranteeing that you were there quicker, especially with how you said that Karaoke used that only escape into engaging. Well, that opens up some space, and it's translating into Sting going out to the bot side. What a flash! And a tank there by Kudi onto that Sonic wave. Super nicely done. All right, Pain, okay.
Yeah, really cool there. Curry Rakan is so powerful. It's just busted. You can't really do much about that, but it's a nice little CS lead for Kojima here. They're going to push in. I think they got a plate, actually. No, they did not, but they'll get some damage on that plate anyway. Maybe pick that one up later for a bit of a gold lead. Fu takes so much damage.
Yeah, and Dinkato is forcing in again. Neither of them have level 6, so there's not a big power spike onto their 1v1, but it's enough to force out Fu out of the lane, while Pain guarantees 3 Void Grubs. No, just 2. They're leaving 1 there for potential future scrambles. What do you think is the strategy behind that?
It's just really good tempo, I think. The third one takes the longest to take of all of them. And if you leave it up, what happens is it doesn't send a global message to the other team that you've taken the grubs. So you don't give as much information to the enemy team. You get to back off, take all of your camps, and potentially rotate over to Dragon to check it out and pressure that a little bit. You can always rotate back up to take that third one down because the shield drops over time.
Awesome. I think that was perfect. So concise as well. Thanks, X-Men. I am looking at all of the map and thinking, yes, both teams, although they didn't really see each other, Fluxo didn't see that they were taking the Void Grubs. Well, did they? No, there was a ward there. Was that ward placed afterwards? I think they were aware of each other. So So trading out Void Grubs for the first Drake of the game now for Fluxo. Considering they have such great control of the wave here on the bot side, Titan was resetting. I think that's the best they could have done. Now a Hackstack Flash used that by Skemba just to scare them out, try to force out anything out of the enemy ADC and support. But what I'm thinking now is, considering the way the lanes are going, I wouldn't be surprised to see Fluxo go for a big push now on Wiser. What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe they could go for him here, Sting. Maybe looking for that dive. But he does have World Ender, so World Breaker, something like that. He's got his ult available.
I think World Ender.
World Ender, there you go. Which makes that dive a little bit harder. But yeah, they could potentially go for that. I think Kiari is content to sit back and just try to build up his CS lead, though. You'll see him position that wave back there. But it does look like he's trying to double stack the wave. So maybe we'll see a dive in a minute or so.
For sure. I think I'm on the same page. And here, Pain trying to get that shove themselves because they know Carioca is going for a reset. Now we're still in the fog of war. Sting is in the top side. As we mentioned, trying to get something onto Wiser if there's a breach. Gary could bait something out. We'll see what's going to be the next step. That couldn't be a rotation from anyone on Pain, actually, to help out Wiser if that was the case. But it's a reset from Sting, and they don't actually force out anything.
They don't for the time being. That grub still remains up. Karaoke can take it down if he wants to. I believe the timer for taking the third grub, if you have the map control of that side, is 12 minutes. So I think he's got several minutes before that comes back up. We might just see Sting take it. Notable as well for the 2 grub take is that once you take 2 grubs, Soph, the opposing team can't get 5. So it doesn't really matter if they lose this one.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I'm seeing that finally, at least on CBLOL, I wouldn't say in regards to the other leagues, but at least on CBLOL, I think we're finally coming to terms on how to utilize the Void Grubs better. Now, after Fluxo takes this one, they go directly onto Wiser for a dive, but there's a comeback that could be contested. Wiser could go down before they get there. There's actually a Vault Breaker that helps quite a lot, but still doesn't prevent them from dying. Where's the tower aggro? It doesn't really connect. What is that? Forcing out a flash away and another flash coming from Fu. Both mid laners end up surviving, trading out flashes and almost getting both themselves killed.
It's so close there. Denkato uses the spike and what he thought was like a death sentence or food, but the flash gets him out, and that will mean he's safe. Here's the replay, though. It's doom for Wiser. Holy cow, a death squad has shown
really
up here. Wow. Karaoke could do nothing but watch. Ult Sting try to catch him up, but there's nothing really you could do. This is really well executed from Fluxo Soph. A really well played early macro play here. They had that setting up for the last few minutes. We saw Kiari double stacking the wave, had a nice big wave crash into there. They moved the support up. Everything was perfect.
And it translates so much knowledge on where Carioca was, because they knew they could go onto Wiser. Maybe it was going to be some help. Oh, just hold that thought. Going immediately onto Kojima, burning out that ignite. Still not enough to take them down. Carioca is on the sideline. If they want to do something about it, Sting taking the Scuttle Crab. But the engage really turns out to not at the moment. Still 1 minute for the next Drake to spawn.
Yeah, just a little time here before that next one's back up. Weaver's Wall's out for Fu.
Okay, not really going for anything. Double thumbs up. And many platings that could be collected there, but in the bottom side for Chitam. Now looking at Carioca getting engaged. It's a 3v1. They have to flash away, but the Magnet Storm connects, and it's going to be a kill immediately onto Carioca. Fluxo getting themselves on 4-1.
Really good stuff there from Fluxo. It's a 1.5k gold lead so far, and Scammered staying the
Oh, not again. Jesus. And a flash forward with a knock-up connects once again, and Denkato is down.
He's just gone. This is the second time we've seen this, so the solo laner from Pain Gaming, once again, mogged by 3 members of Fluxo. They take him down. It's hard to watch at this point if you're a Pain Gaming fan. Why can't they equalize? Why can't they figure this positioning out? They might pay for it here with the Dragon. We'll see Karaoke over the wall. And there'll be no position for Fluxu to counter, I don't think. So that's another objective going the way of Paint Gaming. Here's that replay for you.
Wait.
Not sure what this replay is.
Oh, yes, when Karaoke dies. There you go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, he didn't really see anything coming.
Yeah, it was all black. Pitch black.
I'll be honest, I don't think there's anything you could do there.
No, you couldn't. You really couldn't. Did they waste anything?
Vision.
I think it would. Yeah, I think they only tried to get a Q out, but there's Dinkedo going down as well.
Honestly, I think there's plenty Dinkedo could have done about this. I mean, you see all this happen to Karaoke moments before, and you're still way up in the lane, trying to, I don't know, hit minions, get an angle on Fu. I think that's what he was. He was a little tunnel vision, trying to land these abilities on Fu, and I mean, maybe that's just the Hui disease, trying to land those abilities when you're not looking at your own character, and maybe some lack of communication there on the part of Karaoke, but that is another few kills. I believe it's 1-5 right now. Fluxu having the 5 kills, and they got a dragon under their belt as well. Karaoke was taking down the dragon when the pause came out during the replay, so we're not 100% sure if they actually got that dragon or not. Maybe there was an issue with the dragon, something like that. But we're into the pause now. Looks like the players are all sitting in there, still sitting up on the stage, so it's not a fire alarm. But
well, I am very glad it isn't.
Yeah.
It must be just a software on hardware problem. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see. But, gosh, Axman, we mentioned this could be the moment for Fluxu to shine, and they are rotating like it's nobody's business, and it's all coming through. Funnily enough, we saw today a Vi doing the exact same thing. I don't remember exactly which of the games it was, but now they are punishing Karaoke on the Vi, and they are basically bringing it down. The Lee Sin is doing so well. It's like those Lee Sins you find on solo queue, and you're like, okay, this is game over. I can't do anything about it.
Certainly, yeah, and we've only really seen Karaoke get one opportunity for like a counter gank, really, and some of the counter gank mechanics came into play. We saw him ult staying under tower. That could have potentially led to a kill, but the aggro was juggled very effectively by Fluxu. These have all been very clinical, very surgical plays from Fluxu thus far. I don't think Karaoke really could have done much about many of these plays. I mean, getting caught in that jungle, we all saw that vision clip, man, when he's just walking up and all of a sudden it's just boom, bang, pow, out of nowhere. Like 3 ults, I think. I'll call it 3 ults. Just hit him out of nowhere. And yeah, he's in the ground before he knows it. But even the Wiser up top side, I don't think Wiser could do anything about that one either. Really, it's just Dinkedo that maybe could have positioned a little bit better. Other than that, Flukes are just playing the absolute heck out of this composition, which has been really, really encouraging to watch. And yeah, I mean, it kind of echoes what we were talking about, right? We got a lot of belief in these players. It just didn't happen for them this split. I think they can develop into something great. And it's good to see how well they perform with you know, with the weights off, right? I mean, all the weight, all the pressure of having to perform.
The shackles.
Yeah, the shackles. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of this game. Not sure what is going on with the pause. We don't see any referees interacting with any of the players, so might just be a software.
Yeah.
I think it's software reset. Maybe Titan's fuzzy pink cat ear headphones have gone out or something like that. We'll have to see if we can get a shot of him.
Love that. Love that. That would be amazing. But I totally agree with you. There's just this feeling that they're like breathing. This is when we have liberty to finally play what we want to play. It could be a little bit different. It could be a little off meta in this case. Not even that much. Yeah, you mentioned the Kai'Sa for sure. But the Lee Sin has been good. Has been consistently good all throughout the meta. And they are executing it incredibly well. Sting is doing so much work. Even when we were thinking about Chiari on the Gwen, yeah, on draft, on paper, meh. But then you have your junglers doing so much and collaborating with gold distribution around the map. That does it even matter? Like, it's fine. You get those ganks anyway because your jungler and Fu as well there on the Talia, rotating super fast whenever they go. And those very quick decisions are making all the difference for Fluxo.
They really are. I guess Fu's got a good macro look and they're hoping that's going to help him out there in the late game, which seems like a pretty good bet to me. He's got a good head on his shoulders. So Sting has been playing really well as well on the Lee Sin, which has been good to see. I think he got some early ones that were fairly lucky, but he's doing well for sure. Back on the Rift, looks like Karaoke got that dragon. Yeah, Fluxu are pushing into the jungle trying to punish.
Yeah, then they will indeed. Oh, I love that rotation there from Sting going onto the back line. This is what? This is amazing, Axman. I don't know if we're gonna have a replay of this or not. But it's not just the fact that they knew that Carioca had taken the Drake. They go immediately in the jungle. No vision. Again, Falcovoy utilized to its best potential. And Stink going through the other side to flank. I mean, this is incredible.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, so if that's a clip for Sting, we're going to have to post that one on social media. Holy cow. The ward hop, the ult's back into Scamber. That was really, really well done.
Oh, the replay. Nice.
Look at this. It's so good. I mean, again, he just doesn't see anything, right? What could he have seen? And Scamber's just suddenly there, a million miles an hour. Sting teleports into a bush and kicks him backwards. Foo's there out of nowhere. There's just no warning, no information at all, and he's dead, just like that.
And it's all about looking right now as an explicit example, how much Scamba has been effectively clearing out enemy vision. So Pain is not really aware of anything that's going on. They have Fluxo has so much vision on the enemy jungle. Now topside, they're fighting a little bit, but nothing out of the ordinary. Looking at Sting, maybe we'll see Carioca contesting this one. The vision is denied, but they still have Scuttle Crab. We'll see what's going to be the next step. And at least one of those Void Grabs goes to Fluxo. Carioca actually disengaging. Oh, they only guarantee one because of the timer. Okay.
Yeah, timer goes out there, and then Rift Herald's going to come back in.
Oh, and speaking of back in, Scumba, you don't want to be in on this fight. Look at the damage the Kai'Sa's doing. Cudi saving them quickly enough. It's not there. The final hit on the Kai'Sa is enough. Kojima takes the Rakan, and it's a 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Hot take, kills on Curry matter more than kills on Titan. That's just my line of thinking here. Kojima's going to put that one down, and keeping in mind not the predictions.
Not the predictions. Oh, oh, what an engage. One auto attack is next, and the flash is enough, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 traded back. The World Ender is going to help Aatrox survive, but Sting is saying, you have no place to be, while Gwen is just riding out the Herald. Pay in the tier 2.
The predictions haunt me.
Stop, please, Rose. You're making me uncomfortable.
Sting, nothing quite like no, not the overlay. I can see them even now. I can see them in my mind. Yeah, the turret's gonna go down to Kojima here. Yeah, Sting's just playing the heck out of the Lee Sin right now. He's pressuring everyone so much, but we gotta give the flowers up to Kiari. He is holding Weiser's feet to the fire. Check out this replay. Fu gets killed eventually here. Karaoke, I mean, this is one of the ganks that Pain would typically go for. And yeah, it works, but like, it doesn't really work, right? I mean, you trade 1-for-1 mid laners. Dunkato's going to take 2 turret shots for free to go down there. It just doesn't look good. It looks rough. It looks, I'll be honest, old. It looks like it's out of date, right? We want that Fluxu meta. We want that 3-man dive, and we want everybody to come out the other side of it in one piece. But it's not happening for Pain. Fluxu, they're way out in front. It's a 3K gold lead, Soph. And it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Dragging up in under a minute now. We'll see Fluxu try to position for this one.
And I don't think I would have mentioned it like that, but you're so right. It kind of feels old because Fluxo has been executing those 3-man ganks so well and dives that seeing Dinkato not get the kill, have to flash forward, trade out 1-for-1, it's messy. Now Sting here in the mid lane, helping Kojima to clear out the mid, or there goes Carioca getting the ADC. It's going to be immediately shut down, and it's Dinkato who gets the gold.
Yeah, nice play there. Kojima overstepping a little bit. I don't think Fluxu was going to win through the bot lane at any point in this game. It was always going to have to be Sting and Scamber. And here's Sting and Scamber now.
Yeah, and they try to escape. That's true. Coming out, and the backline Wiser trying to do something about it. Carioca over the wall. Whoa, that's not the place you want to be. That over the wall must have been not really good to feel. Now over the wall, could they be going for the Drake? No, instead they look at this Dinketo Hui looking very, very exposed. Now they take the second Drake of the game for themselves. And again, why is Pain looking just so messy in these engages?
I'm not really sure. I think when they're going into Kojima, it looks pretty good, but that teleport from Kiari was super, super effective. I mean, you're teleporting off vision, full ghost up through the river. I think that's really what's breaking things up for Pain Gaming at this point right now. It's just the leads from the early game that a lot of these champions have from Fluxu that's really helping them out.
Carioca, no!
Not
Fuck
again.
boys, your doom! I cannot believe this! And there's a kill coming for Kojima. Titan could get one back. Stink went auto away, but the blast gun is gonna save them. Kiari is... Oh, what a dodge. Oh, Scamber, what a dodge.
Yeah, that was really nice.
That was so good!
It really was. Kiari's here now, though, and he is the real
staying.
fiend. Get that tornado!
Yeah, going on to Scamber. Goes immune to Kiari. Kuri is still there, so it scares them away. Still, Kiari can break this tier 1 down. And Fluxu just looking so good this game.
They're massive, absolutely massive. And Kiari will take that reset. He's got a bunch of gold in hand. Kojima's starting to come into his own here as well. Looking for that second item spike for Kai'Sa. This is when Kai'Sa gets really dangerous. You start ulting in. Yeah, now they got the vision set up. You're not getting into the jungle anymore. But yeah, Kojima's going to hit this second item spike, and he gets really dangerous with the ultimate, teleporting to your backline and dealing a bunch of damage to those soft targets. Dinkedo is in danger, so you can't get away from Kai'Sa forever. Nice long range. The W hits you, and Kojima's in.
Oh, yeah. And when that killer instinct hits, you gotta be worried about how that can connect with Sting and those sonic waves. At this point, really doing God's work for Fluxu. All right, nothing much to report at the moment aside from Fluxu trying to go a little aggressive in the enemy jungle. You mentioned there's no vision for Pain. They're trying to deny some of it, but Fluxu is all over. 20 seconds for Baron. This could be a fight before it spawns. Carioca goes in. There's Season Assist, trying to get some damage, but it's not really there connecting. Carioca goes down immediately. Now it's Kuri, the next target. There's the knock-up, and it's going to be another kill. Double for Kojima on that meta. And as I said, a Baron on spawn starts getting focused by Fluxu.
Doesn't even need that second item. This is a point I've been meaning to make for a long time. So if there is no frontline for Pain Gaming, two champions with a combined 0-7 record with no tank items does not a frontline make. And it is everybody getting shredded by Fluxu. There's the fight.
Maybe getting something for them. That's the Feather Storm that could come back. They get one, but it's a 1-for-1 at this point. Shut down onto Kiari. But next is going to be 2-for-2, actually. 3 players are still remaining, but one of them is Sting, and they guarantee the Baron. What did this cost? Can Dinkedo get the last kill onto Kojima? Double for them. Could turn into a triple. What a dodge now for Kojima. Escapes, but they're still looking for it. They could try to go for a dive in between towers. Another successful dodge, and Kojima lives.
Really nice there from Kojima to walk out. Him and Sting both get the buff. Look at this fight. It was all about Sting. Carioca wanted Sting, and who wouldn't? You want that revenge, right, folks? He's been in Carioca's face all game, and he'll try for it, but Kojima in with the ult. Big Q there, going to lay down the damage. He gets the double onto Kuri. Once again, there's just no front line. Both of those champions had a combined, 4,000 HP between them. That's not enough to keep you healthy in the face of Kojima, but now it's Kiari in. He gets locked up for most of this fight. See lots of damage come through. But then it's Scammer and Fu onto Titan and Dinkedo. Kind of the hero play here from Pain Gaming.
They were looking to try and steal that one. I could see in Dinkedo's eyes. They were like absolutely burning. One kill, the next one maybe trying to steal. But now Fluxu again showing that they have full control over Pain's jungle. There is 40 seconds for the next Drake to spawn, and the gold graph is looking insane. Fluxo is on top, now currently on almost 7,000 gold ahead, and 2 Drakes compared to only 1 for Pain. Could turn into 3 Drakes pretty soon, X-Men. And I wonder, how do they even fight this? They can't even leave their jungle. Oh, actually, going on to Wiser. Can't really connect the knock-up, neither the slow. But top lane, Kiari says, Tier 2 is gone.
Yeah, it's not here, not with us anymore. This might be the fight here. Foo's got Weaver's Wall available to cut this fight off.
That would be huge.
Yeah, we'll see if he uses it here. I think he might hold on to it for the inhib turret, though. If they can push forward for it. It doesn't...
Oh,
wow!
That's disgusting. Fu hits a knock up, and that just speaks doom. Kiari now in the mid lane trying to convert some of that Baron pressure. But now 4v3 in the bot side, and a magnetic storm that does connect. Kuri trying to get something going. Fu is advanced, taking damage. They could take Scamba down. That's going to be the first one. Tier 2 is also taken. Kiari uses a TP from mid lane to bot lane. That was that was something. Did they reset? I'm curious.
Not really sure. The health bar doesn't look like he reset, but
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't wait in Fountain long enough if he did reset. But the Fluxu are going to be taking down the Dragon now. It's their third one. I got to tell you here and now, Soph, if Kiari gets Cloud Dragon Soul with Ghost, so fast. The Gwen is coming at you very quickly.
Oh yeah, it's like an Olaf of Ragnarok. There's no stopping.
Yeah, keeping in mind all of the gold is stacked onto Dunkado too, who does not have any movement spells. I think he's got a movement speed buff on one of his W spells, but that's it. Other than that, he's just an immobile mage sitting there, and he has all of their kills. So if it's just about Kiari and Sting getting onto Dunkado for Fluxo to win the game, perhaps they already have.
Gosh, you're so right, X-Men. And it speaks millions that you have the Gwen for Kiari that we thought could be a bad pick, now currently sitting on 4.3 thousand gold ahead. Wiser in the top lane. All the other lanes are looking very rough with 2.7 thousand in the jungle for Sting compared to Carioca. Mid and bot are still okay, but Skirmishes is doing God's work with these engages, the magnetic storms, and translating so much of that kill pressure. Oh, Jesus. What even is that? Okay, they finally get something going, but there's the stasis that could save them. They have the flash away. Dinketo doesn't have damage to finish them off. They are out.
What? That's so wild. How do we not have damage to finish them off there? But they don't. Sting could be in here.
They could try. It's very true. It's also a Lee Sin syndrome. You hit the sonic wave, you go in, but it doesn't connect on this last one. And Pain disengages. But again, Fluxo is saying, you have no control over your jungle. We're just going to clear our vision. We're going to get vision for ourselves. And if you step up, it's going to be Fog of War, and we're taking you down.
They will be taking him down. That, kind of pseudo-lethality Aatrox we're seeing is starting to get a little bit healthier as the levels progress, so that could be a good mark for Pain Gaming. I believe Karaoke is also getting a little bit tankier with some of these resistance items he's building. So Pain are starting to come together. They're starting to get some support staff for Dunkado. I'm just not sure it's going to be enough. I think there is a world where Pain Gaming can win these team fights, though. It's got to be real specific the way they go about it.
Yeah.
You got to keep all the dive champions away from Dunkado, which is so much easier said than done, against all 5 of Fluxu's dive champions. I mean, you got everybody coming at you here, and all of them have 2 Cloud Dragons each. It's not looking good.
Really isn't. Right, that control that Fluxo has in the jungle, it's translating into 20 seconds for the next Baron that could be confirmed by them once again after they did a good use of that Baron power play. Pain trying to clear out that vision back and find some place. We'll see if this is going to be successful for Pain or not. Now Kuti goes over the wall. A little risky, I would say, to turns in the mid lane, trying to clear out the wave. Now Dinketo has TP. So does Wiser, pushing out the bot side. Fluxo starts the Baron. Yes, they do. We'll see what's going to be the next step.
We will hear Fluxo will threaten, but they'll back up onto their vision.
They do. Now there's a TP in the backline that could try to help Pain Gaming, but they're almost down. What is that shield saving them? And it's a 2 kills coming out for Chitan. Chitan almost taking Kojima as well, going into stasis. Could be a last one, but Dinkedo doesn't connect it yet. Very close. Wiser could be 1, and there's 3 kills and 2 shutdowns at that. Almost taking with the Airy. Could have been enough to take Fu. That's the dodge from Fu. Stands their ground. But okay, you mentioned that was a world where Pain Gaming could have won a fight, and they're getting there. Scamba, though, could try to disrupt this Baron push. Are they going to disengage? Yes, they have to, because there's a TP in the backline by Fu. Could be getting a knock-up. It's there. Dinkedo's going to do damage. Stasis is also there. Oh my god, Baron hasn't reset, but they need to cancel it down. Carioca is not there. They're waiting for Carioca to come through. There's only Scamba, and the TP in the backline comes again for Flux. So they could take this. Scamba, are you there? Can you do it? And it's the Zaya. It's going to be Titan who confirms the Baron. Can they turn it back around onto Chiari? They take Scamba. Chiari is going to be next. No, they want to escape. They want to keep those Baron buffs safe, and Chiari doesn't get an ounce out of it.
I don't get anything out of it. Pain's going to take the reset. All 5 members have that Baron buff, so they will get one heck of a power play out of this one. They're already up.
Oh my god, look at you, though!
Yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him right now.
It's huge!
This is Dragon Soul for Fluxu. Pain need to get in.
They do. Carioca's right there. Could go over the wall. Steals. No! They confirmed it. Sting gets the soul for Fluxu. Now Carioca trying to connect something. There he goes. Flash forward. What a seizing desist. Kuri could try to get another knock up. There's Wiser trying to connect some damage, but they managed to only take down Carioca instead. Fluxu is on top of this one. Wiser trying to escape. They have to flash forward. Actually flash away, but they're going to be taken down. What is the point of this? Where is your Baron buff? It's gone. 2 players down on the side of Pain. Traded back 2 for 1, as they are kind of wasting that Baron buff, Axman.
Yeah, they really are. No pushing for structures. Kojima, he's going to be in here. He needs that support staff, though. It's Chiari up the river. Here he comes. No, they take down the structure. They're going to back up for the time being, just try to play defensively. But that Cloud Soul for Fluxu is so powerful. Already we're seeing it. They're sprinting away at top speed, and Chiari is getting to every fight. Look at this. Yeah, look at the absolute cut in Fluxu's lead right now. It's practically neck and neck at 29 minutes.
Oh my god, and you mentioned there with the soul, Kojima, no, not Kojima, Sting, Chiari, and Fu just walking so fast, basically sprinting around the map. Dinkedo has backup here by Titan to take the tier 1, Soul tier 1. They're in the top side, so they're trying to make good use of this Baron. Was kind of wasted in tempo in trying to face and chase Fluxu after they confirmed the soul. Maybe they should have just retreated.
Could have been. Yeah, we're seeing everybody in the player cameras shouting into their microphones, communicating. Look, guys, we got an angle here. We still got this one. We could take them down. Really good stuff. You can see how invested everyone is in this particular game. It's just for bragging rights, but what could be more important than that? Scamber caught out.
Oh, and there's a season assist going on to Scamba. They are down immediately on the bottom side, though. Excuse me. Wiser is absolutely eliminated. Sting and Chiari make sure that they're not going to be there for 45 more seconds. This could be even a rotation, trying to lock down Chita and Cutie here in the mid lane. Can they do it? There's a TP available for Chiari. No, just for Fu. So I think they're going to escape just fine, especially with, you know, that embrace coming back to base together.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Adorable.
Young Love. I think Zion Rakan are like 1,000 years old in the canon, but Young Love nonetheless. Good stuff there. Wiser 0-6. I think this is the worst we've seen Wiser since the Gale games earlier in this split against Makes and Super Clever. And it's Chiari doing it here, folks. Staying there as well. One of the worst performances from Karaoke we've seen in a long time. It looks like Sting and Chiari have got a winning formula. Just need Kojima to lock back in and Fu to get back in here with some of that macro knowledge we wanted out of him. And then Fluxu can close this one out. But Pain, they've made up so much ground. So much gold has been injected into the Titan and into Dinkedo that they've got quite the shot at winning this game. It's practically neck and neck. post 55,000, these little 2,000 gold differences don't particularly matter. It's just about the items you got in the inventory. And Titan, boy, oh boy, does he have a lot of items. He's full build, so full build.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's insane. Okay, Sting trying to find an angle. And gosh, X, but you're so right. You were speaking and I'm like, 1, 2, 3. Wait, full build? Is that really it? All right, I see you. And it's such a huge difference because we know that Zaya can do incredible damage and is finally picking off the rate. Dinkato was so close to taking people down multiple times. They escape with 2, 10, 100 health. And this is the moment where with those items, they can certify that the kills confirm. Sting gets a flash and an ulti plus shockwave. And Fu is going to be there to confirm the final blows. They take it. Carioca is exposed. They have to retreat. There's a TP coming from Chiari into the river. And 1 minute for the Baron to spawn. Chita, you are in a wrong place. There's Goody to help. And a TP in the back line. They get 1 kill onto Scamba. But they are very close to getting taken down. Okay, there's the Guardian Angel plus Kuri surviving. There's a stasis onto Fu. Shutdown goes for the Chiari on top of Chita. Now trying to get something going here. Goody, can you do it? Inketo's gonna go down. There's a shutdown and another. This could be an ace. And it is an ace. Fluxu can take the game right now, X-Men!
I think they can end the teleport coming in. It should be Fu. No, it's Kiri. No, it's Fu. They're in. They got the wave, Soph. They're gonna end the game.
They did it. They did it right now. Fluxu with the match that can't really change standings, but that can change your confidence. That can change how you see yourselves and your teammates. They did it. And actually, this makes a huge difference. Not for Fluxu, but makes a huge difference for Pain.
Yeah, for Pain, you drop back down to, I think, 4th. You drop under some of those top teams in the standings here. Look at the
Stop! Why would you do
Not
that?
the predictions. I'm haunted by the predictions every time. Oh my gosh. It's like a bad penny. The graphic coming back up. Fluxu, they've done it. They played spoiler into Pain Gaming, and what an exciting game it was. So honestly, this could also send a signal to some of the other teams in the CBLOL. I mean, this was not, irreplicable, right? I mean, this is something other teams could definitely do. If you just want a 3-man Weiser, 3-man Dinkato down the start of the game with big dive champions like the Lee Sin, honestly, I think the Vi works here in this instance as well to pick Weiser down too. You could absolutely go for this. And also the first win this split for Gwen is Chiari's. Chiari, you are the Gwen master, undisputed.
There you go.
Let everyone in the land know Gwen is all Chiari's all the time. Into the best top laner in the league. Incredible game from Fluxu.
So deserved, incredibly well executed. Chiari standing their ground against the best top laner, you said it. With the rotations on Sting, gosh, were they flavorful every single time, well executed and super well tracked. But let's rush into break while we get things ready for our next game. Is going to be INTZ versus Kaboom. So stay tuned, we're going to be right back. Welcome to the last game of the Sunday for week 8 of CBLOL. Once again, I am Sochan with X-Men. We're going to be covering now INTZ versus Kaboom. So we have a couple of thoughts about that, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. It's a tough situation for INTZ. It's not going to be good for them. I don't think. We can get the predictions up here actually if we got those.
It's true.
This might help you understand what's going to happen for you just a little bit. 4x4.
Wait, 4x4 is saving us? Is that it?
He's saving us from the curse. Very noble.
Yeah.
4x4.
There you
Very
go.
good. Very good. But Kaboom, to 4x4's credit, have dropped the number of games in the last few weeks. How deep does the well go? I don't think it goes as deep as INTZ are right now. Yeah, we were on the podcast this week, Soph, and we made the comment that, like, just when you thought INTZ were a rock bottom, they drilled into the bedrock and discovered, like, a cavern underneath the bedrock and then fell into it.
Like a water spring as well?
Yes, yeah. Sprayed with water and then just fell into the water, and they're going even
And
deeper
they're
now.
swimming.
Yes, swimming straight down. Straight down.
Yeah, diving maybe.
Diving in. Diving all the way to the bottom of whatever hole they're in now.
Yeah, it feels incredibly bad for them because the standings look quite like this. INTZ on last place with 1 win, 14 losses. Bottom of the standings, fighting now against Kaboom, tied out there as 5th place. This could take them to tied in 3 with Pain Gaming and Red Kennets. Or it could... Wait, does it drop them down? No, they remain tied with Liberty if that happens. There you go.
Something like that, yeah. But ICC looking for their second win. Their second win this game, this split. Would be good for them. A lot has been said about INTZ. A lot of big names in the scene have said that it's not necessarily on the players or coaching staff. Maybe this is more of a management issue. As for me, and you know, a lot of members of the broadcast team, we're willing to give the players on this roster another chance. Maybe see if they can do something next split, either on different rosters or maybe keeping a couple of them on INTZ. In either case, it's going to be real tough for us today, but we're all here to have fun, and we're here to see if INTZ can maybe take a game off of Kaboom. Before last game, I would have said, not that big a chance, but after the Fluxu and the Pain winning, maybe there's something in the air there in Sao Paulo.
Hey, that might be. There might be something in the studio, in the water, maybe. The well was deep, the spring, the water that INTZ is swimming on would have some effects. We'll see. We'll see. So let's get to know the players for INTZ and take a look at their rosters, because the team, as we said, we want to give them another chance. We want to hope for the best. And they've got Tai in the top lane, Yumpy in the jungle, Aituza in the mid lane, plus Ninja Kiwi and Damage in the bottom lane. Now, Kaboom, on the other hand, X-Men, they have a very consistent squad at the moment, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. Kaboom, of course, the roster. Lonely, Malrang, House, Netsuno, and Seos. Some pretty storied players coming through here for you. House, famously of Renska. Natsuno, an upstart 80 carry back from last year, and Malrang, of course, the LEC champion. And we'll see them into INTZ here. The draft already underway. You see the bans coming out. No Rakan available for Damage. That'll mean no Zaya for Ninja Kiwi, more than likely. Might see Ninja Kiwi go back to the Kaizas. It's been played a number of times so far already. But it won't be Shaco, I can promise you that. Senna Nautilus, the bottom lane for Netsuno and Seos.
Very strong. Definitely strong. We know how much the Senna can grow. And there are a couple of possibilities, right, for the Senna. If you want to go fasting Senna, if you want to go for a build that focuses more on building those items on your own by getting the CS. And either way, the Nautilus is such a great pick for Engage and Frontline. Now, NTZ swiftly locking, of course, that B1 was the Karma. Now, plus a Jinx and a Braum. I actually like this. I think this is good. You have such good Frontline and Enable for the Jinx that you could see her shine.
Yeah, I'd love to see INTZ on a Jinx comp. I think Ninja Kiwi's the strongest one here. Honestly, yesterday when they played the Jinx composition and Ninja Kiwi started the game off with a double kill, it looked really good. They did some really, really good things. I think that was into Loud. I'm not 100% on that, though, but it did look a lot better than we've seen INTZ in a long time. They can replicate that performance. It may well be enough to take down Kaboom. Kaboom will lock in Graves. Could be for Malrang, could be for Lonely. We'll see. I'd imagine it's more than likely Malrang, though, into the second round of bans. We'll see a lot of top laners banned out here and junglers taken away from INTZ.
Okay, that's a Graves coming through for Kaboom. That's very... Wait. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm confused. How was that picked after the ban?
I think that might have been like a visual thing.
Yeah, it was a visual effect. I got very confused for a moment. I was like, wait, where are we? But all right, we are in a small hiccup. So we are in the second round of ban where the Graves was picked, and then because of that, Kaboom goes into a Xin Zhao ban, trying to limit out the pool. There's already the Maokai out, the Wukong. On the enemy side, I know that we saw INTZ hovering as Jarvan, so that could be something that comes through for them. I think it makes sense. I think it's a good squad. In regards to draft, like completely, I would love to see INTZ going with the sorts of Jarvan plus an Olaf. What do you think? I think that's fun.
Yeah, Jarvan Olaf definitely sounds like fun to me. I would like to see that for sure. I'm thinking we put Tay on that Karma and we get Orianna right through. Oh, it's banned. Never mind.
Possibly. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Would be super cool.
Yeah. No, we get a Zir for Aithuza now. Watch this fourth pick. Tons of fun. Yeah, Zir. Aithuza.
Okay. The Poppy gets hovered here. So more of a, if your Pocky package comes in, if the Graves comes in, we knock you out. We try to push you away. Even for the Nautilus as well, you have the counter dash that the Poppy has built in, and she can push people away. I enjoy this. Now, I'm wondering for this top side, is Aatrox still available? Okay, they're going for a Gnar, locked in immediately. So trying to get a little more versatility with range, some better control in the top lane should there be a melee, as it is most likely recently in the meta. Plus, you get good control and synergy with the rest of the team for mid-game fights.
You certainly do here. Love the Gnar, and that's double
Whoa.
Yordles. You know what that means. Tap the sign. Too many Yordles. Too many Yordles on this bus. Kaboom coming back in. They got Twisted. Fate. Top? Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
I would say, yeah. I would say top for sure. I would say Lowly on the TF, AD TF. At the same time, is it the play? Is it the play to go AD here? What is the world
Lonely?
actually? What you would? Yeah.
Yeah, I would believe so. I would believe you would go AD.
What's the situation where the TF would go AP in the meta at the moment?
If he had lost his mind. If he was no longer at the wheel, if his faculties were not
under his control.
Under his control, yes, then he may go AP,
Okay.
but he won't this game. That is for sure. It's an interesting composition. You got Twisted Fate, you got Graves stacked in there, Corki on top as well for Kaboom. I think we're limit testing, Soph. I think we're doing a little bit of limit testing for Kaboom.
Yes, I agree with you. And to be fair, there is a world where we see INTZ winning on this one because I really like that composition. They have such good protection for the Jinx. They can stand a good ground in the top side because of how safe the Gnar is. Everything could line up well. We'll see what's going to be the execution though, because they have the Karma that is powerful, of course, not as powerful as the previous patch, but still enables everyone so nicely. Maybe this is the breach that INTZ needed to look at Kaboom and have them limit testing. I don't think there's any problem with that. No problem with honor whatsoever. If you get a win, that's a worthy win.
It is a win. So for Kaboom, it's a stage scrim. And for INTZ, it's a last-ditch effort to get a win on the board. A second win, I guess I should say. I want to give credit where it's due. They'll be focusing their game on Ninja Kiwi, trying to get him into a position where you can carry them through the day. You already see Ninja Kiwi hot on the comms, talking to his team, talking about what he needs to get everything together to carry them through the day. I gotta tell you, Soph, in this matchup, the stats are not good. Senna is so powerful in this game right now. It's really just gonna be on Ninja Kiwi and his hands to win this one. And if he does, of course, I think most people would agree it would be miraculous.
Yeah, and considering the miracle that we just had, watching out that Flukes win over Pain, I think I do believe. I am a believer at this moment. Although I did bet on Kaboom, I'm just feeling like today is all different from we would expect. And Aethusa here gets some damage with the Mantra Q onto House, trying to get some of that pressure that Karma can get in the early levels of the mid lane.
Certainly, Aethusa on a very strong pick there. Lane Karma, I think it's still super strong. It got nerfed a couple patches ago, but, I mean, in my mind, it's still up there with some of the best mid laners in the game. And it's getting picked a couple times more over Azir recently. Fu picked it yesterday. Aethusa will pick it here today. And you see that damage from the Mantra Q. That's why you picked this. Brahm's going to be in for the trade. Netsuno taking the damage.
Oh, very nicely done. So he's proccing out that Frostbite, allowing for not just pressure in regards to how they're going to be choosing to push and control level 2, but denying that damage and denying the presence that Natuno needs to have. But now we see that Natuno is going for the World Atlas. How does that change their playability? Tell me, X-Men.
Oh, it means it's farming Nautilus. Farming Nautilus is super fun. You get lots of big tank items. Ooh, here we go.
Gosh, Natuno's really taking so much damage immediately with the Ignite.
The
rocket is there! Oh my god, X-Men, the synergy! That's a first blood for INTZ!
You were not expecting this one if you're Netsuno or anybody associated with them. Holy cow, he just has to stand still. The Claptraps trap him in place for so long. The rockets come out, and of course the ignite from damage there too are just enough to take Netsuno down. We've seen this before from Ninja Kiwi. He's got to keep up the pressure. He's got to keep control of this lane if he wants to continue winning. Watch the level there on your screen for Netsuno. It was 1 just a moment ago. Now he's at level 2 just now at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
That means so much for NTZ, especially in regards to how we see them as expectance of that performance. We saw that coming from Fluxu, looking so much different considering they don't have the pressure from trying to be in playoffs. Now, much more comfortable with the picks they're going for, even more comfortable with their communication. So let's have a look at that again in the bot side, because that was huge.
It's just good to look at, right? I mean, Damage is going to jump forward, hit the ice bite onto Netsuno, proc that passive for the stun, clap traps directly under him to lock Netsuno up for that much more. He's going to flash out, but the rocket tracks him through the ability and gets him down. Really, really beautiful stuff there from him. You asked the question, why? What does it do when the Nautilus is farming? He's going to die a lot less. He's going to be a lot more useful in the late game. One of the things I think illustrates this effect so beautifully is on Liberty, is Cavallo, actually, in his Nautilus games. We've seen Mikau so often playing that Senna and playing with this farming Nautilus, and you could tell when Mikau isn't playing Senna, because Cavallo will have like 6, 7, 8 deaths, and when he gets to farm, it's 0. Almost consistently, the Nautilus never dies, and that's the difference it makes. Seos is going to have so many tank items and get to a point in this game where he's unkillable.
I love that shout from you, Axman, because it's not just about the fact that it works out so well as a game style. Just hold that for a second. All right, they're meeting each other here in the river. Damage taking so much of that damage onto themselves, but it's just to try and clear out that vision. Scuttle Crab is taken by INTZ, so at least they have some idea of what would be the next place. Marang still staying in here on the bot side, but just to round out my point there, X-Men, it's the fact that it works out really well should be also pushing Cavallo, for example, to be understanding the limits better of when you're not farming as Nautilus and just not die 6 times.
Certainly, you want to die as little as possible if you're the Nautilus, but it's frequently easier said than done. Damage is in, Yampy's here.
Yeah, and they're going in. There's the flash, getting them knocked back. Frostbite goes in, traps to follow it up, and it's going to be an easy kill for Ninja Kiwi. This is looking great for INTZ. Great rotations.
Oh, they're looking like $1 million here so far. It's just House and Lonely. They need to keep it up and not give too much away to Ithuza and Tay, and maybe they'll be able to make a comeback here, but once again, easier said than done. The poke coming out of this Karma is massive. Tay is making it happen up topside too. He's not losing too much. Here's Malrang on the grubs. Meanwhile, you'll see Ninja Kiwi and Yampy taking down the Dragon in the bot side.
Yeah, so it's a clean trade by both sides, but one difference that there is how long the Graves end up taking to clear out 3 Void Grubs here, and they're committing to all of them, especially because Lonely is there to help them up. But it does mean that some of those resources are not going to be as well utilized. So the wave is stuck in the middle. That could influence how and if Malrang could have an opening to go onto Tai. But, you know, it's a nah on level 6 already. Do you really want to dive them anyway?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so one bit, but Malrang having to spend that much time on the objective where Yampy did not will mean his CS numbers are going to start to falter. House maybe caught out. He's got the damage.
Oh, one more hit. Double flash for another one. And that's okay. Another flash on the wall. Getting the stun. That actually doesn't connect. Lonely. 41. Hey, dodge. Oh, that's as clutch as he can get.
That's close. Glad he brought the Swifty boots on. That was all the difference for him there. Able to just kind of walk his way right out. But holy cow, was that ever close? I think he missed the Gnar stun by just a little bit. I mean, he's right up on the wall there. And it doesn't quite connect with him. Walks over, channels the ultimate, he's out. That's a very, very close play. Like this from Ninja Kiwi now. You're threatening the dive if you're Yampy. Kaboom have tried to set up vision. They try to get Malrang in a place where he can counter gank, and that is where Yampy's going to make up all that money in return, taking down these camps and catching up with the Graves.
I really appreciate the pressure coming from INTZ Axeman because we saw a play coming in the mid lane. Yes, of course, it was double flash for another one that didn't really capitalize on a kill. Bot lane, they were already doing super well, so Ninja Kiwi can remain alone. And top side, when they try to get something going there, tie onto Lonely themselves, it doesn't really connect. But still, it's the thought and the stance that really makes a difference onto how NTZ is playing at the moment. Yampy, I think they were spotted, although no pings. Yeah, I think they were, so it's fine. Not really going to push forward now. Trying to get a cancelled recall onto Natuno, but is still just going to safely farm under the tower.
Yeah, that's nice. Reduces the tempo there from Natuno, gives a little breathing room for Ninja Kiwi. Unfortunately,
voices of Swifties.
Yeah, Natsuno, he's gonna pick up the Swifties there, and now the Senna gets real quick. Not 6 quite yet. Lonely may be caught out.
Okay, doesn't get the Q. So Lonely can kite it out because, yeah, well, when you turn into Minina, you're not going to be doing much. Look at that. ADTF is quite something. You mentioned the Swifties already doing God's work.
Yeah, dealing so much damage to Tay already. We see Senna in the mid lane now. Natsuno trying to make this happen.
Doesn't really get that Q going. House trying to get some of that damage back. But it's all about the positioning, right? NTZ is looking for aggression. And even when they don't find it, they're at least trying to get some ways to make it feel good for them. So you leave Ninja Kiwi by farming by themselves. They keep up on CS, and it's all good.
Really is all good. Housy's low on mana. Not thinking the dive, though. I'm thinking we start positioning around bot side a little bit more. Dragging up in a minute 30. We want to establish some control over this bot side. You see the vision coming out. It's really good stuff. We'll try to make plays around Ninja Kiwi again. Yampy's been so threatening for Kaboom this whole game long. Putting in absolute work on the Poppy.
They really are. And getting Ninja Kiwi so strong in this early in the game, it's just a huge. She's a hyperscaler, she's a hyper carry, and even damage themselves on this Braum. There's so much aggression coming out. And this duo is making it look like it's not a late game composition.
No, not quite yet. Things start to get easier for Kaboom's bot lane as Seos will complete the Sunfire Cape there. The Bammy Cinder items is a huge, not necessarily a power spike, just kind of like a marker of wave control. There for the Nautilus, you can push the waves a lot harder with the Bammy Cinder item completed. You're burning the minions around you. I like Hollow Radiance. I think it's a better item there, but he needs the armor to contend with Ninja Kiwi, so he'll have to go for the Sunfire Cape.
Sometimes some sacrifices are necessary, and you have to adjust to the moment. 4 seconds for the Drake to spawn. There are Void Grubs as well at the top side, but of course, priority here for NTZ is on the Drake. Malrang has no vision, but he's going to approach. It's only Yampy and Ninja Kiwi, but Ninja Kiwi is very strong. Natuno and Cells are trying to get there as well, but House going out for a reset. Could try to come back with a TP. No, it's confirmed immediately by NTZ. They're going for a fight. There is the Glacial Fissure, trying to get some of that knockdown, but not really connecting to a kill. There it is, final blow. Rocket is going to finish it off. Now Ninja Kiwi has to flash away, trying to kite out House, but they're going to go down too. Shot down onto Jinx, and now damage could even take it, and it's a stun on the wall. Yampy guarantees double kill for the Poppy. Malrang survives, but it's overall a 3-for-1.
Ninja Kiwi gets shut down here, but the double kill for Yampy means that Poppy is all the more threatening. Ninja Kiwi picks up another kill in this fight as well. I think this is INTZ a big win for them. They get the dragon, they get lots of kills in this fight. It's a shame Ninja Kiwi gets shut down, but that's just how it goes. I mean, you're going to get shut down by these big dive champions, and the Corki gets right in your face in most of these team fights. It's just going to be something you have to contend with. I mean, look at that. He basically teleports into Ninja Kiwi's face. There's nothing really you could do. Damage gets separated from the Jinx at this point, which is unfortunate, but Yeah, Poppy double kill really turns things back around for INTZ, who find themselves up 400 gold over Kaboom, a winning position somewhere they don't often find themselves.
And Ninja Kiwi even guaranteed another kill before going down themselves because Neptuno was super low on health and they charged out the super mega death rocket onto Senna just while the ulti was charging from cells onto them. So knockup was there after the rocket was launched, so they guaranteed the kill for Ninja Kiwi. Very important. Having 100% kill participation in the match so far, this Jinx is huge.
Jinx super big right now. Just the one kill on the side of Kaboom. It is housed at that shutdown Ninja Kiwi. Lots of gold injecting to his side there. He's got the mana immune ticking away. That'll evolve here in a little bit. And then he'll be that much stronger for it. But the positioning is switched up here now. So you got Netuno and Seos in the mid lane, trying to make it happen there. And they have a lot more, here we go, reactability for that lane.
Yeah, and Malrang looking to find Aethusa. They know better, just going to allow for this tier 1 to fall. If they decide to commit with 3 members there, it could be an easy one down, while INTZ confirming the Herald could mean either mid or top lane immediately taken down. We'll see what's going to be the choice because, of course, it's always good to remember that in this season, in this patch of League of Legends, you only have the Herald once, and you need to decide whether you're going to use it for immediate damage or if you're just going to use it as a distraction for the next Drake in 2 minutes.
Tade's putting up some really nice numbers up in the top side here. Going to be able to take down this turret for himself. House trades down bot side. Yeah, Lonely actually defends this turret enough as the Mega will drop for Tay. Good for him there. Looking for big angles from Ninja Kiwi. That's what INTZ are going to look for the rest of this game. It's got to start out with the vision here, and that's where they build out their win in these lull states. So they're going to set up these wards. They're going to sweep out the vision and create these dark parts of Summoner's Rift that they can play around. And Ninja Kiwi is lurking in the darkness.
And INTZ even decided to give the Herald to Ninja Kiwi so they would get that boosted recall. It's just so good. You guarantee easy buys, coming back to lane, and not missing any farm. And the Jinx can keep on growing, not missing any of their scalability. Oh my god, Ty, that's a miss and a flash away because it's the ghost popped on Lonely and the TF coming after you is very scary. Now there's Yampy going off for the pay. And tier 1 is going to get taken down by NTZ, opening up a huge breach onto Kaboom's base. Next to charge, it does connect. 50% down on tier 2.
It's a whole Void incursion in the mid lane. The Mites are out there too. I didn't even notice they got the Grubs. Oh, they did not get the Grubs, excuse me. That's just with the Rift Herald now this season. But they got some Mites out there with them with the Rift Herald too. Lots of fun there for them. Dragging up in 25 seconds. Should be INTZ for the lock. No resets coming through. Oh, nope. Somebody channeled it. I thought this is going to go match Lonely. That'll be all right. That's okay. I think this is still INTZ's Dragon. This is their third one. This is where they really start building out their advantage in the objectives. Could be the fight, though. Kaboom does not have the package on House, so it's going to be a difficult fight for them.
Definitely, especially with no vision whatsoever. Trying to go in dark, Lonely. Getting places dark for Ty as they go immediately on them, and a snipe coming from Netuno in the back line will help them massively. Now Cells goes in the front line, but he's gonna get melted. What did you say about them being tankier when they're farming, huh? All right, Ninja Kiwi is gonna go after them, and INTZ could chase them down. House, that's not a slow connecting from the zap, but still they have full priority for the Drake.
Wow.
They're gonna try to contest it. They could. Malrang is a little skeptical of how they're going to approach this, trying to decide what's going to be the next step. Netuno gets a ward. Malrang cannot go there. Are they going to try to fight? A TP in the back line ends up being wasted. Oh, it's the package. Could be very huge. And they disengage.
No, they're going to disengage for the time being, which means, honestly, House probably shouldn't have picked up the package in that case, but he does pick it up anyway. Just
neither the TP.
chance. Yeah, that he could use it. That package will drop after a while. And INTZ, I don't even know if they saw him pick. Well, yeah, you get a global global sound plays when he picks it
Sound
up,
effect,
right?
yeah.
So they know he has it. They just have to not fight for the next few minutes, and they'll be fine. The pick on Sales, huge here. He has Frozen Heart in hand, which gives him lots of nice armor, which stops the damage from Ninja Kiwi. It does not stop the damage from Aithusa, though, so he will go down. And, yeah, unfortunately, our tanky Nautilus went full armor and no Bammy Cinder items, which means he doesn't burn that much. He just kind of slows you down when you're auto-attacking.
Well, to be fair, it's a good choice against the Jinx, right? She's just solely built in attack speed. It makes sense. But one thing that we gotta talk about as well is the package wasn't really used, the TP was wasted, and how much is the cooldown on that? How much are they going to suffer for it? Because there's... Excuse me! What is the Mantra Q damage? And the line of ultis trying to connect on the Tuno couldn't really get them. That's
Jeez.
insane!
Yeah, it's gonna hit
They're
House,
continuing!
too.
Oh my god.
Sales
Right?
is here. Yeah, this is a big dive.
Over the wall, okay, but taking damage. Tower aggro and forces out an ulti. Can it get cancelled? It will. And Senna ulti doesn't connect either, and Yampy survives. This is a little bit of a heart attack for everyone.
That was a wild play. That was his actual flash, too, by the way. That wasn't Hex Flash.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
I thought it was Hex Flash, but no, I think that was his normal flash. And he made that play on the Lonely. That was wild. No follow-up there from Tay, and it's just not an angle for them, unfortunately. Nobody goes down, but a lot of cooldowns used to make that play happen. I think he gets his ult cooldown back if he spins it out, so he should be all right there.
As much as we're looking at INTZ picking up the pace, if we look at gold overall, it's still dead even. And that means that both sides are getting good results and good participation in controlling waves. That means Ninja Kiwi, with this up ahead they could start falling down to Neptuno Senna.
They could, that's true. Setting up for Baron now. I think Senna definitely has it in him to pop off at this point. You got the one item. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get by the Jinx at this stage. That 2-item spike for Jinx is pretty big. But you have the damage if you're the Senna to make things happen. It's got to start with that ultimate. Donning Shadow, unfortunately, on cooldown now for Netino. Is this just Baron for INTZ? There's no way, right? Tay's got teleport. He could get under the fight.
They could, but I think they're just trying to position at least on something. Lonely, though, catches off Aithusa, could take them down on a 1v1. They have backup. Are they going to go in? They commit to it, forcing out a flash. No, Lonely escapes, burning out that ghost. Yampy takes down the front line, but now Kaboom is going to disengage themselves. Yeah, Axeman, I don't think this is a Baron angle, just a trying to get space in the Baron.
Yeah, just threatening it a little bit at the start. Aithusa's going to have to reset to match up House. Aithusa still has teleport, so they could still threaten the Baron, but it's going to be Kaboom cutting through the vision for the time being here. Things going back to a slower position. It's both sides content to just leave things alone for the time being. I think you gotta stop getting picked by Lonely if you're INTZ. A lot of these gold cards are coming out. They're hitting you in the face, and you're going to take at least 1,000 damage from the auto attacks. Doesn't feel good.
Definitely doesn't. And it's so important for Kaboom as well to guarantee that Lonely is getting those positions for split push, because you can try to divert attention. Now, there is no diverted attention. You're going directly for Drake spawning in 20 seconds. Malrang with 2 completed items there could try to do something. Haven't really participated on much. Actually, it's 100% kill participation. It's just the team hasn't really finalized on any of those kills when we had so many team fights going on. Next one has to be effective for Kaboom, or else INTZ gets the soul in a very, very quick manner. 22 minutes in the game.
Be quick now, INTZ. You're going to start shredding this dragon. This is soul for them. Kaboom have to find a way in.
Yeah, they're trying to do it. Lonely on already 50% health. House in the back line could steal it. They don't. Yampi guarantees it's a soul for INTZ. Goes in straight. Centers ulti. Trying to kite it out. There's Ninja Kiwi lost auto, but it doesn't connect. The shield is enough to save them. Could they try and chase this down? By the way, it's a Hex Tech Soul. So you could try to do something. What a dodge there. Nicely done by Ninja Kiwi. Trying to still find a place to get some of those rocket autos in, but they decide to just be content with getting one. Did they get one kill? Oh, they just got the Drake and escaped.
Yeah, no kills for that fight, eh? It's just a few hundred gold that separate the two teams. INTZ up that gold, but it's now fully 4 dragons, so which is a lot of stats for INTZ and a lot of stats specifically for Ninja Kiwi, who needs those stats. 2.5 items now on the Jinx is so massive. Honestly, I think Kaboom got very lucky that last auto did not kill Seos. If it had, it would have gotten Ninja Kiwi excited, and who knows what happens at that point if that does come through. Now INTZ, they'll set up the Baron, and this is much more threatening than their previous Baron setup. Look at the vision that they're putting up here. Yeah, look, it's all dark for Kaboom, and they got to walk in there, and it is a nightmare. Yampy is waiting in there. Ithuz and Ninja Kiwi are waiting in there. Tons of damage, tons of CC sitting there and waiting for you to step in to the wrong bush.
And important for INTZ to not just have the vision themselves, but deny Kaboom's vision in their own jungle. They're trying to do it, but at this point, they decide to go for clearing out waves. Sides are being taken care of by Tai. Now Ninja Kiwi clearing out the mid lane. Yumpy and Ithuza are together. Should they decide to go and then engage here, they don't have vision on Lonely, actually. Yumpy is very tanky, so they can take... Well, those golden cards are hurting like it's nobody's business. But a reminder, of course, that Ithuza also has gigantic shields, so he should be fine.
Should be fine for the time being. Taking down this turret in the side lane. He's got a teleport to join the fight if he needs it. And they'll have to send... It looks like they're sending Malrang over to match him up. Maybe House to try and match Tay here, but... Yeah, they'll send their jungler to the other side of the map. I don't know if this is a good position for them.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. As soon as you have eyes, yeah, for sure. As soon as you have eyes on Malrang, you just start ripping it. There they are, going out to 70%. Not melting as quick as they want to, so they disengage. There's ulti on Lonely, getting them scared of how they are going to be proceeding next. Malrang is in the mid lane, so none of the efforts going on to Baron are actually going to be solidified, but still, the threat is there. There is vision, and I agree with you, Axeman. When you send your jungler to the other side of the map, is that a good choice, though? Wait, was that a TP cancelled? I think that was a TP cancelled. Wait, how was it cancelled? I saw something get cancelled. All right, 50% HP on this Baron. Kaboom trying to find an angle here coming from the left. Taking out vision, and INTZ just backs off, scared for their lives, because of course they have been doing well, but they know how great Kaboom can be, and they respect their potential and just don't commit to Baron.
Yeah, it's really no gold lead at all, right? They're still playing the same old game. They've been playing all game long, which is we have to get the perfect position for Ninja Kiwi, and if we don't have it, we can't fight. Ninja Kiwi now, he's walking back into the pit, teleport in now for Tay. They'll have to get in onto this Baron, it's 50%.
It really is, and it's dropping low, it's dropping fast. Yampy, can you get there in time? Are they going to get a nice ultimate? Does it go on Malrang? It does. That's huge. That's amazing. But the amount of damage coming out from Kaboom onto INTZ is also huge. Do you have still MP surviving? Ithuza, on the other hand, is down. Ninja Kiwi gets a shutdown, gets a kill. Forgive me, on to Cells. And once again, for the third time, if I'm not mistaken, that Baron gets reset. But Kaboom, not interested in leaving that untouched. Still going for it. They have quite a lot of damage to try and burn it down, but Malrang is in the fight again, which means they can do much more. House super low. There's a Frostbite trying to get a stack onto Lonely. They can't connect it. Still on 50%. Now reset for the 4th time, and Kaboom doesn't connect the Baron again.
Both sides will have to reset after that. It's just 2 low health bars for either team, but Ninja Kiwi does his job. He forces Kaboom off of the objective. He gets the kill on Salos there too, bringing him up to 3 items. And I don't know if you know this, Soph, but Jinx with 3 items, I don't know. I don't think it gets any stronger than that. It might just be downhill from here for Ninja Kiwi. This is his moment. He's got to make it happen now. Fortunately for him, he's done everything else perfectly. He's in the position where he could take this fight. Just got to get the damage where it belongs. And that's on House and Netuno.
It really is. Now 45 seconds for an Elder. What a quick game this has been already on Soul INTZ. You have pressure to win team fights, but as you said, it all relies on how Ninja Kiwi can position with the Kraken's Lair, the Infinity Edge plus Bloodthirster. That's going to be the central focus for Kaboom should they get an engage coming here. Now, they are trying to get presence in the river from the bottom side. Scuttlecrab was taken by NTZ. Yeah, I know,
yeah.
I know.
This is Elder, by the way.
It's insane. It's insane. It's been so quick. And what I mean is having the buff for NTZ, goddamn, they can do damage, but they're not really connecting on the team fight thus far. Okay, Dredgeline goes in. Sal's trying to get...
Flank.
Oh, it could turn into something, but it could become something very bad. But does it, though? They're caught between a rock and a hard place. Netuno doesn't connect the damage, trying to get there, but they disengage. INTZ is still standing, but that was such a great effort by Aloni to get them out of the fight. Still, Kaboom is starting out the Elder, dealing damage. Could get something. It could be just on the back of House and those rockets. Netuno is dealing damage at this point as well. Lonely trying to get a flank once again. Gets stopped directly by Tai. Could get something going. That's the Glacial Fissure, but the zap doesn't connect. If you get that one, it could be a kill immediately. And a reset for the Jinx, but it's not there yet. They're still trying.
Malrang's on the flank. He's looking for the smite. They're burning it down, so...
They could try to do it, and it's not confirmed by Kaboom! And INTZ's Yampy confirms it! It's the excited Jinx! And Ninja Kiwi gets 3, trying to get the final one. It's only House standing. This is looking like game over, Axman.
It could be game here. House has got the rockets, though, and that's enough damage to poke down a few members. We'll see if he gets the rockets. He's going to try and hit the wave.
But they don't really connect it. What is that? Straight into the wall. Angry Bee emote and Elder Drake to execute you. And INTZ gets their second win of the day. Or do they? Of the day. Of the season. Or do they? 8 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds on the board for respawning. That's an execute on Karma. But INTZ is going to take the game. And as I said, the second win of the split.
I can't wipe the smile off my face seeing INTZ and get their victory here. They know it's just a small condolence for them after the split that they have had, but how much this must mean to every member of this team to actually see the light of day and get another victory on the board into such an acclaimed team as well, into Kaboom. But this is the second team so far today we've seen play. Spoiler, Soph. And we'll see much more next week, I'm sure. INTZ, they get a game. It's all on Ninja Kiwi. The guy absolutely went monster mode here. They're going to walk out to the forefront of the stage. Fist bump with Kaboom. And then we get to see them all lined up. What an incredible moment for them.
This is huge. This is so huge. You said it, Axman. It means that the top standings are going to look a little bit tipsy. This means incredibly much for the team that has struggled so much in the split. Now the standings look like this with... I'll start at the bottom because that's where we saw our winner coming through now. 2 and 14 for INTZ. A very worthy win on top of Kaboom. Now going up, we got Furia on 4 and 12 in 9th place. 6 and 10 for Fluxu in 8th place. 8 and 8 to Loss in 7th. Now, tied in 5th place on 9 and 7 is Liberty and Kaboom. Tied in 3rd, Pain Gaming and Red Canids on 10 and 6. And tied in 1st place, Loud and VKS at 11 and 5.
Really good stuff here so far. And maybe the standings starting to look a little bit more like something we would expect. There was really, really big ties coming off of yesterday, and a lot of those ties have broken up now. You're starting to see a vision of what the league actually looks like. Loud back on top. A lot of the teams that had previously taken the crown have fallen back to the wayside, and I'm looking forward to the last week of the regular split. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know Liberty and Lost are still in contention for playoffs, so which means the race is still on. Some very specific things have to happen for Liberty to get knocked out, but those things still are very much possible, which means we have playoff contention and playoffs impacting games still up for you next week.
I think, as you said, that Liberty and Lost of Liberty at the very last possibility of being in playoffs on the top 6. Lost fighting to get up. If I'm not mistaken, it would have to be a... Let me just refresh the screen real quick. Yes, it would have to be 2 wins in a row. So the last 2 games of regular season next week, it would have to be a win for Lost to drop down Liberty from playoffs. And Liberty would have to lose both of them. So 2 losses for Liberty, 2 wins for Lost to get Lost back. Not back, I don't think they had been previously on the top 6, but into the top 6 for playoff contention. And, well, we know how much you love Liberty. I know you don't want that to happen.
No. We were talking about maybe if they had tied with Fluxu and had to play a tiebreaker, that might be fun. But I don't think the loss would go to a tiebreaker game. So, no, I'm just hoping they stay out front for me personally. But Lost have put up a really big split, so I think they at least deserve the chance.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the matches for next weekend because, of course, we got CBLOL English every weekend for you guys, including playoffs when it comes to be. But a couple of things that catches my attention, I would say, is on Saturday, VKS versus Pain Gaming. Liberty versus Red. That would be really good. And on the Sunday, Loud versus VKS, I think, is what really is going to deliver because, of course, Week 9 means the end of regular season. So everything is at stake. Either it's pride, either it's first, second place to determine if you're going to be toppest of the playoffs and decide who you're going to be fighting against on double elimination. But X-Men, any final words about today? Because everything just went out of the script. We didn't predict anything that was going to happen.
Not for me. I'm glad all the teams are doing so well. I'm glad the bottom tier teams are punching up and playing spoiler. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. Fluxu and INTZ getting their flowers finally after such a long time. I wish it could happen for Furia and their dev roster, but we'll have to wait till last week to see.
For sure. I'm so excited about it. So I hope you guys are excited about it as well. As always, thank you so much for joining us today. I have been Soph-Chan. It's been X-Men. Thank you again for Solari and Rose for being here today. We'll see you next week and for the final week of CBLOL regular season. We'll see you then.